Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 151. Tanker me and cold attribute close combatant Misha. Now, we need to recruit 3 more team members to match our combination. A priest, a mage, and an archer come scout. This was the first combination that came to my mind. Should I call it the fundamental combination of dungeon and stone? With the vampire essence gone, a priest would be a great addition to the team. However, let us decisively give up on the priest. Even saying give up might be putting it mildly. I asked Krobitz if he could introduce us to a priest, but was flatly rejected. The team must have at least 3 members of rank 5 or above, and a certain level of public merit in their temple to recruit a priest. The basic recruitment conditions are stricter than the game. It's disappointing, but not a major issue. Having a priest would increase the stability of the team, but it also means a reduction in damage, so I've deliberately left them out. I'm starting to get the hang of this. That evening, I learned the shocking truth that Misha was a racist. After taking some time to process this revelation, I got dressed and went outside. Then, I made my way to the tavern ID remembered. Ding dash. As soon as I opened the door, I was greeted by a bear tribe lady with her majestic rice cake. When I mentioned Mr. Bear, the lady smacked her lips and gestured with her chin to one side. Mr. Bear, a rank 5 explorer, was busy serving food and drinks to the customers wearing an apron. He knows we don't have customers, but he always brings his friends. I sat in an empty seat, trying to ignore the comment I heard from behind. And when Mr. Bear had just finished a round of serving, I quietly raised my hand to call him over. Oh wait, I'll be right there. Bjorn Jandel? Let us talk for a bit. At my words, Mr. Bear sneakily rolled his eyes and glanced towards the counter. Wow. I hadn't seen it before, but he seemed to be under a tight leash. I had intended to just have a short conversation, but ended up ordering 2 snacks and 2 drinks. I figured this way, both Mr. Bear and I would feel less awkward. Ahem. Soon, Mr. Bear came with the drinks and snacks, sitting across from me with an awkward expression. He said, almost as if making excuses, well, it's not always like this. You know? It's just that the shop has been really busy lately. The tavern seemed quiet for being busy, but I didn't comment. What is so shameful about living a domestic life? Soon, Mr. Bear changed the subject. So, you coming here means you left your original team? The team disbanded. Judging by your expression, it seems you lost someone. I neither confirmed nor denied. Perhaps my silence was answer enough. Mr. Bear took a sip of his drink with a bitter smile. Such a shitty job. Yeah, it's really shitty. I also downed a drink and then ordered 2 more. We then started talking in earnest. How many have you gathered? Just 2 of us so far. You and that beast tribe girl? Yes, so your answer? All right, I'll join you. Mr. Bear readily agreed and then started asking various questions. What floor we were aiming for and how the loot would be distributed, and how we planned to fill the remaining 2 spots. I briefly explained the combination I had in mind. First off, a mage is a must. And for the last spot, I guess we have no choice but to fill it with a scout. There was also the option of including Erwin as the archer instead of the Mr. Bear. However, I wasn't too sure how well she would perform as she had just started the scouting lessons. Moreover, since Mr. Bear, who has a tank summon, could somewhat cover for the absence of a priest, I made such a decision. We'll use a hired scout until we find one. Apart from the scout, I plan to distribute everything else evenly. Mr. Bear nodded. Then he asked bluntly, would you increase my share if I acted as the scout? What? Exactly as I said. What's this odd juicy talking about? Is he saying he is a scout? If that's the case, it doesn't make any sense. I then asked, didn't you say you were lost on the first floor for 19 hours when we met? Did I tell you the exact time? It was around 1900 hours on day 1 when the rift opened. At that time, Mr. Bear was wandering around the crystal cave, unable to find the portal to the 2nd floor. A scout, who is supposed to precisely know the direction of the portal regardless of their location in the labyrinth, stayed on the 1st floor until that time. Considering Rottenmiller's record is 6 hours, it doesn't add up. However, well, the crystal cave is kind of complicated, isn't it? I know where the portal is, but getting there is always a struggle. Mr. Bear explained that he only gave directions, and it was his teammates who figured out the path. Without realizing, I asked back, so, you mean to say, you're a scout but have no sense of direction? Cough. My previous teammates used to say that. Honestly, it's hard to accept. Hard to accept what? An ordinary person could find the 2nd floor portal in a day just by following a compass. A scout with no sense of direction. It seemed absurd, but I concluded the conversation without showing any skepticism. I'll think about the distribution. I need to hear the opinions of the others who will join later. That's enough for me. Then, our conversation is concluded. I'd found my first teammate, Admin Urikfried, a rank 5 archer with a tank summon and a guide whose directional skills were near 0. I look forward to working with you, Bjorn, son of Jandel. Is it just me, or do I already see the second coming of Team Halfling, only with much higher stats? We clinked glasses to celebrate becoming colleagues. But soon the lady bear shot us a sharp look. How long are you going to play around? Honey, no, this isn't playing. Then Mr. Bear got up in a hurry and walked over to the lady, carrying on a conversation too quiet for me to hear. At first, it looked like he was being scolded. Oh my, you should have told me earlier that you'll become my husband-esque companion. Somehow, they reached an understanding, and the lady approached me with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you. You're also known as Little Balkan, aren't you? Tall and sturdy. Now I feel relieved. Well, that is good to hear. Yes. To be honest, I didn't like his previous teammates much. How could they be a team for more than half a year and never show their faces? Huh? His previous teammates? He was supposed to be soloing the labyrinth, wasn't he? I discreetly checked on Mr. Bear. His face was pale as he shook his head vigorously. I recalled our past conversation. He enters the maze alone, even though he has a wife. The shop has been running at a loss lately. I have to earn my share, don't I? Earning more is good, but I never expected he would lie to his wife and go soloing. Following the revelation about being directionally challenged, it felt like another blow to my fantasies. I had thought of him as a sturdy and wise teammate. Turns out he was just a man living for the day. Anyway, please consider what you had today as my treat. And though he is lacking, please take good care of him. Not wanting to get involved in someone else's family affairs and risk getting caught in the crossfire, I quickly left the tavern. And when I arrived at my lodgings, oh, mister, have you been drinking? Erwin was sitting in the first floor lobby, waiting for me with a drink ordered, possibly to continue the conversation we couldn't finish earlier. I'm sorry. Before I could say anything, Erwin apologized. Sorry for what? I had no idea something like that had happened to your teammate. How did you know about that? Your expression looks so bad, I asked the other teammate. When I inquired who she meant, she replied it was the dwarf. Upon telling him that she was my former teammate, the dwarf seemed to have innocently shared details about Dwaki without suspicion. Fortunately, it seems he left out any mention of the revelation or the Dragon Slayer. It must have been hard for you. I understand what it feels like to lose something. Erwin, on the verge of tears, gently held my hand. It was an incredibly embarrassing moment. Was it like being comforted by a 3-year-old child? It was too late anyway. I had already begun to move on from those feelings. Let us not talk about that anymore. Anyway, good timing. There was something I wanted to discuss. There is something else you wanted to say? Oh, but I still had more to say. What else was there? Never mind. So, what did you want to talk about? I sat down opposite Erwin and got straight to the point. I'm forming a new team. Would you be interested in joining? Originally, I wasn't going to include Erwin. Not because of Misha's request, of course. It was just that, after much thought, I chose Mr. Bear as the archer, and there were no slots left. However, the situation changed upon learning that Mr. Bear was a scout. This left a vacancy for a real scout. Although her combat prowess might be lacking now, if nurtured well, she'll be able to pull her own weight. The fact that Erwin was receiving scouting lessons from her sister was a significant plus. A combination with Mr. Bear for navigation seemed perfect. Me. After a long silence, Erwin hesitantly gave an answer. I'm truly happy about the offer, but please don't get me wrong. It sounds like a refusal. Is it because of your sister? No, it's because of me. I still have a lot to learn from her. An unexpected response. Well, not that I couldn't understand it. Staying with her sister would indeed be beneficial for her growth right now. It hasn't been long since she started her scouting lessons, and there are things like spirit magic that I couldn't teach her. I see. Understood. Are you not mad, right? Of course not. It's a smart decision. You're practically an explorer now. It's been a while since I've received a compliment. Erwin looked into the void for a moment, then coughed slightly to regain her composure. Then, with a determined voice, she said, just wait half a year. In just half a year, I'll learn everything I can from my sister, and then I'll join your team. I appreciate the sentiment, but this almost makes it sound like I'm sending a corporate spy. I could almost hear her sister's heartbreaking. The next morning, as soon as I woke up, I headed to the sanctuary without even washing up. There wasn't really a need to bathe when I was just going to a place swarming with barbarians. It feels like I've come home. Not that I'm a true barbarian, but there is something comforting about the greenery here. While I used to be intimidated by the tribe chief, that wasn't the case now. Maybe that's why? Shit. Suddenly, the revelation came to mind, weighing heavily on my heart. My intuition, hardened by misfortune, was speaking. A secret known by more than 10 people, stay secret forever. Even if I finish stage 6 today, reaching stage 9 will take years. Unlike other races that have abandoned the traditions of the old, the barbarians are stubborn to the point of insanity. If it became known that I received an oracle from the star goddess instead of the ancestral gods, regardless of being a super rookie or not, the tribe chief would banish me. Let us think about this part later. I walked through the bushes towards the center of the sanctuary. As I did so, I saw a group of young warriors gathered in an empty clearing. Little warriors holed up in the sanctuary, practicing their martial skills, waiting for their coming-of-age ceremony. It was a familiar sight whenever I came here, but is that Karen? Among the young barbarians, I spotted a familiar face. Tarsan's son, Karen. Once a naive baby barbarian who knew nothing of the world, but now a full-fledged warrior who had embraced the darkness of the world. He stood in front of the young barbarians, as if he had become a training instructor. Everyone, repeat after me. Humans are enemies, and our hearts must be protected by us. It was almost brainwashing, but even this would significantly increase their survival rate. I watched them with a sense of satisfaction, until I realized one thing. But what is that? The appearance of Tarsan's son Karen and a few senior barbarians who seemed to follow him was odd. For some reason, they were carrying several backpacks each. I wondered if this was a new fashion trend among barbarians, but instructor, but what are those bags for? Not just to my eyes, but one of the young warriors raised his hand and asked, noticing the oddity. Karen, as if he had been waiting for the question, answered with a smile. Good question, young warrior. This one is Robert, this one is John, this is Aiden. He pointed to the backpacks strapped to his front, back, and sides, giving each a name. Ah, it sounds like you're naming people. The baby barbarian burst out in laughter. However, well, they're people's names. Karen was no longer smiling. What do you mean? To the shocked baby barbarians, Karen explained in great detail how he came to possess those backpacks. And then the indoctrination continued. Let us repeat once more. Humans are enemies, and our hearts must be protected by us. Bjorn, son of Jandel, is a great warrior. Watching this, I was at a loss for words. What have I done? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 152. Staring blankly at the scene of frenzied brainwashing, I came to my senses and entered the village. Although calling it a village was somewhat inappropriate, the barbarian's sanctuary was more akin to a campsite. Tents pitched everywhere, with no distinction between one's land and another's. Passing through them, I headed straight for the shaman's place. There was no need to meet the tribal chief now that I knew the location. What? There is no one here. Peeking into the shaman's tent, it was empty. Eventually, I had no choice but to visit the tribe chief's tent. But what happened here? There was no one in the tribe chief's tent either. This place was usually guarded in rotation by the elders, even in his absence. What is going on? As I lingered in front of it, the elder, whose face I had seen many times before, spotted me. Bjorn, son of Jandel, have you also come to attend the funeral? There was no need to ask whose funeral it was. It had been exactly half a year since Einar had isolated herself in the sanctuary. It's already that day. It is an honor to be able to leave something for the future generations. After asking for the location of the funeral, I immediately headed there. The forest was eerily silent. About 30 minutes in, I saw barbarians gathered solemnly in a deep part of the forest. The shaman and chieftain were there, as well as some familiar elders. But the first person I noticed was someone else. The shaman and the tribe chief were there, of course, along with some familiar elders. Well, the first person I noticed was someone else. Einar. Einar stood precariously, staring endlessly at her master's corpse propped against a thick tree. Bjorn? Einar's eyes were blank as she called out to me. As I approached a bit closer, she bit her lip. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have done it. So, she didn't know. I had assumed, of course, that she would have been informed. Bjorn, did you know about this? Yes. The training Einar had been doing for 6 months was called tempering among the barbarians, a process of strengthening the body to create a vessel. In the game, completing tempering significantly boosts physical stats, and it qualifies one for soul succession. Of course, tempering could end there. I heard that the elder was suffering from a chronic disease. I had been told that the elder who had succeeded Einar had a short life expectancy, and I had this situation in mind as well. It seemed she was completely unaware of this. I didn't know that. He must have cared for you a lot. Soul succession, a unique ritual only available to the barbarian tribe. It allows a barbarian to pass on one of their essences to the next generation. However, receiving it is only possible once, and the successor must inevitably lose their life. Why didn't anyone tell me? If I had known, I would have stopped immediately. Einar muttered as if lamenting. Her voice was filled with deep regret and self-reproach. Then, the tribe chief, who had been quietly watching, spoke up. Kaduba was a coward. Don't insult him. Kaduba was a warrior who knew no fear. Then it must have been you who were the coward. That's why Kaduba didn't explain the soul succession to you. I am not a coward. As Einar flared up, the tribe chief cut her off sharply. Then stop whining. If you want to prove you're not a coward, don't dishonor his death any further. Watch and learn, warrior. There is no one in this world who does not experience suffering. Yet, We must step forward and face it. That is the way of the warrior. Thus, the funeral continued in silence. Approaching the body leaning against the tree, the shaman smeared blood on his face, shook the bell, and sprinkled a solution around to prevent insects from consuming the corpse. The barbarians silently observed the process, and after some time, the shaman announced the end of the funeral. The soul of Kadaba, the third son of Tohar, has left his body and settled in the forest. The body left in the forest will eventually decompose to bones, and when that time comes, the shaman will crush the bones into pieces and scatter them in the forest. Warriors standing in turn in front of the body either cut their hair or wounded their hands to sprinkle blood around the corpse, and then left the place. It didn't take long. Now only Einar and I were left. I approached the body first, cut my hair with a knife, and scattered it around. It's your turn now. Einar didn't respond. Instead of urging her further, I just silently left the place. It was an unprepared farewell, after all, and she needed time to sort through it alone. TSK, I knew you would come, warrior. After leaving the forest, I immediately entered the shaman's tent. Did you bring the materials? Yes. Let us see them. I did as the shaman instructed and pulled out the heart of immortality from my backpack. The troll's heart lay on the cloth in the box, throbbing and beating shallowly. Did you procure it yourself? No, I bought it from the exchange. How much did it cost? I'm not sure why he wanted to know, but once I answered, the shaman chuckled. How did such a person come to be? You really were born with good fortune, warrior. Most of my conversations with the shaman went like this, but today it felt particularly irksome. Maybe that's why. I ended up snapping back without realizing. Don't talk about fortune when you don't know anything. The shaman just smiled in response to my words. You came back in one piece, so it must not be a problem with yourself. Lost something, have you? I don't want to answer. That is not bad either. Warrior, the more precious things you lose, the stronger you'll become. I felt like cursing him outright, but I held myself back. Somehow, talking to this old man felt like getting entangled the more I spoke. Enough. Can I receive the soul engraving today? Of course. The shaman readily nodded to my question. I had thought he might be tired from conducting the funeral. Clang. After putting the requested fee of 1,000,000 stones in the jar, I lay down on the floor. Soon, I received the 6th engraving on the path of the immortal. There are 3 paths again this time. After briefly hearing the explanation, I chose one without hesitation. There was no room for doubt. From the beginning, I had invested most of my wealth into these engravings for this very moment. I choose the soul of armor. Even if you ask to change it later, it's not possible. Then a shaman began jabbing needles into my body. Soon, intense pain engulfed me. However, it was bearable compared to before. The reason was mental, unrelated to the intensity of the pain. I knew all too well the significant gains that awaited me afterward. Your ability stat increases by plus 60. The hardest stat to improve. MP regeneration significantly increased. In simple terms, I can now use gigantification more frequently and maintain it for longer. While compared to the main dish, it's nothing. The soul of armor resides in your body. Due to the unique effect, union, the performance of equipment is enhanced in proportion to the character's stats. Union, an active skill like Wild Burst and a passive skill applied at all times. It was significant in its own right. This skill had one hidden element. Because of the concept of becoming one with the armor, having it prevents equipment from breaking even when gigantification is used. In other words, there is no need to bother taking off equipment anymore. Not only that, but it also became possible to smash enemies with a giant mace and shield. Haha, Bethel, Leia. Watching me laugh amidst the remaining pain, the shaman muttered. TSK, truly a madman. Like a true barbarian, I ignored others' opinions. Bjorn Jandel. Level 4. Physical, 555, new plus 225, /mental. 198, new plus 44, /ability. 188, new plus 60. Item level, 98, new minus 770. Overall combat index, 965.5, new plus 23.5. Acquired essence. Corpse Golem rank 7 / Orc Hero rank 5 / Ogre rank 3 new. How much time had passed since the 6th engraving was completed? It was still bright outside the tent. I gulped down water from the kettle on the table and asked, has a day already passed? Were you about to cry in front of me from the hardship? Just saying yes would have sufficed. No matter how many times I heard it, I couldn't grasp his way of speaking, but I didn't bother to argue. Well, more accurately, I didn't have the energy to. As I was getting up and grabbing my backpack, the shaman called out to me. Warrior. Usually by this time, he'd be tired and tell me to get lost, but instead, he dropped a bombshell I never expected. How did you end up receiving a revelation from the god of humans? My heart skipped a beat for a moment. I let out a long sigh. It was clear he already knew everything, so denying it was pointless. Who told you? No. How many people know about this now? The ring you wear is so intertwined with your fate. Did you think I wouldn't know? Huh, don't worry. The others haven't noticed a thing. The shaman mocked the idea that having eyes but failing to see was as good as having none. I noticed that, strangely enough, the shaman seemed to be in a good mood. I cautiously asked, "Are you going to tell the tribe chief?" "Why would I do that?" Well, if he puts it that way, I had nothing to respond. Old traditions are just that, just like what I did in the forest yesterday. Thousands of years ago, we left our homeland and became part of this city. It taught us that gods exist and what civilization truly means. What are you trying to say? Why should we rely on and follow the souls of our ancestors, yet deny and hate beings that exist and benefit our lives? That is just stubborn ignorance. No wonder we're called barbarians. The shaman was as cryptic as ever, especially since he always spoke in such a convoluted way. Of course, now that he had a hold over my secret, I couldn't afford to upset him. So, what do you think the tribe chief will do? If he finds out you've received a revelation? Laughing, the shaman replied, "Why ask about something you already know? That reckless fool would brand you a traitor and expel you immediately. Huh, he might even decapitate you and burn you at the stake. As expected, that is how it is. Shit, do I just have to live in fear until I'm done with the soul engravings?" As I was bitterly thinking, the shaman continued, "Warrior, you're worrying about nothing. Unnecessary worries? Beastmen, dwarves, fairies, they all abandoned their old traditions long ago. Why do you think that is? I didn't need to think too hard about it. The history of Earth was similar. Reform. Whenever there was a need for new ideas and concepts, there were always those willing to turn their backs on the old. Future generations called these great men. This crazy old man. I soon realized what the shaman was trying to say. Are you worried about being expelled, warrior? If so, the solution to your worries is quite simple. In the end, the old man was also a barbarian. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to think of such a solution. If there is a problem, smash it to pieces. Which means, you could become the tribe chief. Take over the barbarian tribe before you're expelled. How about it? Isn't this a more warrior-like path? Whether it's a warrior-like path, I wasn't sure. But I couldn't help but smile wryly. A barbarian, not even a year old. Moreover, essentially an evil spirit. And now, this old man suggests that I, of all people, become the barbarian lord and reshape this tribe to my liking. That is an amusing suggestion, shaman. It was a rather appealing story, especially since it seemed somewhat rational. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 153. Becoming the tribe chief has 3 major advantages. First, I wouldn't need to hide the fact that I received a divine revelation. Additionally, I can also change the barbarians' irrational system to my liking after their decades of decline. And when I retrieve the barbarian's creation relic in the future, I can use it as I wish. It's worth noting that this isn't just because I'm the tribe chief. It's simply a matter of changing the tribe's policy beforehand. Although the barbarians are a conservative tribe that values tradition, some chiefs have made small steps forward. For example, using honorifics and showing respect only towards the king, or acknowledging the existence of evil spirits and sending corpses to the Grand Temple. Even the fact that warriors now usually live in towns rather than in the sanctuary is a relatively recent change in the tribe's long history. About 600 years or so. In the past, the tribe also prohibited erasing essences in the temple. It's somewhat ridiculous that only this much has changed over thousands of years. It's not that the tribe chief doesn't have the authority to do so, it's that the right person hasn't yet emerged. The tribe chief holds overwhelming authority in matters concerning the tribe, and the warriors tend to believe and follow the tribe chief's words. The shaman's words sounded absurd for a moment, but the more I think about it, the more it seems like a reasonable option. The problem is that becoming the tribe chief through normal means would take at least a few years. The current tribe chief was once an 8th floor explorer. I'm not sure what rank of explorer he was exactly. However, it's clear that it would take a long time to match his strength in terms of combat. But I don't necessarily have to reach the 8th floor. The cutoff could be around the 6th floor. Not all past tribe chiefs were as strong as the current one. Some were elected as tribe chief for their leadership or judgment, even if they lacked strength. I should start building my support from now on. Even if I don't become the tribe chief, having influence within the tribe will definitely be beneficial. As I was sorting out my thoughts, the shaman spoke. Warrior, you seem lost in thought. I'm hungry, go now. Ah, right, enjoy your meal. The shaman sent me away, after lighting a fire in a man's heart. Now he sends me off. Gurgle, but I'm hungry too. Around 9 a.m. After leaving the shaman's tent and checking the time, I smiled bitterly. It's strange how I seem to lose a whole day every time I come here. But Having passed out and woken up, I felt more refreshed than when I had awoken during the night. It felt like I could start the day anew. With that thought, I stopped one of the elders passing by and asked, "Do you know where Einar is? I haven't seen her since yesterday, after the warrior's forest. Could she still be there?" I was a little worried, so I set off to the forest where the funeral took place yesterday. After a while, I saw Einar lying in the bushes. "See Chararpi. BJ, Bjorn, did you sleep here?" I didn't mean to. Embarrassed to have been found sleeping, Einar wiped his drool with the back of her hand and turned away. Unfortunately, there was Kadubo at the end of it. As if waking from a dream and facing reality, Einar sighed briefly. Then, after a moment of silence, she cautiously spoke. "Bjorn, speak. Do you have something to eat?" "Yes, this is how we barbarians are." I chuckled and set down my backpack. Then, I took out some preserved food from the labyrinth and shared a meal. Feeling better now? A bit annoyed, but much better. Annoyed? About being deceived. If he had been honest, I wouldn't have shown such a pathetic side. Kaduba essentially made me look like a coward in front of everyone. Einar seemed truly annoyed, huffing in frustration. It was somewhat surprising that she could overcome her grief in just a day and reach this stage. "By the way, Bjorn, did something happen to you?" "What do you mean?" "Just a feeling. You seem gloomier than the last time I saw you. If it's because of me, I just wanted to say you don't have to worry." "Gloomy because of her. It's not because of you, don't worry." "Then because of whom?" "That S." I was tempted to dodge the question, but I decided against it. "Probably because a comrade died." "Did something happen? Can I ask about it?" I briefly explained what happened during this exploration. Unlike usual, Einar listened quietly without making a fuss. When I finished the story, world.Back, Einar murmured the name as if committing it to memory, then expressed her regret. I wish I had met him before. Einar and Dwaki. I couldn't easily imagine them together, but Dwaki had formed close bonds with the dwarf. Perhaps they would have gotten along unexpectedly well. Though what meaning does it have now? Rather than that, Bjorn, how about we fight? Suddenly, Einar stood up and made an unexpected proposal. "I'm curious if I become a warrior, who won't hold you back? Do you want to join my team? If you think I'm qualified." Typical of a barbarian, not relying on personal connections. But personal and professional matters should be distinguished. Einar, apart from the mage, there is only one spot left, and I was thinking of filling that spot with another mage. "Speak plainly. Give it your all." I smiled again, and Einar responded. "Behel Rey." Before I knew it, the great sword in her hand was swinging towards my throat. Tank, melee damage dealer, ranged damage dealer, mage. All the required positions are already filled. However, thanks to Mr. Bear being the temporary scout, the scout position was open. A kind of bonus spot. The identity of my team would be determined by what class I choose for that position. Would it be the instant firepower of 2 mages, the sustained damage of 2 ranged damage dealers, or the stability and hunting speed of 2 melee damage dealers? After much thought, I had settled on going with 2 mages. But, Bethel Ray, as the duel with Einar began, my dilemma grew. She has definitely become very strong. Half a year of swordsmanship training. Stat increases from tempering. Plus, the grade 4 essence inherited from the elder. I didn't expect her to inherit that essence. She is very lucky. In terms of combat power, she could stand toe-to-toe with Misha right away, and considering she only has 2 essences, her late-game potential is considerable. However, there is just one concern. This makes us too melee-focused. Thanks to the Ogre S essence, I've also become capable of dealing damage. Meaning, if Einar joins, we have 3 melee fighters. Enough, let us stop here. I can still go on? I know, but continuing seems pointless. Am I not qualified? I firmly shook my head. No, that is not it. Even if I wasn't wearing any gear, she made me bleed in my gigantification state. It's more than enough to pass. Then, can I join the next exploration? Could you give me a moment to think? Sure, that's fair. Is 1 minute enough? 1 minute is too short. Make it 3. I can wait that long. As you know, I have a lot of patience. I let Einar's subtle boast go in one ear and out the other. Then I closed my eyes to think. I didn't need much time to decide. I just wanted to double check. Soon, I opened my eyes and looked at Einar. I didn't have a pass necklace in my hand, but let us work well together from now on. Well, wait. Does that mean? Just as you think. Einar, the second daughter of Fenelene, passed. The reason for passing Einar was simple. Not because of nostalgic memories from the times we crushed the Death Fiends, but because I was looking ahead to the future. Eventually, from the 6th floor onward, we'll need to run at least 2 teams. From the 6th floor, a small clan format is more ideal than a single team. The scale of monsters and the exploration style are too much for 5 people to handle. At that point, it would make sense to send either Misha or Einar to the other team. Their potential for growth was certain. Einar, have you received any engravings? Not yet. As you know, I don't have the money. That's good. I decided to guide her on the engravings later. With that, I concluded our conversation. Einar headed to the Elder's tent to pick up her gear, and I waited outside, organizing my thoughts. Now, just the mage position is left. This was the biggest hurdle in creating the team. Mages are notoriously proud. And if they're not, it's likely they're not competent mages. So just thinking about the effort makes me sigh. I'm glad I decided against a two-mage setup. Raven and Ragna. I have two mages I'm acquainted with, but it wouldn't be surprising if both rejected my offer. I was wandering around the sanctuary, trying to figure out how to convince them, when a barbarian spotted me and called out, "Bjorn, son of Jandel. Karen, son of Tarsun? Good to see you. What brings you here?" After I explained I was there for business, Karen asked if I could say a few words to the young warriors. After a brief consideration, I agreed. Especially now that I was seriously considering the tribe chief position, I didn't want to miss the opportunity to build support. And since Einar might take some time, really, the young warriors will be thrilled. Following Karen, I arrived at an open space. Dozens of young warriors were already gathered, and as soon as I introduced myself, an enthusiastic cheer erupted. Bjorn, son of Jandel, the great warrior. Well, despite knowing it was Karen's influence, the peculiar thrill was undeniable. Am I just another man, after all? Bethel Ray? Feeling the urge to shout, I did, and the young barbarians echoed after me. Bethel Ray? It was a type of exhilaration I hadn't felt since Einar left the team. Right, this is it. I suppressed a satisfied smile and took on the role of a guest instructor seriously. It wasn't difficult. I had them fight each other in true barbarian fashion, roaming around to provide unlimited tips on how to crush the enemy's skulls. And I supplemented the gaps in Karen's education. Buy a video recording orb as soon as you get some money. It will help if you're falsely accused of being a plunderer. I had no intention of stopping Karen's money duplication bug. Though excessive, they're plunderers after all. Reducing their numbers would be beneficial to the world. Now, let us chant together. A good plunderer is only a dead plunderer. The Explorer's guild is not to be trusted. What about when you met Hans in the labyrinth? Run away, if you don't want to get fucked. As I engraved the essentials for a barbarian explorer into their minds. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. Killing intent? I stopped the lesson and turned around. There, a familiar face of a barbarian was standing behind me like a ghost. A large scar on his face, long braided beard, and the distinct smell of sweat from not bathing for days. Bjorn, son of Jandel. It was the tribe chief. I've been hearing a lot from the guild recently. It was all you're doing, wasn't it? I glanced at Karen quickly. Karen, who had said the tribe chief wouldn't come during training time, was already pale and distancing himself from me. Explain yourself before I misunderstand. Shit. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 154. The tribe chief held an axe in his hand. The same axe that had decapitated the man next to me at my coming-of-age ceremony. You think this is the right thing to do as a warrior? To earn money by killing people instead of monsters? My heated brain suddenly cooled down. An unexpected situation. No, the situation I knew I would face someday, but I didn't think it would be today. I calmed my breathing and made a quick decision. And apologize for the mistake. Deflect with excuses. I immediately discarded these two options from my mind. I know what the barbarians are like. Though these might seem easier and more appropriate in the eyes of ordinary people, one must not be mistaken. I only have one way. Chief, this is what you were supposed to do. Going straight at it like a true barbarian. You're saying some interesting things. Explain what you mean. The moment I opened my mouth, I felt as if the axe could swing at any moment. But I confidently squared my shoulders. A mistake is only a mistake if you try to admit it. And if you don't admit it, it becomes a belief. Regardless of its essence, it has the potential to be repackaged as such. And that is what I have to do now. It's literal. What I did today is what you should have done a long time ago. For the greater good, not out of personal desire. I raised my voice, not backing down in front of the tribe chief. Chief, do you have any idea how many of our warriors die in a labyrinth every month? One cannot become a warrior if they fear death. A clash of convictions. A young warrior, fighting for his tribe, raging against the future of his clan. I judge this to be the safer path. The tribe chief cares about his warriors, after all. Bjorn, the son of Jandel, you must know. Only the warriors who survive become strong. The tribe chief's voice softened a bit, perhaps considering my action was for the good of the tribe. But ending here would accomplish nothing. I pressed on. Survivors become stronger? You are proof of that. Certainly, it wasn't incorrect. Half die on their first entry. The next time another half die. And so, by the time the coming-of-age ceremony is over and half a year has passed, 90% are dead. A structure too grotesque to be called survival of the fittest. To survive, you have no choice but to get stronger, whether you want to or not. However, Chief, did so many die when you first became a warrior? No, they did not. The answer I expected. I hadn't particularly studied the tribe's history, but if this kind of structure had continued for just 10 more years, the barbarians would have been unable to even arm their warriors at their coming of age. Then, are we dying in such numbers because we are weaker than them? Chief, do you truly believe that? That, too, is not the case. Though he could have avoided the uncomfortable statement, the tribe chief honestly answered my questions. Surely he must know what the critical cause of this situation is. There are monsters in the labyrinth wearing human skins. They treat us like goblins. Why do you think that is? The mages want our hearts. The tribe chief began. I cut him off firmly, raising my voice. No, it's because you've done nothing. If it were another race, they would have requested the royal family to create laws preventing the trade of hearts. But our tribe chief didn't even make the least effort. Using the tradition of survival of the fittest as a shield, he merely watched as the tribe declined. You should have at least warned them, told them what monsters lurk in the maze, how to deal with them, and prepared them. It's a tradition passed down from our distant ancestors. I cannot change that. Our ancestors wanted us to be strong. The tribe chief's decision cannot even be seen as following natural order. Nowhere in the vast nature does a creature choose its own death. All choose evolution to adapt to new environments. But the tribe chief didn't do the obvious. Chief, look at us now. In the labyrinth, we've become as easy prey as the goblins. Because we were only taught that monsters are the enemy. Do you think the ancestors wanted this? Calm down. If I were you, I would have at least provided leather boots, a pouch from magic stones, taught them how to use a compass before. Have I not told you to calm down? Did I cross the line? The shout of the tribe leader, who had been verbally beaten by a warrior less than a year old, shook the forest. Speak plainly. So, what do you want to tell me? He couldn't logically refute, but it seemed my words ignited his anger. If you want to do it properly. I swallowed hard and finished my statement. I will, tribe chief. For me, and for our barbarian tribe. After I boldly declared my ambitions, the tribe chief was silent for a while. He stared at me quietly, as if organizing his thoughts. And he suddenly swung his axe. I stepped back to dodge the axe. In my gigantification state, I reached out to grab the axe's handle, and a tug of war began. The tribe chief easily overpowered me. My giant form was suspended in midair, clinging to the axe. So, I let go of the axe and charged at the tribe chief. Next, a fist. Right, I slammed my fist into the tribe chief's face. However, I didn't feel the usual solid impact, and when I came to, the tribe chief's massive fist was looming before my eyes. That was the last thing I remember. So this must be the tribe chief's tent. After calmly assessing the situation, I slowly opened my eyes. As expected, I was in a tent, and the tribe chief was visible. You're up early. Tribe chief, your nose is squashed. Yours too. Really? No wonder I was having trouble breathing. It even tasted like blood when I swallowed. I opened my backpack that was placed next to the bed and drank a few gulps. Then, I handed the rest to the tribe chief. Have some. No need. Why waste a potion? It'll heal by tomorrow. Well, if that's the case. I roughly adjusted my nose bone with my hand, then wiped away the accumulated blood as if blowing my nose and rubbed it on the bed. Then, I got to the main point. First and foremost, I needed confirmation. Are you still angry? I wasn't angry to begin with. Then why? I just felt like punching someone who was a bit too arrogant. Anyway, it seemed his anger had subsided, so I didn't press further. There were more important things to address. Fortunately, it went well. I declared in front of the tribe chief that I would become the tribe chief. It wasn't out of excitement or just spewing words. I simply anticipated that the tribe chief wouldn't kill me over this. Do you covet my position that much? Yes. Ambition and aspiration are not shameful for a barbarian, especially if they're intertwined with conviction and a greater cause. You're different from the other warriors. What do you mean? Other warriors desired the tribe chief's position for honor, but you are solely concerned with the welfare of our tribe. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like he suspects me of being an evil spirit. The tribe chief doesn't seem too displeased with this side of me. If only I had toned down the truth a bit, I might not have gotten hit. Anyway, did the tribe chief have some excuses? He brought up a somewhat unexpected topic. If we're really getting into it, the tribe chief before me was similar to you. If it concerned our tribe, he didn't think twice before stepping in. Do you know what happened to him? Are you talking about the Relic War? Yes, the Relic War. That was the name given to the war with the fairies 10 years ago. It all started when a barbarian accidentally found a fairy relic in the labyrinth. The fairies bound and interrogated the barbarian holding their relic, and the barbarian resisted vehemently and died. Before the royal family intervened, we fought with the fairies for over a year. The previous tribe chief died in that battle. The relic war was a major reason for the weakening of the barbarian's power. Countless warriors of the future generation died. During that time, the mage tower announced that barbarian hearts were valuable as magical ingredients. I met with the tower's master, but they questioned why they should forfeit using our hearts as materials for our sake. So ENT completely failed to act. But a war with the mage tower was not an option. So, as I said, yes indeed. As you said, had we warned and taught the young warriors about the dangers, things would have been better than they are now. What? I was taken aback as if I heard something I shouldn't have. The tribe chief smirked. You are still young, warrior, and what you have done this time is instill hatred towards humans and the warriors. Not humans, plunderers. If you truly believe there is a difference, then I've misjudged you. But why shouldn't we hate humans? I asked out of pure curiosity, and after a pause, the tribe chief answered. Because if we hate them, we'll have nowhere to live. You're afraid of the Rafdonia royal family. I couldn't say it was incomprehensible. I'm well aware of how immense the power held by the royal family is. However, the tribe chief muttered bitterly. Who in this world wouldn't fear that being? If you ever meet him, you'll understand. It was as if he did not fear the royal army. As if he feared the king, his very existence. Afterward, the conversation wrapped up quickly. I'll overlook your teaching the warriors about plunderers. But if you go further, I want to ignore it. Don't let the warriors harbor too much hatred towards humans. Though I wasn't his official successor, it meant he recognized my ambition and would tolerate my growing influence within the tribe. Well, I was warned to stay within the lines, but it was a reward I wouldn't have received if I simply admitted fault or made excuses. If you covet my position, become even stronger, warrior. Prove that you are worthy. I will be watching. If you covet my place, grow stronger, warrior, and prove yourself worthy, I will watch over you. Oh, and one more thing. Your punch is quite spicy. Well, that has something for him to say. With that backhanded compliment from the tribe chief, I left the tent. As the sun set beyond the walls, the area around the tent was crowded with barbarians. All of them were looking at me, from baby barbarians to elders who must have been quite the warriors in their youth. He's unharmed. The tribe chief had a bloody nose. Then it's true. They were full of curious speculation, seeing me walk out of the tent unscathed. I adjusted my backpack and walked through them. They just watched without approaching. Presumably, they thought I had fallen out of favor with the tribe chief. That's when it happened. Bjorn, Einar approached me. Are you okay? I heard you fought with the tribe chief. I'm fine. So what happened? I heard you declared you'd become the tribe chief. The moment Einar bluntly asked, the ears of nearly 100 barbarians perked up simultaneously. It wouldn't be right to just vanish here. I smiled wryly and answered. He told me to become stronger and prove my worth. Immediately, I felt a murmur around me. Some were surprised, others thought it impossible for even me, and realistically, some speculated it would take years. I'm sure the tribe leader felt the same way. But, so, Bjorn, what did you answer? Then, I replied, it won't take long. Yes, that is what I said. On the way back to the city with Einar, we ran into Karen, and I made it clear. Tell the baby barbarians not to hate humans too much. How about? Didn't you say humans are the enemy? Not all of them are. It felt like I was backtracking, but after I shared Dwaki's story, Karen seemed to understand. Yes, if there are such noble humans, can I tell this story to the other warriors? The story about Dwaki? It'll be a great example. We love such warriors. But did you not hear? He was not a warrior, but a mage. What a strange talk. He fought to protect his comrade with his life. Why wouldn't he be a warrior? Well, there is nothing I can say to that. We ended the debate there and concluded the conversation. Then, we'll be going now? Yes. See you next time, son of Jandel Bjorn, the great warrior who will lead us in the future. The title felt longer somehow. But, did things end well? As for the money duplication glitch, I left it be. The tribe chief was only concerned about deepening hatred, saying it was within the allowable range up to this point. After all, the glitch would be fixed in a few months. The plunderers targeted the barbarians because it was a low-risk, high-return scenario. Once word spreads that we've changed, those willing to risk their lives will vanish. But what about a level 3 monster? Any sane creature would flee on sight. Rumble. Leaving the sanctuary, I took Einar to my lodgings. After her tearful meal on the first floor, I secured a newly vacated room next door for her. Me? Is it really okay for me to stay here? Of course. You don't need to pay me back later. This is nothing. Jorn, I will follow you for life. Keep it down. This ISNT the sanctuary. All right. As I was cautioning Einar, the door to my supposedly empty room opened from the inside. Bjorn? Who is that woman with you? Oh, were you here? Since she'll be part of the team, I briefly introduced them. Having talked about each other before, lengthy explanations weren't needed. Nice to meet you, Misha Karstein. I've heard a lot about you. Bjorn's comrade is my comrade. I look forward to working with you. Einar, perhaps nervous about meeting a comrade for the first time, almost screamed as she extended her hand. Misha was equally taken aback. Nice to meet you, Naya. As if in a trance, Misha shook hands with Einar, then came to her senses and whispered to me. Hey, is this kid really the Einar you were talking about? You definitely said she was a barbarian, didn't you? So what? How is she looking like a barbarian? Doesn't she look like a barbarian to anyone? At first I didn't understand, but upon thinking about it, I could understand the surprise. When you say barbarian, most people imagine someone who is at least 2 meters tall as a base. The problem is that Einar heard it. Misha Karstein, are you insulting me for being short? I sincerely thought of you as a precious comrade. Yeah, no, that is not it. You heard it wrong. I have good ears. Sorry, that wasn't what I meant. Just that you're so pretty, yes. That why, Naya. What? Misha Karlstein, how much more do you intend to insult me? I demand a duel. As soon as the trauma button was pressed, Einar began to scream, and Misha tried to calm her down. Watching them gave me a severe headache. Of my head, it was clear that my head still hadn't healed from the tribe chief's blow. Well, anyway, if not, it doesn't make sense. The 5 of us hadn't even gathered yet, and I could already see the thorny path ahead. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 155. I'm drinking something similar to a green tea. The location is a tea house near the administrative office. The members present are Shabin, a 7th grade administrative officer, and her close friend Ragna. For the record, this ISNT our first meeting. After connecting over a sewer request, we've gathered a few times under Shabin's lead where we meet to eat and drink tea, about once a month. Remember, please share these with your colleagues when you go back. They're from a new cookie store near our administrative office, and they're really popular these days. Sure, thank you for thinking of me. While most of our conversation consists of trivial small talk, my consistent attendance at these meetings has a simple reason. Sometimes useful information comes up. All right, did I tell you? It seems like the system that reduced the exchange fees for mana stones based on seniority is going to be abolished. How certain is that? My boss believes it's almost guaranteed to pass. Shit. For someone who hasn't even completed his first year, this news is like a bolt from the blue. When will it be implemented? Well, if it's fast, next year, or maybe the year after if it's late. That is somewhat relieving. As always, once the useful conversation ended, the mundane chatter would resume, and just when I start to feel bored, Shabin would inevitably spill some useful information. It wasn't until our second meeting that I realized it wasn't a coincidence. It's not like I'm being trained or anything. Shabin definitely knew. She knew that without such bait, I would have no reason to attend these dull meetings. The reason for all this must be because of her, after all. How about you, Ragna? Anything new with you? Ragna Lataniel Fefrock, the librarian. I didn't realize it at first, but she is pretty much socially awkward. Perhaps that's why Shabin wants me to become good friends with her. Does she think she is some kind of mum? Nothing new. I see. Do you have anything you want to say to Bjorn? You've been quite quiet by yourself. I might have something to say. Oh, really? Then please speak your mind. You two are friends after all. Saying this, Shabin looked at me, and I silently sighed and nodded. Yeah, we're friends, aren't we? A promise of friendship made during our first meeting. Though I wonder what that even means. Well, what can I do? Shabin, who works at the administrative office, knows a lot of useful information for me. Besides, she sometimes hands me some exceptionally good tasks, excluding sewer work. So, like a fish caught on a hook, I have no choice but to flop around. Friends, did my words give her courage? Ragna, who had been quiet throughout the conversation, stared at me with her usual expressionless face and chided me. Bjorn Jandel, you must not stray from the books. I've been busy lately. Not an excuse, but the truth. I haven't had a proper rest day since coming out of the labyrinth. Then will you come tomorrow? If I can wrap up today's work. There's nothing specific left, aside from the Dragon Slayer sword, but there's no particular task until Krobitz arranges an appointment. If I can finish the mage recruitment, I can rest easy for a while. In that sense, Ragna Lataniel Fefrock. It was time to get to the point. Attending the meeting despite being busy was, in truth, mainly for this purpose. If you have something to say, please do. We're friends, aren't we? Yes, of course. As Ragna brought up the word friends, Shabin smiled contentedly and joined in. Okay, the stage is set. Have you considered becoming an explorer? It's the same offer as before. Yes. Although I had made the same offer before, the situation is slightly different now. Our team has become much more solid, and now we're supposedly friends. No. What are you talking about? Before Ragna could respond, Shabin, as if hitting a panic button, shouted out. It was an unexpected turn of events. I thought Shabin would help me, seeing exploration as a form of social experience. After all, it seems she knew dozens of explorers. I also assumed she would have less resistance to the idea of exploration. That's why I brought it up when we were all together. However, she was the first to cut in. Shabin, don't be too scared. I'm not going anywhere. Then Ragna gently took Shabin's hand. Regaining her composure, Shabin sat down again with a sheepish look. I was left feeling bitter. So, you're rejecting my offer? Yes. I'm satisfied with my work at the library. Satisfied with library work. It's hard to believe, remembering her gazing into the distance, wondering who would even be interested in this place. It's better to accept that she can't leave for a reason. In the end, she say no-go. I felt a twinge of disappointment. During our meetings, I learned that her magical ranking was exceptionally high. At least a rank 5 mage. And she's young, with potential for further growth. Well, someone like that working as a librarian must have their reasons. I cleanly let go of any lingering hopes. She was a promising talent, but there is nothing I can do right now. With our current level of friendship, it's unlikely she'd openly share her story if I asked. Wait, didn't your team have a mage? That mage who? Returning to her usual state, Shabin asked, and I briefly replied. He is dead. Ah. And with that, today's meeting came to an end. After the friends' meeting, I headed to the mage tower. It had been about 2 months since my last visit. Wow, it's been that long since our research collaboration ended. Mr. Jandel? It's been a while. Can I come in? Sure, go ahead. Raven's private lab, which I hadn't visited in a long time, was the same as before. Mountains of documents and various magical materials strewn about. I wondered if I shouldn't have cleaned it up. Don't just leave it anywhere. Give it to me. I can't forget where I put things. So she doesn't organize because she remembers where everything is? That might actually be somewhat logical. So, what brings you here? You haven't shown your face for 2 months. Right after I sat down, handing over the documents that were on the chair to Raven, she immediately asked. Initially, she would bring water in a flask or something. Are we beyond a business relationship now? Well, the short ice breaking was welcome. After all, she is not the kind of woman who change her decision if you flatter her. If the outcome is already decided, might as well save time. I have a proposal for you. Let us hear it. There is an opening for a mage in a new team I'm forming. In other words, you're offering to recruit me again? Raven chuckled. A completely different attitude from when she became serious as soon as I mentioned it before. Well, back then I hadn't earned the nickname Little Balkan yet. Mr. Jandel, do you remember what I told you last time? You said you wanted all team members to be above rank 6, and having a priest would be great. So, what is the situation now? I honestly introduced my team members, starting with the fact that there was no priest, and the first to be mentioned was Misha, a rank 7 close combat fighter. Rank 7? Anyway, she'll be promoted to rank 6 within this month, so don't worry about that part. Seeing her somewhat skeptical, I mentioned the level of essence Misha had consumed, and she seemed to relax. If that is the case, next was Einar's turn. Since we cleared the blood-tinted castle together, there was no need for a long explanation. She is rank 9? No, why is she still rank 9? She ate Bonite's essence back then. She didn't have the time to apply for a promotion, just like Misha Karlstein. Not an excuse, but the truth. By now, the two would have visited the Explorers Guild to apply for a promotion. She would at least receive rank 7, especially since she is in possession of a level 4 essence. A level 4 essence that does change things. Though she is called rank 7, consider her rank 6. I've fought with her myself, so you don't need to doubt my judgment. I'll decide that for myself. And the last member? Admin Yurik Fried, a member of the Black Bear tribe, a rank 5 explorer. He uses a large crossbow as his weapon. After mentioning his tank summoned beast as well, Raven seemed to change her expression slightly. With that lineup, you'd be welcome anywhere. How did he end up on your team? We have a connection, and he said I don't seem like someone who would stab a comrade in the back. Certainly in that regard, you can be trusted. Raven seemed to accept it more easily than expected. However, after hearing about the entire team composition, she might have this question. What about the scout? Finally, the question I had been waiting for arrived. People tend to receive information differently, depending on how it's presented. Pretending I had just remembered, I casually mentioned. I didn't mention that. Yurik Fried is a scout. Is that true? Do I need to swear for you to believe it? No, it's not that. I chuckled and confidently shrugged my shoulders. I smirked confidently, tossing aside the slightly squirming guilt in my conscience. Right? I haven't lied, have I? Mr. Bear is a scout. Just directionally challenged, that's all. Anyway, after revealing that Mr. Bear was a scout, everything went smoothly. She seemed to want to maintain her pride, pretending to ponder. This will be a good opportunity for you. Haven't you always complained about not having enough money? Our goal is to reach the 6th floor, and once the exploration starts, money won't be an issue. You can see from the team composition, any mage won't do. We need a skilled mage like you. Oh, and one more thing. With a scout, we'll likely enter rifts or discover hidden spaces in labyrinths several times. You, being a proper mage, would know the value of this, wouldn't you? Pushing a little more persuasively, Raven finally bent her pride and nodded. All right, if you insist that much. It was somewhat expected. After all, she didn't flatly refuse the recruitment offer. If she had no interest in exploring at all, she wouldn't have listened to me this long. But there's one condition. Let us hear it. Exploration will always be my second priority. My first priority will be my magical research. Fair enough. If I find something to research, I might take a break for a month or two. I might even drop out altogether. I hope Mr. Jandel can understand that. I was internally tense, but it wasn't an unreasonable request. We weren't some official clan, after all. It's common in this industry for sudden vacancies to occur, especially with haughty mages. Yeah, this is quite generous. Fine, but let me know in advance. If you're leaving for good, I'll need to find a new mage. If it's just for a month or two, hiring a mercenary will do. Okay, then that's settled. And so, the last member was decided. Oliva Raven, a rank 6 traditional mage from the Altemian school. So, now we're really comrades? Looking forward to working with you. Recruitment success. Afterward, we had a brief conversation. The foundation for the team had been laid, but the team itself wasn't formed yet. When should we all meet to register the team at the guild and discuss distribution matters? Since teams often fall apart at the meeting stage, I wanted to meet as soon as possible. Time was of the essence if we needed to find a new member. Unfortunately, the final meeting was delayed for more than a week. I'm in the final stages of working on a paper about vampire guardians. Everything should be completed by next week, including submission to the conference. It would be great if we could meet around then. I tried to see the bright side. If it was going to take another month, she wouldn't have even considered my proposal. The timing was fortunate in many ways. With her qualifications, she could have joined a better team if she wanted. Then let us meet on the 17th. I'll discuss the place and time with the others and send you a letter. That would be appreciated. After that conversation, I left the Mage Tower and met with Misha and Mr. Bear in turn. After deciding on the place and time, I returned to my lodging to rest. The next day, I visited the library, and after that, it was an uneventful routine. Wow, I've never seen such a huge mace before. Practicing the real, giant mode while sparring with Einar. You're buying this on top of the cotton candy? Bjorn, do you have a shaman-esque cauldron or something? It's not buying, it's investing, no lending. You have to pay it back when you make money. Upgrading Einar's equipment with a visit to Commelby, along with Misha. What about your lodging? I asked. There aren't many places that allow cooking, right? Forget it. From now on, we're eating out. She steals all my food anyway, Naya. Misha moved into the room next door that happened to be vacant. Then the three of us visited Mr. Bear's shop, where Misha carelessly blabbed, nearly getting the old bear killed. You went into the labyrinth alone all this time and lied to me? Honey, I was wrong. Please spare me, for the sake of our child in your womb. Days passed with such calm routines. And then, 23:59, with 1 minute left until midnight on the 15th. I comfortably lay in bed. The soul of the character resonates and is drawn to a specific world. Once again, that time arrived. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 156. The community of spirits, Ghostbusters. My own source of information that Misha and Einar are unaware of. All right, let us do this. I turn on the computer, ignoring Lee Hansu's temptingly comfortable bed. In the 12 hours that this community is active, there is information I must find within that time. Orcules, Nork, Dragon Slayer. What used to be tales of faraway lands are now closely tied to my survival. Books from the library have their limits. After all, the books are inherently slow to update with the latest information. 1140,000 GP. All information related to Orcules. First, I posted the information on the exchange, and then opened a chat room. I realized that this would be much more helpful than the exchange. Long live Korean independence. One user is currently connected. Lee Beck-ho entered the chat room as soon as the community opened. He was quite regretful when logging out last time, worried I might not come back. Like a child not wanting to be separated from their parents. Sigh, it's not easy coming across someone like that. A sense of bitterness emerged. A symbol of misfortune dragged here on the day of his discharge. A veteran who has survived in this world for nearly 10 years. life.Ho is very favorable towards me, but I can't fully trust him. You see, I'm actually in hiding, so I'm a bit weak on the latest information. Last time, he said he was in hiding. That's why he was weak with the latest information and introduced me to the Watchers of the Round Table. Last time, I just skimmed over it. But I can't rule out the possibility that he might be a member of Orcules or the underground city Nork. No matter if we're both Koreans, here, we're just faces without names to each other. I organize my thoughts. Maintaining a relationship with life.Ho offers more benefits than losses. So, I'll gently probe his identity, but not push too hard, and subtly gather information about Orcules. At that moment, I double-click the mouse. A large room reminiscent of a noble mansion. Without a moment to look around, life.Ho ran towards me. Hansu Hyung, why did you only come now? Well, I came as soon as I could. I was so scared I thought you were dead. I wondered if he was being serious, but his eyes were fierce and his head was ruffled. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since the community opened, and he's reacting like this. How desperately lonely must he have been? Hyung, you can't die yet. We haven't even talked about idols or cursed politicians in the military. You're the only one I can do that with. We also have to talk about Dungeon Fighter. So that was the issue. It's funny to expect normal human sensibilities from a guy who has survived here for 10 years. I chuckled and sat down. Stop it. I'm not dead. Okay, so what do you want to talk about? Oh, the third Lovable album. That has got to be the best, right? No, I don't know who Lovable is. I wasn't too interested in the entertainment industry, so I naturally changed the subject because it would be embarrassing to admit that I didn't know. Let us talk about the military. Great. Oh, but you were a public service worker, weren't you? I still went through basic training, dude. Was the story of a trainee soldier not interesting enough? life.Ho made a strange face and cautiously spoke to me. Hyung, maybe we should just talk about Dungeon Fighter. I haven't played that. What? Weren't you a public service worker? life.Ho acted as if he had heard something unbelievable. But did he come to his senses in the nick of time? I'm sorry, Hyung. I didn't mean that. You know, right? Let us just go with that. Okay. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. life.Ho scratched his cheeks, looking somewhat dejected. I could understand his psychology. Being happy about finding another Korean, only to realize we didn't have much in common. Why are you laughing? No, Hyung, but don't you find something funny about the conversation we just had? Is it? I'm not sure. What part of it was so funny? I can't explain well, but just now, I really felt like I had returned to Korea. I think I might know what you mean. I get the feeling, right? Soon after, life.Ho chuckled and leaned back in his chair. Instead of forcibly initiating topics, the conversation flowed naturally. It started with what kind of work we did and naturally progressed to sharing stories, eventually leading to stories about the military. Training camp was funny. I didn't realize there were so many crazy people in my country. I guess it's the environment. You know, once everyone gets out, they become normal. True, we never thought we'd end up like this, did we? If we ever go back, we'll probably need to check into a mental hospital first. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. No. Haven't you thought about it, Hyung? If someone gets in the way, kill them. If you suspect them, kill them. When you meet someone new, you worry if they'll harm you. Human life, it just feels like a game character. Isn't that crazy? The air settled heavy, as if the laughter from a moment ago had been a lie. You'll adapt quickly, just like when you first came here. Will I? Yeah. A brief silence followed. life.Ho was the first to break it. Anyway, that's why I'm grateful to you, Hyung. Honestly, I've been wondering if there's really any need to go back. Not because I like it here, you know what I mean. Yeah. You might not think it's a big deal, but to me, it's motivation. Laughing here makes me believe I can do the same when I go back. Belief. That word left me feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. However, I didn't probe deeper. It wasn't the time to be certain of anything, and I figured there was nothing to gain from stirring things up. By the way, do you know about those Orcules guys? I smoothly brought up the main topic. As if I was trying to end the heavy atmosphere, I tossed the topic casually, focusing on life.Ho's reaction. There wasn't much change in his expression. However, Orcules? Why are you curious about them? life.Ho asked the reason first. Until now, he had smoothly answered whatever I asked. My curiosity grew. What exactly is his identity? To get to the last floor, we need the creation relics. I was wondering if they might have stolen it. Oh, you've heard about the theft too, right? Without a moment's silence, I delivered the lines I had prepared, and life.Ho nodded slightly. Yeah, I know. But that's why you asked. I'm relieved. Relieved? It's nothing. life.Ho brushed it off casually. Anyway, Hyung, you thought that far. Actually, I had the same thought. You don't think so now? Yeah, I tried various ways to check, but it doesn't seem like it. Besides, all the creation relics were stolen about half a year ago, right? Stolen all at once? Ah, you didn't know. All 6 races were robbed. On the same day. Huh. The elder did mention that other races might be in a similar situation. That turned out to be true. Realistically, it doesn't make sense. Maybe other races, but stealing from dragons or humans too. No matter how powerful they are, they can't do that. Well, I investigated just in case, but I didn't find any clues. So you also don't know who stole them? Yeah. If Young finds any clues, please let me know. As you know, there is no other way back home, right? Asking about orcules led to an unexpected discovery. He also doesn't know anything about the creation relics. I even briefly fantasized that he might be the ultimate villain. Hyung, you're not thinking about something else, right? Like a competitor. After all, up to 5 people can open the door together. I can be of help. No, it's not that. I couldn't outright say what I was thinking, so I vaguely deflected. It's just strange to hear you say that. How could I find traces that you couldn't? Well, if you put it that way, but somehow, I think Hyung is special. I've felt it since I first saw you. Now I don't know what to say if you put it like that. Hey, Hyung, you also played the game at 10x mod, right? Maybe in about 10 years, you'll be similar to me? Honestly, I don't have much room for improvement anymore. Putting aside his remark about not being able to get stronger, the casual tone in which he spoke revealed Lee Baekho's mental strength. He had already accepted that finding the creation relics might take over 10 years. And yet, he hadn't thought of giving up. What kind of determination does he have? By the way, want to hear something interesting? You probably didn't know. It's a setting not in the game. What is it? There's a huge underground city beneath the sewers, called Norark. Norark? I maintain my composure. Should I say it's a blessing in disguise? I never expected him to bring up the topic first. Yeah, since we were talking about orcules. Actually, that's also their base. You know about the Ormi Revolutionary Army, right? I smirked at the slightly offbeat name. They used to appear as special events. They approach anyone with a bit of fame, suggesting we overthrow the world together. Norark was created by them too. After failing in their rebellion, they all fled below. Interesting. So, what now? That's all. Their goals are somewhat similar, so they ended up collaborating down there. The collaboration between Norark and orcules. This was something I had also learned from a letter left by Ludwig, the High Priest. In other words, what comes next is crucial. How can I inquire about the Dragon Slayer without raising suspicion? I was pondering this when, Hyung, just in case, I'm telling you, if the royal family or guild sends any requests related to them, don't even think about getting involved. I think I need to hear the reason first. This will make for a long story. Lee Baekho sighed deeply as he looked at me, then quickly continued. There's this guy called the Dragon Slayer who really messed up this time. Seems like he kidnapped the High Priest and was dragging him around, but then lost him. Someone found the letter by chance and brought it to the temple, or something like that. I swallowed hard before asking. How did that happen? I don't know the details. They say he lost his memory, and doesn't he even know what happened to him? Lost his memory? Could this be related to a vine being severed? I wanted to ask more, but Lee Baekho didn't give me a chance, finishing up his rapid-fire speech. Anyway, what I want to say is the royal family might assemble a punitive force since they broke the agreement first, so don't even think about joining. They aren't just hanging around down there anymore. You'll only get hurt if you get involved. Got it? Ah shit, it's already time. Hyung, see you next time. Lee Baekho's voice and form disappeared into thin air. Damn it. Log out. Meaning, the time was up, and I was disconnected. After Lee Baekho disappeared, I returned to my room and spent some time organizing my thoughts. Or, to be precise, I mulled over one of his sentences over and over. I don't know the details either. He lost his memory. Doesn't he even know what happened to him? Considering the pill that psychopathic bitch forced on me, it was entirely possible. But the problem was whether this was true. Lee Baekho could have heard this rumor created by the orcules and then passed it on to me. But if this was true, the severed vine does make sense. It was somewhat convincing. This ring doesn't cut off the bad karma. It just delays it. Eventually getting caught is just a matter of time. If he traces the letter back to whoever gave it to the church, he'll eventually find out about me. There's also the issue of disposing of the Dragon Slayer sword. Even if not, the possibility remains open that Norark has the means to restore memories. Therefore, my task remains unchanged. I sat back at the computer and continued with what I had to do. I checked the forums to see if anyone was selling information, and if they were, I found them and bought them for a reasonable price. It didn't have to be about the Dragon Slayer. I gathered and gathered, assuming that all of them could be enemies. How long had it passed? 3:09. It was time for the Watchers of the Round Table to open. I intentionally waited until there was 1 minute left to join the entry time before entering the secret chat room. After all, the essence of playing a role lies in the details. Creak. As I put on the lion mask that was on the table, the closed door opened. A long red carpet led to the room with the round table. As I walked slowly, I could hear voices conversing from a distance. Will that person not come this time? It wouldn't be strange. Someone of that caliber doesn't necessarily need us. Who is that person anyway? Why does everyone act like that? A voice I hadn't heard before was mixed in. It seems to be a new member who hadn't attended before. It's hard to explain. Yes, an eccentric. So if you ever meet him, be sure to watch your words. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time. The newbie, hearing the seasoned member's advice, said, I really don't get it. Why are you all so scared? Physical force doesn't work on us, and he doesn't know our identities, so what is there to fear? Sure, there is just one thing, isn't there? A killing intent. What no matter how strong that killing intent is, we should be able to defend against it, right? The newbie muttered as if it was ridiculous. Therefore, I also resumed my halted steps, making my presence known. Thud. The sound of my heavy footsteps made all the members seated at the round table turn their heads, and I quietly passed behind them to sit in the seat I occupied last time. It's been a while, Mr. Lion. Aside from the clown, everyone cautiously remained silent. Perhaps the atmosphere was not to their liking, because the newbie acted like a newbie and laughed awkwardly. So, there really was a new person? Haha. I quietly observed the newbie, and then I unleashed the killing intent I had been practicing diligently. Well, if a newbie has arrived, it's only right to assert dominance. That is a tradition here. I assent to it. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 157. A newbie wearing a goblin mask. Strictly speaking, I am the newbie here, and the other is more of a returning player. Sorry, but if you're coming back after a long time, shouldn't you at least know what has changed? Or pay close attention to the patch notes that the seniors have mentioned. Just stop. The moment the goblin struggled to speak, I immediately withdrew my killing intent. However, ending it like this would only make me seem like someone with a bad personality. Is this all there is? I recalled the last words I left before my departure and decided on today's line. Consistency is key in maintaining a concept. I had hoped for something new with your arrival. I uttered with a hint of disappointment, hoping for a bit of excitement with the arrival of a new member, but as expected, it turned out as anticipated. Not merely to bully, but to gauge the level. How boring. As if that was the sole purpose, I shifted my gaze away from the goblin mask and briefly scanned the clown, the fox, the crescent moon, and the deer horn. As if to say that if they don't have something interesting to say today, I'll be disappointed. Fear not, Mr. Lion. This time I have brought something that might even interest you. I did not respond. I simply rested my chin on my hand and waited quietly. Internally I thought, the clown, if he speaks so confidently, it must be crucial information. Is this why everyone likes to exert authority over their subordinates? As I pretended to be indifferent. Thud. As time passed, the door of the round table room closed, signifying that no more members would be joining. However, there was one more thing to do before the meeting officially started. Goblin, come to your senses. He's really something, always acting so superior. Compared to before, Mr. Lion did show some consideration, and yet we ended up in this situation. Because of you, I end up feeling embarrassed as well. The clown spoke, and the fox and the deer horn seemed to agree with a chuckle. Indeed, it wasn't as bad as before. Yes, this time, even I could bear it. They glanced at me as if to thank me for being considerate, making me feel slightly embarrassed. The reason was simple. That was my maximum output. My killing intent, which I can turn on and off freely, has its limits. Having observed the head of the Karlstein family use killing intent in reality and practicing countless times, I still can't control it once I go into serious mode. Still, well, interpreting it as consideration on their part is probably a good thing. Is this why it's important to look competent? Sorry, I'm okay now. Anyhow, the goblin seemed to have finally regained his senses. Perhaps traumatized by the events moments ago, he avoided eye contact with me as soon as our eyes met. It's clear he is a notch below the other four. Take the fox mask, for example. Even after facing my true killing intent for much longer, she only remained cautious and wary of me, not overtly afraid. So, who shall start? The fox then broke the silence, looking towards the clown. With that, the clown shrugged. The best is savored last, don't you think? Why don't we start with Mr. Goblin? Cough, all right then. The goblin cleared his throat as if to make up for his earlier disgrace, and began sharing his information. You all must know that the Leetla's High Priest Ludwig has disappeared. And the culprit was Orcules. They kidnapped him to use for their own purposes. Could this guy be a priest? Is that why he knows this? That thought crossed my mind, but the light emitted from the round table gem was red. Mr. Goblin, it seems like more than half of us already knew this story. I couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. It hasn't even been a fortnight since I brought that letter. Like Lee Beck Ho, those who should know, I've already heard the news. You'd better get used to it quickly. Ordinary information won't satisfy those two. Huh. I wasn't aware of this. Perhaps this incident could bolster the Temple's support for the royal family. Listening to the fox and the crescent moon, it seemed like this information was new to them. So, the red light came on because the clown, the deer horn, and I knew about this. I involuntarily clicked my tongue. Was I the only one being observed until now? The clown, noticing my gaze, stood up and vented his frustration towards the other three. Excuse me, are we ignoring the unspoken rules now? We agreed not to blatantly say this was new to me. Sorry, I just felt bad for the goblin. We let it slide when it was just us. But now that there is someone new, let us all be a bit more careful, okay? Right, I will. So there was such a rule. Naturally, if this keeps up, it will become clear who knows what and who doesn't. I have been somewhat bothered by this, but thanks to the clown stepping in, the issue was resolved. But somehow, it doesn't seem like he did it just for me. There was a similar incident in the last meeting. Mr. Crescent Moon, don't be too hard on yourself. What you said is not commonly known. Back then, the clown had acted first in this manner as well. Which means, did he deduce that the recent information could be used to infer someone's identity? While it's not certain, it seems entirely plausible. However, if this speculation is true, the clown is either associated with the priests or from the underground city. One of the two. The latter seems more likely. It's hard to imagine the clown working at the temple. Well, they could be putting on a character, just like I am. But that is not what is important right now. I refocused on the meeting, attentively listening to the information Goblin continued to share. Perhaps it was the shock from the red light earlier? The star goddess has issued an oracle. This time, the light turned green immediately. Was this something even the clown didn't know? I do like to buy information on who received the oracle. That, I don't know. Mr. Goblin, a paladin doesn't know? The temple must really be keeping it under tight wraps. Huh? Weren't we not supposed to say such things? Oh, my apologies. But it's common knowledge. Why be so sensitive about it? The goblin glanced at me, and the clown laughed as if it was all in vain. Do you think he cares about your feelings? The goblin, frustrated and unable to retort, just huffed. I noted mentally without much thought. Goblin mask equals paladin. The meeting continued onwards. After the goblin, it was the fox sitting next to him who took the turn. Next month, the sky auction will feature double numbers. Double numbers. In other words, it means that numbered items between 11 and 99 will be auctioned. But did the clown's reminder about the rule make a difference? There wasn't much conversation after the information was shared, but the atmosphere grew tense, as if everyone saw each other as competitors. Sigh, I need to break into the sky auction soon. The sky auction is in the imperial city of Karnan. To enter Karnan, one needs to gain more fame or improve their explorer rank to accumulate merit. It would take at least a year. I don't even have the money to buy double numbers. I'll have to give up this time. I cleanly let go of any regret. Not knowing exactly what item it was, but if I were to come into that kind of money, it would be right to use the necklace of Garfas I got from the Baroness banquet first. The royal family is planning a campaign against Norark. After the fox, the deer horn shared information, and the green light appeared. So, the stories about assembling a punitive force were true. I'd better stay away from them, as advised. Next was the turn of the crescent moon. Items believed to belong to a member of the Orcules, known as the Dragon Slayer, have surfaced on the black market. Although the Dragon Slayer sword wasn't among them, it's undeniable that something has happened to him. Green light appeared again at once. I maintained my composure, barely keeping my calm. Appeared on the black market? I only took the Dragon Slayer sword. At first I was startled, but soon the pieces started falling into place in my mind. It seems what Biko said was true. The Dragon Slayer had lost his memory. Probably because of that drug. The one who fed him the drug must have gathered all his remaining equipment and sold it in the black market. Now, it's finally the clown's turn. As it was Goblin's turn, and then clockwise from there, it had now come around to the clown. Expectations were high from the build-up, evident in the gathered glances. Would Mr. Lion like to go first? You seem quite confident. Of course. If I were to speak of boring, well-known tales, Mr. Lion might not come next time, right? I chuckled and nodded slightly. Not intending to indulge in trivial banter, I indicated for him to proceed as planned. Well, if that's the case, there is nothing we can do, right? The story you'll tell might be more entertaining. The clown shrugged nonchalantly. And then, stretching bizarrely, he casually threw out his piece. Within 3 years, a binding magic capable of including up to 6 members will be developed. The words, spat out in a mischievous voice, were met with silence. It's a green light, meaning the clown's information was true. Or at least, the clown believed it to be true. Insane to think such a thing would be possible. Guilds, royal families, clans, everything will change. Members spat out their astonishment, disregarding any unspoken rules the clown had mentioned. It was a natural reaction. This would change the basic team composition, and it would significantly widen the range of activities for explorers. 6 people can enter the last floor? This implied a substantial increase in the possibility of clearing the game. The difference between 5 and 6 members is substantial. Whether it's in 10x mod or 100x mod, combinations and synergies that were impossible in the traditional game settings now become feasible. However, throughout this, the clown only looked at me, as if the reactions of the other members didn't matter. So, what do you think? Eyes hidden in a small gap met mine. The emotion contained within them was all too clear. It's not like he's a child seeking praise. I smirked and opened my mouth, being honest without compromising my persona. This is quite interesting. A compliment sticker earned. There's a saying that even a whale dances for compliments. Well, maybe a few hundred whips will make them dance too. There is a huge gap in effectiveness. What truly makes a person passionate is the future, the reward they deeply desire and anticipate. Ahem, so now it's Mr. Lion's turn? The clown, having received his compliment sticker, awkwardly averted his gaze and changed the subject. As if on cue, all eyes turned to me. Thanks to the bombshell the clown had just dropped, expectations were high. This is a dilemma. Truth be told, I had prepared a few pieces of information to share here today. But the quality of information has risen too high. Perhaps because of the statement I left last time, it feels like everyone has started to bring out their big guns. Especially the clown, who seemed to have come prepared with the information about the 6-member binding magic. A piece of information I wouldn't have gotten if I hadn't adopted a mystique persona. Sure, it's a good thing, but the pressure mounts. What should I talk about? Of course, I do have information that could meet their sky-high expectations, but it would affect me too if others knew about it. Choosing information like Van Diemen's, which would be useless even if known by others, is the challenge. Moreover, it would be somewhat odd to bring up the maze while everyone else is talking about external matters. Yes, that would be best. I then calculated the potential repercussions of this information before making my decision. And you were curious about the oracle earlier. I say, staring at the jester, as if saying, since you've entertained me, I'll reward you. I wasn't planning on talking about the reason. Cutting off the clown, who misunderstood my intention, I continued. It was an oracle accompanied by a holy relic. Excuse me? The oracle given by the star goddess brought forth a new holy relic into the world. The clown, who had been momentarily stunned as if hearing something he shouldn't have, regained his composure. Then, seeing the green light on the jewel, he cautiously asked, "Can I also hear what kind of holy relic it is?" His voice, unlike his usually playful tone, was cold and serious. Right for you, what the holy relic is matters more, not who received the oracle. I responded with a pleased smile. Bring something interesting next time as well. Goblin, I'm glad you'll be coming again. The clown laughed in his usual frivolous manner, but I could feel it, that the next time I come, I would hear even more intriguing information. Though I can't imagine what it might be. Look forward to it. When that time comes, I'll probably say this. It was boring. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 158. Male Lion 4. In the meeting, the reason for mentioning the holy relic was simple. Apart from the part that it's closely related to me and a bit concerning, the advantages outweigh that concern. It definitely helps with the whole mystique act. For one part, right after the clown had hyped up the atmosphere, rather than suddenly bringing up something about a labyrinth, this seemed more plausible. You were curious about some information earlier, weren't you? Here, let me tell you. It's about a relic. When I threw this out, I figured it would leave the members, who were expecting some information, speechless. Indeed, this judgment was not wrong. Instead of disappointment, I could see that their expectations of me had grown even more. Do you happen to know where the master is? To the fox's question, I shrugged nonchalantly. It meant that if you bring something interesting, there's nothing I couldn't tell you. The fox squeezed her tiny hand as if she understood, as if determined to hear it someday. I'll probably tell her it's boring anyway. Though my conscience pricked me, I quickly brushed it off. After all, it's a business relationship with a mask. It would be right to be strictly self-interested. At least she is motivated, I thought. That was the second advantage I had judged. The structure of the Watchers of the Round Table doesn't guarantee perfect anonymity. The mere possession of information unknown to others means access to a status that can reach that information. The Crescent Moon talked a lot about fairies, and the fox seemed to be up to date on people or events rather than hidden pieces. Of course, unlike the goblin whose identity as a paladin was exposed, the other masks seemed to keep their boundaries. However, to bring in interesting information, one has to reveal their hand. If this concept is utilized well, it could greatly aid in deducing their identities. I'm not too curious about the others, but I'm kind of curious about the clown. In this sense, this was a good opportunity. They're as curious about my identity as I am about theirs. Given the situation, I can only divulge information related to the labyrinth, so I must not miss the chance to appear knowledgeable. It might be fine the first few times, but if it continues like that, it might raise suspicions that I know a lot about the game, but am actually useless. Anyway, that brings us to the third advantage. I want to buy information about who received the divine revelation. The clown had already shown a keen interest in the divine revelation, and it makes sense to use this information if it's going to be known anyway. Of course, I'm not sure how much he'll be able to find out. I don't know how tight-lipped the people in the temple are, but it might be verifiable through him. If the clown, who was regarded as high-level in the Watchers of the Round Table, can't find out, then I can also be at ease. It would mean the secret is well kept. With my chin propped up, I was deep in thought when the fox suggested we take another round. Under her lead, the second round began. This time, it started with the goblin again, but there was a bit of a hiccup from the start. After getting a red light, he barely managed to get a green light on his next attempt. The members unanimously raised objections. A saint's real name. Maybe there's a use for it somewhere, if you look it up. You're trying to get by too easily. Maybe before, but now, it's difficult to pass with such information. Eventually, the goblin had to bring out new information that was significant enough for the members to acknowledge. And with difficulty, the turn moved to the next person. Oh, and by the way, the information was about the temple. If it's the second paladin commander, then it must be that woman who was with Krobitz when the divine revelation was given. Who would have thought she was a lesbian? Although it was scandalous information, the members surprisingly did not object. Their thoughts seemed pretty clear. If evidence could be gathered, it would be a precious piece of information that could be used as leverage against the second paladin commander. In a world where homosexuality is considered a grave sin. Now it's my turn. The next in line, the fox mask, talked about what double-numbered item would appear at the sky auction. Using one piece of information twice, I see. Deer Antlers voiced his dissatisfaction, but it didn't go as far as an objection. He knew as well what double-numbered items are worth. The rounds continued, and members revealed secretive information. Deer Antlers shared information related to royal politics, while Crescent Moon discussed how a successor of the fairy race had committed a grave sin and was stripped of their position. Now it's my turn? The clown, who had dropped a bombshell with the information about the six-person binding magic, opted for a more moderate revelation this time. Well, maybe a little too ordinary? The masks we are wearing were not chosen randomly. What do you mean? The master said that when choosing your first mask, you end up choosing the one most similar to your fate. It was an intriguing statement, though somewhat ambiguous in terms of utility. That's why Mr. Goblin seems so shallow to me. A weak character and a suitably weak fate. The goblin mask, having become the target of the clown as no fucks given example, quivered. Did that look a bit pitiful? I don't know about the goblin, but clown, I think I understand why you're so annoying, Deer Antlers muttered mockingly at the clown. However, the clown just laughed it off without showing any annoyance. But this doesn't seem like very important information. Yes, it's interesting that the master said that, but bring out something more helpful. Faced with the disapproval of three members, the clown clicked his tongue. TCH, I gave you a clue about fate, and this is how it's received? Is this like a pearl's necklace on a pig? Mumbling, the clown glanced at me. As usual, I offered no response and remained silent. Silence is golden, as they say. Well, I guess I'll have to give you something more to your level. Then, the clown brought out new information. It was about the Explorers Guild, and this time, there were no objections. Now it was my turn again. I chose one of the pieces of information I had prepared. It was high-quality information, but so high quality that it was almost useless even if you knew it. The Stone of Resurrection truly exists. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone's gaze converged on the center of the round table. And the moment the gem emitted a green light, silence fell. What is the Stone of Resurrection? Goblin was the first to break the silence. As he cautiously asked his question, Fox answered, "It's an item that can bring people back to life. Or, that is what it's rumored to be." The Stone of Resurrection was an item known only by rumors within the game. That made sense. To obtain it required luck and meeting insane conditions. The first time I got it was purely by accident, and the next time I couldn't get it even though I knew the conditions. How could the kids who completed the cheat version know? Does it really bring the dead back to life? Crescent Moon asked cautiously, excitement barely concealed in his voice. Perhaps he had someone he wished to revive? Yes. I gave him a bit of service in return for the valuable information I had received today. With the Stone of Resurrection, reviving the dead is possible. Though it comes with complex conditions, the effect itself is as rumored. But could that not have been enough? Then by any chance does anyone know who has enough? I cut off Crescent Moon's words coldly. If he wants to hear more, he should come back with information worth it. Crescent Moon quickly regained his composure. Then, could you at least tell me what interests you? I really need that item. I hadn't expected this development. I pondered for a moment, as the oddball in a male lion mask, bored and unamused by everything, attending such a gathering in search of something entertaining. What would he say? Soon an appropriate line came to mind. I don't know. The lion himself, doesn't he know? What I'm interested in. A bit melodramatic, but aside from that, it's a decent concept. This way, they do naturally bring a wide range of useful information, and it would be easy to deem whatever they say as uninteresting. It won't be easy to amuse someone like you. Crescent Moon sighed deeply. Determination to find out was evident in his eyes. Feeling a twinge of conscience, I turned away and looked into the distance. Did it seem lonely? No one spoke, and a moment of silence ensued. Now, what shall we do? If everyone is okay with it, shall we take another round? Soon, the fox took the role of the moderator and led the conversation, and the goblin raised his hand. I'll be leaving at this point. I don't have any more information that would satisfy you all. Then I'll leave too. I came prepared just in case, but seeing the level today, I don't feel confident anymore. As the goblin and then the deer horn declared their non-participation, it was naturally decided that the meeting would come to an end. But what is this again? Not this again? Everyone is silently looking at me without leaving. It was the same at the last meeting. Though they pretend not to, everyone seems curious about my evaluation. Well, last time their pride must have been hurt. Last time, I had shown my disappointment by asking, that's it. So, what should I say this time? After pondering for a moment, I made my decision. And after glancing over everyone wearing various masks, I smirked as if to say their effort was admirable. Look forward to the next. Thanks to you, I'm leaving with some juicy information. In the room with the round table from which Mr. Lion had departed, the goblin let out a question he had been holding back in a dazed voice. Who exactly is that person? It's clear he is no ordinary person. The antler horn replied curtly, and the goblin let out a long sigh. It was just something he said, hoping they could guess together. Why am I always treated like this? Then, the goblin shared what he had been thinking alone. Maybe he asked one of our own. Pfft. What are you talking about, goblin? Only less than 10 people in our order knew about the divine revelation. Each of them was at least a high priest or a leader level. If he was one of them, everything would be explained. I wonder what you were talking about. The clown suddenly interrupted and snapped irritably. That's why you're always underestimated. Why are your thoughts so simple? That man is a high priest? A leader? Do you think he has only that much? But, if not, it doesn't make sense. It hasn't even been a fortnight since the divine revelation was given. T.S. pathetic. Can't you think that one of them might have been humanly involved? That's impossible. The goblin trailed off, as if the idea was ludicrous. After all, he knows how devout the high-ranking officials of the temple are. They are not the ones to serve under an outsider. But what is this again? Wait, do you all think the same? Everyone except him seemed to easily accept that nonsensical idea. There is no other explanation. Honestly, I thought he might be a kind of an isolated hero, but that wasn't it either. Maybe we are connected to a bigger fish than we imagined. At this point, even goblins started to have doubts. Could it be that man's influence had reached the core of the church? Of course, they couldn't be sure yet. So, the goblin focused on the conversation that followed. Then, let us put our heads together with the remaining time. We might not find out his identity, but we might figure out what kind of person he is. That is a good idea. Perhaps we can find out what he is interested in. With the fox's suggestion, a collective intelligence-based deduction began. The goal was to uncover Mr. Lion's identity. Let me start. That person didn't even show interest in double-numbered items. Perhaps he is so strong that he doesn't need such things. The plan to subdue Nork was the same. He didn't flinch when he heard it. There must be eyes and ears in the core of the royal family. Kakik, I don't know, but he must have killed at least thousands. To not know what he is interested in, I haven't seen many humans degenerate to that extent. As each person shared their observations, it felt as if they were all under some sort of spell. The culmination of this was Crescent's speculation. Maybe he knows all about our identities. What do you mean, Crescent? When he mentioned the stone of resurrection, he was looking straight at me, as if he knew my story. The goblin couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's clear he is no ordinary person, but isn't this too much of a leap? It's more likely a coincidence after all. His seat was right in front of Crescent Moon. Wasn't he it? Of course, he only thought this to himself. Everyone was taking Crescent Moon's words seriously. Suddenly, why he brought up the stone of resurrection becomes a bit questionable, but now it makes sense. The clown was completely convinced, and the others also thought the possibility was worth considering. Slowly, even the goblin started to feel confused. When all the smart people around him said the same thing, he began to think it might actually be possible. At that moment, the fox clapped her hands loudly. The mask. There is the mask, right? The mask, you say? Yes. If we think about that mask, Might we get a sense of what kind of person he is? Indeed, if what the clown says is true, we might be able to understand his tendencies. Line up. One by one, the members started to share their thoughts on what comes to mind when thinking of a lion. Well, when I think of a lion, the first thing that comes to mind is the story about them dropping their cubs off a cliff right after birth. The one that survives is the only one raised, that story. It's all rumors. But to become that strong, one would have to go through hardships harsher than falling off a cliff. Aside from the king of beasts, nothing else comes to mind. Could it mean that Mr. Lion will become a king someday? He certainly didn't seem like someone who would act under someone else. I've heard that in the East, the lion was used as a symbol of the emperor. The symbol of an emperor. Now, that is interesting. The goblin just quietly listened to their conversation. And then a thought suddenly occurred to him. Lions practice polygamy. Could it mean he is just someone with a lot of good fortune with women? Of course, this thought remained internal too, because saying it out loud would just invite disdainful looks. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 159. The newly formed team had a meeting. The meeting place was a 3-story pub that had recently opened. Originally, we planned to meet at Mr. Bear's store, but he refused. Quite bluntly at that. Our store isn't a good place for secretive talks. It's fine. We're mainly going to talk about distribution rather than exploration plans. Stop, I know a place. Let us go there. Thought I'd help boost the sales a bit. Is refusing like that some kind of married man's habit? Mr. Bear is really something. Am I the last one here? Raven arrived, completing the group. There's no need to apologize, just sit down. I came on time. Why should I say sorry? Oh, that is true, but why is she so prickly today? Is it because she's trying to assert dominance? Since it's a meeting with strangers, after all? She's quite sharp in such situations. I had the thought that maybe she intentionally arrived at the last minute, but I didn't voice it out loud. The ink hasn't dried on our agreement yet. Let's just briefly introduce ourselves then. After ordering a few dishes and drinks, we took some time to get acquainted. Einar started off. I'm Einar, the second daughter of Fenelene. Nice to meet you. Naya. Only Einar? That seemed a bit short. More? Should I do more? Sorry, I'm new to this kind of gathering. Einar, becoming noticeably closer with Misha over the past few days, was embarrassed by Misha's observation and scratched her head. But no one pointed out her awkwardness. After all, Einar was acquainted with the entire team. She had been through the blood-tinted castle with Raven, and Mr. Bear had made her acquaintance a few days ago when she visited his shop. Einar, you're really the same as ever. Thanks for the compliment. Mage, you seem the same too. Eventually, I ended up introducing Einar on her behalf. What rank of explorer she is, what role she would play in the team, and so on. So, we have 2 swordsmen? After my briefing, Mr. Bear briefly shared his thoughts, and just as I was about to respond, Einar corrected him as if pointing out a mistake. Burke, I'm a warrior, not a swordsman. My name is Fried. No, as I said before, can you just call me Admin, please? I'll try. It's hard to pronounce. The pronunciation is difficult. Is there a problem with that? Mr. Bear looked like he had a lot to say, but ended the conversation with a deep sigh. Seems he's learning how to talk to a barbarian. The best strategy is not to. You're the only one I haven't met yet. I've heard a lot about you from Bjorn. I'm Admin Fried. I'm a Lova Raven. You're a scout, right? It was Misha's turn. Niang. I'm Misha Karlstein. The remaining 3 introduced themselves and professionally exchanged information about their roles. That marked the halfway point of our first meeting. Just in time, our ordered food arrived, so we continued our conversation over drinks and a meal. Here, the food is quite nice and tasty. If only my wife could cook half as well. Mr. Fried, are you married? I didn't mention that. It's been 3 years now. Bjorn, this is squid. Want to try it? The texture is really unique. The overall atmosphere of the conversation was warm and friendly, until the topic shifted towards the labyrinth, just as the meal was winding down. Should we get to the main topic now? Yes, that would be best. Bjorn, how are we going to distribute the loot? The mood shifted as the topic of money came up. Or more precisely, everyone but Einar. Shouldn't we just take whatever Bjorn gives us? Einar would think so, yes, but that is not the case for us. A mage quick with calculations, and Mr. Bear with a family to protect. Both were good people in private, but when the time came, they openly spoke up to defend their rights. Misha is one thing, but it's problematic that Einar is getting the same share. ISNT, she the least accomplished among us? Burke, you see me like that? I trusted you. I thought of you as a precious comrade. Keep it down, will you? Bjorn will handle it. Okay? Be good, Niang. Einar trembled with a sense of betrayal, and luckily, Misha managed to silence her in time. Perhaps that made it even harder for Mr. Bear to speak up. Ahem. Mr. Bear coughed and averted his gaze. It was then that Raven casually took over the baton and began her appeal. It doesn't matter to me whether it's Mississippi Anar or Mississippi Karlstein. I'm a mage, after all. Go on. With me, you can sell essence in test tubes, and since I've mastered higher distortion, it'll be much easier to get it, even if we're after byproducts. You're asking for a higher share? Yes. I should get 30%. Phew, starting off strong. Dwaki had accepted an equal share with laughter and ease. 30% is too much. That is what you think. The seniors all say they get that much. Where did they find such a naive target? Indeed, in the labyrinth, mages are treated well. Assuming everyone is on equal footing. Those seniors, they must have joined teams lower than their own level. Ah, so, you're saying I'm not? Raven, being a rank 6 mage, deserves to be treated as a rank 5 explorer. Considering that I and Misha are rank 6, and Anar is rank 7, she is clearly of a higher rank. But, we'll see after the exploration. I am confident. Regardless of ranks, there will never be a scenario where she will have to unilaterally carry us. You joined this team thinking the same, didn't you? That is true. Surprisingly, Raven easily agreed. But perhaps she was setting the stage for her next argument. Still, Mississippi Karlstein and Mississippi Anar are less crucial than the three of us, right? They'll carry their weights soon enough. Yes, I think so too. In a year, no, maybe in a few months. But why should I suffer losses until then? Raven proposed to reassess the shares once the two could rightfully claim their share in the future, and I somewhat agreed. The share will be 20% each. However, for special loot obtained through magic, you'll get 40%. Deal. Equal distribution with a magic loot-specific bonus rate. Thus, Raven secured the usual conditions for a mage in a 5-person team. One down. Now it was Mr. Bear's turn. I'll take 5% from Anar and give it to you. Considering he is a scout, giving him an additional 10% wouldn't be too much. Since we haven't done our first exploration yet, let us settle for that for now. Mr. Bear readily accepted. It must have been somewhat embarrassing for him to demand more openly. He is a scout, but he has 0 navigational skills. So, this issue is settled. Thus, the final distribution rates were set. Me 20%, Misha 20%, Anar 15%, Raven 20%, Special Loot 40%, Mr. Bear 25%. To note, this is for general loot. For things obtained by defeating plunderers or such, we agreed to distribute it evenly. Phew, I'm dying of regret. I can see why explorers are so desperate for promotion. Need to hit rank 5 soon. If all three of us had been rank 5, they wouldn't have even brought up distribution. Well, this is within the expected range anyway. I sipped my drink, erasing the disappointment. I had considered the possibility that the two of them might be even greedier, but in the end, everyone kept to their lines. If I weren't the leader, another team would have tried to take advantage much more blatantly. Have we passed the most crucial hurdle then? With the distribution negotiation concluded, forming the team was practically confirmed, though numerous issues remain to be discussed. Right, the team? When are we going to register it? Tomorrow. Then I can't make it. I thought this might happen, so I wrote a letter of proxy. Go ahead without me. All right. From simple administrative tasks to discussing various matters, we had to talk it all through. Are we going to collect team funds separately? Or just gather what is needed as it comes? We'll collect a fixed amount every month. How much? How much for the team funds? What if the funds are insufficient? Do we use the current distribution rate even when entering rifts or discovering mysterious treasures in labyrinths? Whether to acknowledge personal contributions? Are there any incentives, etc., etc., etc.? I didn't go through all this with Team Halfling. When I came to, only Raven and I were actively exchanging ideas. DRR-. Anar had fallen asleep, her head lolling. Mr. Bear was sipping his drink alone, seemingly enjoying a rare moment of freedom, while Misha was scribbling in her notebook. Not taking notes or anything. Just a hobby. Something about her hands getting itchy because she can't cook. She started drawing a few days ago. What are you drawing? Nothing much. An orc? Pfft. Yes, an orc. Orc. Nah. It was a somewhat unpleasant reaction, but before I could ask more, Raven called me. Mr. Jandel, we're still talking. Right. Having used my brain for hours, my concentration was waning. I would have understood if it were an important topic, but with all the minute details we were sorting through, it felt even more draining. Soon, I checked the time and spoke up. Raven, let us call it a day. But we still have more to go through. More? The points we need to cover before forming the team. I prepared them in advance before coming. Asking how much was left, Raven answered that 31 items remained. We haven't even done half? Thinking about the remaining topics almost made me wish for death from boredom. But knowing her personality, these points would probably be somewhat helpful once addressed. Still, it's too late. Let us continue next time. Okay. We scheduled to meet again in 2 days and parted ways. I felt physically and mentally drained. I thought I shared a similar personality type with mages, but seeing the real deal, I can certainly tell. Thank goodness I chose a barbarian as my character. The morning after our first meeting, the four of us visited the Explorers Guild, and with Raven's proxy letter received yesterday, we officially completed our team registration. You are naming the team, Bjorn? Isn't that a bit lazy? Einar murmured her dissatisfaction, but I had simply followed convention. The formal name of Team Halfling was just Murad as well. Usually, teams just use the leader's surname or first name. Don't be too disappointed. We can always change it later if we think of something suitable. Can I try thinking of one too? There's no reason you can't. Really? I'll think hard about it. Though she says that she'll probably forget about it in a few hours. But it doesn't matter. The team name isn't that important. What about you, Admin? What will you do? I need to return to the shop. My wife is waiting. I see. As soon as the team formation was complete, Mr. Bear left, and we had a simple meal outside before returning to our lodgings. After all, we all live here now. I'm in apartment 201. Einar is in 202, and Misha is right across in 207. Hey Bjorn, there is something in your mailbox, Niang. Mail? Following Misha's comment, I checked and found a letter inside. A letter sealed with the emblem of the Leetless Church. Could it be that the appointment with the Dragon Tribe is set? I hurriedly went to my room to read the content. But what is this? He will call upon you. Opening it, there was only that single sentence. The sender's title, Second Paladin Commander Polkrobitz, was longer than the content itself. What is this? As I pondered, the letter burst into flames and turned to ash in an instant. While I appreciate the concern for security, this made it rather difficult to understand. I sat on the bed to gather my thoughts. I had a rough idea who he referred to. Probably the leader of the dragon tribe, the primordial dragon. But one thing made no sense. He'll call upon me? It would have been easier to understand if it just listed a meeting time and place. I had requested the appointment to be arranged as secretly as possible. How will he call? Are they coming to set up an appointment? As I lay down on the bed with these thoughts, a magic circle with a blue glow drew itself on the wooden floor. Huh? Before I could comprehend what it was, the magic circle emitted a brilliant light. And when I came to, it's not like I was summoned to another world. I found myself in an unfamiliar space. The location was a structure supported by giant pillars, reminiscent of a Greek temple. The Dragon's Temple. I quickly assessed the situation. A spatial teleportation, kind of dragon language, and the letter acted as a medium? The situation was somewhat clear. Not bad. This method would certainly make maintaining secrecy easier. You're not surprised. I then focused ahead, scales sprouting from his skin, eyes reminiscent of reptiles. A man possessing all the features of a dragon tribe was staring down at me. Behind the throne, shrouded in mist, dozens of glowing eyes flickered. Could they all be dragon tribe? How many did he summon here? Such intense gazes. It was a different kind of pressure than hostility. A natural enemy. The feeling of coming face to face with another species you can never defeat. Dragon fear. The passive ability that dragon tribe possess. They're using that on me. I smiled wryly. It seemed clear what their intentions were. Do you know? You're not the first barbarian to visit here. However, if you leave alive, you'll be the first. A form of intimidation. Given their species' nature, it's unlikely they would unjustly take the Dragon Slayer sword from a benefactor without fair compensation, but they probably felt the need to assert dominance. Considering what outrageous demands a barbarian like me might make. As the dragon fear intensified, I broke into a cold sweat. But what of it? A little sweat won't make me lose my senses. Why do these people love power play so much? This made it clear what I needed to do. I never dreamed I would start with this before even making proper introductions. But informing them quickly would save time. Be it dragon fear or any form of intimidation. Bethel, Ray, all their efforts were in vain. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 160. An awkward silence enveloped the space. One might expect some inquiry after such a sudden shout, but the dragon elder simply closed his mouth after my outburst, maintaining a serious demeanor. It's getting awkward for me. The silence was getting uncomfortable. Why did you suddenly shout? The brown-haired dragon elder asked, dispelling the dragon's fear. His reptilian eyes made it hard to read his emotions, but he seemed genuinely curious. Ah, so the elder was curious too. I provided an answer without hesitation. I felt like doing it. Why is there a problem? The barbarian's cheat code for when too lazy to explain every action in detail. The dragon elder paused, seemingly in thought, then chuckled lightly. No problem at all. Barbarians are indeed an interesting race, as I've heard. His voice was dignified and deep. Then, he waved his hand through the air. A whirlwind arose, clearing the mist away. What lay beyond was quite different from what I had expected. There was no one there. I had thought the place was full of dragon tribe people because of the shimmering eyes. When I gave him a questioning look, he averted his gaze awkwardly. I must admit, I was opposed to such childish tactics. Opposed? Crush their spirit at the first meeting to make negotiations easier or something. In simple terms, the shimmering eyes were all an illusion. If I had thought about it calmly, I could have noticed earlier. The most important thing I emphasized to Krobits was keeping it a secret, and the dragon tribe is a species with extremely limited numbers. It wouldn't make sense for dozens to gather just because of me. Anyway, I owe you an apology. TSK. All this over a few pennies. What a waste. I told him it's not right to treat a benefactor like that. His voice remained deep, but his tone and aura became much lighter than before. Was that an act? And this is his true self? It seemed promising for meaningful conversation. Still, I shouldn't let my guard down. Even this could be an act. First off, let us clarify. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. Are you the chief of the dragon tribe? Chief, well, in your terms, yes. I haven't been in the position for long, though. Not for long? I couldn't help but tilt my head. I heard it was more than 30 years ago that the dragon slayer was cursed after slaying the primordial dragon. Time is in the eye of the beholder. Right. The dragon tribe is known for their longevity. It wasn't a significant detail in the game, so I momentarily forgot about it. Moving on to the main topic. Chief, feel free to call me Perseoladorvis for convenience. Is calling him that even feasible? As I internally debated how to respond, the dragon elder laughed heartily and offered a simpler name. Just joking. Call me Raper. It's my second name, used publicly. The second name, by the way, is a cultural thing among the dragons, due to their original names being excessively long, necessary for living in cities. Regal Vagos likely has a much longer real name too. Well, that is a relief. I sighed silently, grateful. It was a formal meeting after all. Had he insisted on using his full name, it would have been quite bothersome. Raper. Feel free to call me Jandel or Bjorn, whichever you find easier. Jandel has a nice ring to it. Now that introductions were out of the way, I opened my mouth to say something, but Raper spoke first. Before we start talking, could I see the Dragon Slayer sword? I've heard the whole story through the Leetless Church, but it's still hard to believe. A bitter smile crossed my lips instantly. He had put it gently, but essentially, he was quite direct. Right to my face, doubting it. I couldn't blame him, though. After all, he is a member of Orcules, a big-time criminal with a bounty of hundreds of millions of stones on his head. It would have been hard for them to readily accept that a fourth-floor explorer like me managed to defeat him and take the sword. Whoosh! There was no need to explain in detail, so I pulled the dragon-slaying sword from my backpack and stabbed it into the ground. Ow! That burns. Just holding it for about 3 seconds and my skin is already peeling off. The dragon elder descended from his throne, pulled out the sword, and held it, murmuring softly. It is true. That brief statement conveyed complex emotions. Was it a mixture of solemnity and loneliness, considering the story tied to this sword? After holding the sword silently for a while, the dragon elder placed it back and asked, "What was he like? You must have met him most recently. I'd like to hear more about it." I recounted the events of that day, omitting details that might put me at a disadvantage. I see. So he ended up going that far. Thank you for telling me. As per your request, the return of the dragon sword will remain a secret. Were you close to him? The dragon elder smiled bitterly at my question. He was my brother. What? Yes, and I couldn't stop him with my own power. I wanted to learn more about the Dragon Slayer, but it seemed the Dragon Elder didn't want to dwell on the topic, quickly changing the subject. By the way, I haven't said this yet. Bjorn, son of Jandel, thank you for returning the sword. Aside from the reward you're asking for, we consider you a benefactor. His sincerity was evident, despite the reptilian nature of his gaze causing some confusion. Being primarily motivated by the reward, this situation was somewhat embarrassing for me. No need to refuse the benefactor treatment, I guess. I decided to inquire later about the specific benefits of being treated as a benefactor and focused on the current discussion. So, what do you desire? The core of our meeting. I had pondered extensively on what to request in exchange for returning the Dragon Slayer sword, a weapon made of 6th-tier material and akin to a sacred relic for the dragon tribe. What can you offer? Judging that there might be a proposal that could change my mind, Mr. Dragon opened his mouth without hesitation. First would be wealth. Money. Not a bad option. It was one of the 3 candidates I had considered before making a final decision. Considering that weapons of the 5th tier start at prices in the hundreds of millions, the compensation would undoubtedly allow me to equip myself with top-tier gear. However, I don't need money. The Dragon Elder looked puzzled by my response, apparently not expecting me to refuse this offer. Perhaps you don't realize how much. Let me repeat, I'm not interested in money. The amount was irrelevant. After all, it wouldn't be more valuable than the Dragon Slayer sword. It's better to ask for something else. Sensing my resolve, the Dragon Elder did not press further and instead presented the next reward option. Secondly, a companion. A companion? I heard from Sir Crowbits that you were forming a new team. Just get to the point. One of our kind for 2 years. It was an unexpected offer. A companion as a reward? They indeed know their worth as a race. That is certainly tempting. As shown in the battle with the Dragon Slayer. Dragon speech enables feats no mage or priest can achieve. Moreover, the Dragon tribe have high base stats suitable for close combat, and some can even use magic typically reserved for humans. However, my response remained the same. I've already gathered my companions. I don't want to be rewarded with companions who will leave in 2 years. What I ultimately want is a tightly knit team. SHS quite a charming child, though. And so what? Seeing my unimpressed gaze, the Dragon Elder awkwardly coughed and moved on. Then on to the last offer. Go ahead. I will give you an Arc Steel artifact to be born next year. It was what I had anticipated, considering that Arc Steel is closely associated with the Dragon tribe. Only the Dragon tribe can handle Arc. The setting was that they could make one each year through a ritual. In that sense, this reward was the most logical. Exchange an unusable Arc Steel sword for usable Arc Steel artifacts. A trade where no one loses. But if that was the case, I would have just taken the money. My response was consistent. That doesn't seem appealing either. The Dragon Elder was taken aback by my refusal, seemingly at a loss for what to offer next. So, I took the initiative. Forget all that, just give me a tattoo. Casually thrown out as if it was nothing significant. A tattoo? The Dragon Elder's eyes widened in realization of what I meant. You mean the blessing of a dragon? Yes, that. As I nodded, the Dragon Elder's expression changed dramatically. Jandel, where did you hear about that? Ah, now we're getting to the real deal. The blessing of the dragon. Along with dragon speech, it's what elevates the Dragon tribe to the rank of being considered overpowered characters. The elders were right. You are too greedy. The Dragon Elder wiped all traces of amusement from his face, and he reignited the dragon fear that had been deactivated earlier. He opened his mouth. I should have done this from the start. The atmosphere became oppressively heavy, almost making it hard to breathe. Is this his serious mode? Opposing his childish tactics now seemed truly meaningful, as the intensity was on a whole other level. But it's not unbearable. Just like before. Terrifying enough to make one shiver? So, what then? As long as the spirit of the ancestors is with me, a barbarian does not lose in a battle of wills. Bethel, Ray, with a roar pulled from my diaphragm, I loosened my stiff neck, leaving the Dragon Elder staring in dumbfounded silence. What is this? The Dragon's fear had somehow been quelled. Yes, he might have been serious, but it wasn't he really because he was annoyed. Sigh. Mr. Dragon relaxed his stern expression and sighed deeply. I will add a generous reward on top of the Arc Steel artifact. How about that? Thinking I wouldn't be swayed by threats, he offered a new carrot. By the way, I dislike carrots. I refuse. No, you might not understand this, but it's also for your own good. Your tribe would treat you as a traitor if they knew. I had already received the divine revelation anyway, so bringing it up again was unnecessary. So calm down. Raper, aren't you a descendant of dragons? Don't act so meekly, do it. You said you owe me. Can't you do even this? That's really stingy. Stunned by the outright do it tactic at the negotiation table, Dragon Uncle just stared blankly at me. I seized the timing to hit his Achilles heel. The Goddess of Stars said that Regal Vargos and I would meet again, that a strong bad fate connects us. The Goddess of Stars? Is that true? I need to become stronger, so I won't lose another comrade to your brother. Though it was a low move, what does it matter? Negotiations are won by those who don't hesitate to use dirty cards. And it's not like what I said was untrue. Raper, you said earlier you couldn't stop your brother with your strength, right? Invest in me. I will do what you couldn't. With that, I didn't press any further. Mr. Dragon went back into thinking mode, and it took a while. Perhaps this too is my karma. He murmured as if sighing. Does that mean you'll do it? First, we need to verify through the temple if the divine revelation is true. Then I'll call you again. This is not something I can decide on my own. In that case, how long will it take? I'm not sure. A month? 2 months? I'll give you an answer as soon as possible. Then I'll hold on to this until then. Go ahead. A surprisingly cool acceptance. I then sheathed the Dragon Slayer's sword back into my backpack, and after exchanging contact methods and asking a few more questions, concluded today's negotiation. It's a message stone. When I send a message, tear the paper I gave you. Then I'll know where you are. Will do. Mr. Dragon then used a space-transporting dragon spell to send me back to my room at the inn. Dragon spells really are cheat codes. With that thought, I started to undress and lay down on the bed for a rest. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking. It meant a visit from someone unfamiliar. If it was Misha, she would have just entered, and if it was Einar, it wouldn't be a knock but a bang. Nice to see you. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by a familiar female face. Julian Ibbins, commonly known as the district head's daughter. A true rebel wishing for her father's downfall for the sake of her own freedom. So, have you changed your mind? What are you talking about? I checked and found out the team was disbanded. That mage died too. Did Rotten Miller do something? Ah, so that's why she's back without getting tired. Indeed, from the outside, it could seem that way. That mage is not that mage, it's world.Back. And yes, your father did try something, but Rotten Miller wasn't fooled. I simply pointed out the facts. However, after saying that, I realized this issue also needed a solution soon. Even if her father tried something again, I doubted Mr. Bear or Raven would fall for it. But leaving it as it is could turn into a more bothersome problem. Might as well take care of it now. Where is your father now? Not sure. Around this time, he might be at the main office in Sector 7. After obtaining the necessary information from Miss Ibbins, I sent her away. Go back home, and don't come again. I'm not interested in getting involved in your family matters. Huh? What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. When she first came to me, I thought she was just holding a grudge because of the prison break. But thinking about it, the timing was too coincidental. The reason the district head suddenly became hostile towards me a few months ago was surely because of her. I told you before, our interests align, don't they? Enough, leave. After kicking out Miss Ibbins, I picked up the equipment I had cast off and got dressed. Creak. As I opened the door, there stood Miss Ibbins waiting outside. Are you going to see my father? Yes. I'm going to have a word with him. But why the weapons? I tilted my head in confusion. Why would I leave my weapons behind when I'm going to confront him? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 161. I'm quickly walking through the city. Not in the city mode with just a breastplate, but fully equipped with a shield and mace. Wait a minute, please. Just wait. Behind me, Lady Ibbins is almost running, trying to stop me. I get what you're trying to do, but doing that now won't help Mr. Jandel, you know? Let me handle this. Of course, I'll need Mr. Jandel's help. Mr. Jandel provides the strength, and I'll use my brain. How about it? Aren't we a great combination? What is she on about? I ignore her chatter and keep walking. Lady Ibbins tries drastic measures to block my way or grab my arm. As if that would work. Oh, really? Being dragged along without any resistance. Lady Ibbins throws her parasol to the ground in frustration. Was it just a momentary outburst? Within 3 seconds, she picks up the parasol again and follows closely behind me. I'm sorry. Because of me, Mr. Jandel got caught in the crossfire. If I hadn't approached, maybe my father would have left him alone. So, you do have some shame after all. For the first time, I responded to her honest apology. Of course, I didn't stop walking. That's one thing, and this is another, isn't it? It didn't seem sincere anyway. Even after I apologized, picking up the pace, the well-bred Lady Ibbins wipes the sweat from her brow with her handkerchief and continued to follow diligently. She must think there's still a chance to persuade me. Huff, huff, huff. Despite her heavy breathing, Lady Ibbins keeps talking. Give me a chance to make it right. I know it sounds shameless for me to say this, but if I end up taking my father's position, I'll repay you many times over. Was she reaching her physical limit? Lady Ibbins' voice started to fade away. After a moment of contemplation, I slightly slowed down. Not that I had changed my mind about helping her. Meeting with the district head, having her by my side, might actually be better. Thinking about it again, using her reaction might make it easier to prove my innocence. However, if I went too slow, she'd undoubtedly start making a fuss, so I adjusted my pace to maintain a certain distance between us. About 30 minutes later, we finally arrived at our destination. Explorers Guild's 7th District Central Branch. The main branch located in each district of the city. Although I had passed by a few times, it was significantly larger than other branches. Since there are tasks that can only be performed at the headquarters, many explorers were also present. I paused in front of the door, thinking, should I break it or not? Perhaps my hesitation seemed like indecision. Miss Ibbins, practically soaked in sweat, quickly spoke up. That's right. It's not too late if we act now. What is she on about? All right, I've decided. To break it. Indeed, this option feels right to me. Bang! I kicked the closed door with all my might. I'm gonna have to give him a good barbarian show to get him to change his mind. Oh, messing with this one might really end badly. Anyway, if the talk goes well, he can't even ask for a repair fee. Even without that, I have enough resources to cover such expenses. But did they use good wood for the door since it's the headquarters? It doesn't break as easily as I thought. Therefore, Kaya, what on earth are you doing? Regardless of what Lady Ibbins was saying, I calmly pull my leg back from the door and grasp my mace. And then I completely smash the door. Crack, crack, crack. The door evolves into an open form, allowing air to flow freely, and the interior air circulates better. Beyond the now open doorway, the gazes of staff and explorers are visible. A robbery? No, if it was a robbery, they would go to a bank. Why here? From those expressing reasonable suspicions, to those simply staring blankly, to those looking as if they're watching a madman, and finally, to the cunning explorer who saw this as an opportunity. Lady, if I handle this, will I get some merit points? Huh? Yes. I remember a rule like that being made about half a year ago. Good. The bald man standing next to a female staff member starts to stretch his arms, as if warming up, and approaches me. Now that I think about it, there was a similar fellow last time. When I became the free barbarian half a year ago, I spoke up. I didn't expect a rank 5 explorer to show up right away. Is the visitor level higher because it's the headquarters? The bald man proudly displays his ID badge, indicating he's a rank 5 explorer. Well, that doesn't mean I have to back down. In fact, he seems like the perfect opponent to gauge my combat strength. However, I'm not here to fight you. Move aside. As one of the few modern people in this world, I tried to initiate a dialogue first, deciding there was no need to unnecessarily engage in a fight with an explorer. But the bald man seemed unwilling to miss the opportunity to earn some merit points. Hey, barbarian, looks like you've got a complaint against the guild. If so, you should follow the proper procedures and file the complaint. A complaint? You don't even know the procedure? I guess that makes sense for a barbarian. I smiled bitterly. Barbarian, indeed not a wrong term. Even barbarians themselves consider each other barbarians. But only we can call each other that. You got a problem with your head. Probably that's why you went bald. You have a problem in your head. Probably why you're bald. What? You little? Perhaps offended by my baldness comment, the bald man charged at me. Well, he was about to. Stop, both of you. Miss Eben stepped between me and the bald man, shouting. Perhaps unwilling to harm a civilian, the bald man stopped in his tracks. Step aside. This man is a criminal who dared to cause a disturbance in the guild. I don't know who you are, lady, but if you blindly take his side. Just as the bald man was threatening Lady Ebens with a snort. Lady Ebens? A staff member recognizes her identity, and the situation enters a new phase. What? Ebens? The district head's daughter? Why would such a woman be with such a barbarian? Sensing something amiss upon recognizing her identity, the bald man promptly stepped back. Is it because he is a rank 5 explorer? His judgment is indeed quick. Is my father upstairs? Ha! Yes, he is, but we'll go up together. That is all right. I assent it. Please take care of things here. Yes, of course. Thanks to Lady Eben's status, the commotion on the first floor was swiftly resolved, and we were able to head upstairs. Creak, creak. The wooden stairs groaned under the weight of the fully armored barbarian. I paused and asked her, why did you help me just now? You wouldn't have changed your mind anyway. Well, that is true, but that makes it even less comprehensible. If she deemed me an impossible ally, why would she offer her help? I thought my proposal would ultimately be beneficial for you, Mr. Jandel. But since you don't wish for it, this must be the right way. I'm sorry for causing you trouble because of my family's affairs. I'll speak to my father and explain everything once we're inside. This time her sincerity feels more genuine. But, I see. I nonchalantly nodded and moved forward. That is it? What else did she expect me to change my mind? Achieve your ambitions on your own. I'm not interested in getting involved in bothersome affairs. The position of a daughter deprived of freedom by her father doesn't really resonate with me. If she truly desired independence, she could have just renounced everything. All the rights and duties that come with being the district head's daughter. The rights and responsibilities that come with being the district head's daughter, all of it. Lady, as we arrive at the district head's office, we are greeted by a guard standing in front of it. Who is the person accompanying you? He is a guest here to see my father. The guard asked formally, and Lady Eben somehow muddled through an answer. Knock, knock. The guard knocked on the door to inform the district head of the situation, and soon we received permission to enter. Let them in. You cannot bring weapons inside. Please hand them over. As if to comply with the guard's instruction, I lifted my mace. And then, crack! I entered the office with my own strength. The door of the office now evolved into an open format. As we entered, the district head, seated at his desk with a pen in hand, froze and alternately looked at Miss Ebens and me. What in the world? Ending a moment of silence, the guard moved, and the district head spoke up. Enough, you may leave. But there is no need to worry. He is not that thoughtless. Yes, then. The guard, well trained as usual, left the room without a word. Of course, there was no need to close the door, since it no longer existed. Phew. As the guard, who had been lingering in the corridor, went downstairs, the district head got up from his desk and sat on a sofa. So, I took a seat directly across from him. Squish. The sofa sank under the weight of the fully armored barbarian, who, true to his nature, did not apologize. The sofa's worn out. Veins throbbed on the district head's forehead. However, he seemed to decide that the sofa wasn't the important issue here. Enough. Tell me what your business is. To come here with my daughter and cause such a scene, there must be a reason. Father, that is, I wasn't asking you. With that one sentence, Lady Ibns froze like a statue. Despite her bold plans of rebellion, it seems her father still intimidated her. I spoke bluntly. Sort out your family matters between yourselves. That was the first reason I came here today. Does that mean you're betraying my daughter? Betrayal or whatever, I never allied with her. Nor will I in the future. The district head looked at me with a meaningful glance, as if trying to gauge my true intentions. I didn't bother with excuses. The judgment was his to make. Then why come here with my daughter? She kept bothering me, so I figured it'd be better to talk to you directly. But she followed me, like a goblin. That was because I was trying to prevent any trouble before Mr. Jandel could cause it. Provoked by the mention of a goblin, Lady Ibn spoke up, and as expected, her reaction proved helpful. I see. I'll take your word for it. The first goal of clearing up the misunderstanding was thus achieved. But if that was your purpose, why behave so rudely? The district head then asked, looking at the shattered door. My feelings are unrelated. What do you think people will think of me when they see that broken door? Perhaps they might think of a leader who values communication with his staff and has nothing to hide, embodying transparency and integrity. With that thought, I smirked. I understood what he was trying to say, that I had tarnished his honor. I could arrest you right now, and no one would say a thing. You're not wrong, but I'm not scared. I know he can't. That's why I was being so brazen. Try arresting me. Then everything you've done will come to light as well. You're relying on that explorer friend of yours? Of course not. I shook my head firmly. I had no intention of dragging Rotten Miller into this affair, especially since I had a far better card to play. I have a copy of the video where you tried to bribe the mage during my escape from prison. So, the lady from the Altemian school lied to me. She said she wouldn't show it to anyone, but I don't recall her saying she wouldn't make a copy. I casually tilted my head, adding to my point. I don't know if you're aware, but she recently joined our team as a mage. In other words, give up any thought of bribing Raven. The district head's gaze turned icy. Still not grasping the situation? I'm not the same pushover barbarian I was when we first met. A district head attempting to kill the heir of the barbarian tribe. With the election coming up next year, this would be a juicy scandal. Heir? You're a bit behind on the news. That happened recently. The district head clamped his mouth shut, then after a brief pause asked, What do you want? A declaration of complete surrender. It was time to move on to the second reason for my visit. The district head had tried to harm me using Rod Miller. Normally, this would warrant smashing his head in at least 3 times over for such a grave offense. Of course, extracting such a penalty would involve me in endless troublesome affairs, and I'd become mortal enemies with the district head from here on. Therefore, today I would leave it at a warning. The Dragon Slayer is enough of a headache as it is. But, whether another misunderstanding arises, or you just dislike me, it doesn't matter. If you try anything like this again, I continued, there won't be any more discussions. Releasing an aura of threat, I glared at the district head, causing him to stiffen. It might not be as dramatic as a scene from the Ghostbusters, but it should suffice as a warning. Having finished my business, I stood up from the sofa without any hesitation. The district head asked as if spitting out the words. Aren't you going to listen to my response? What is the point of hearing it? Would it change anything? I smirked. And then, creak, I grabbed the ends of the table between us with both hands and bent it using just my arm strength. This table has seen better days too. That concluded today's negotiation. But if I ever have to return here, then I'll be on my way. I'm getting hungry. What this man would lose wouldn't just be a door or a table. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 162. Exploration 1. The day after the negotiation with the district head, the entire team gathered for a second meeting. After wrapping up the 31 discussions that were left unfinished last time, we all set about planning an exploration. Going down to the 5th floor will require a lot of preparations. Can I leave that part to you? Just bring me the receipts, and I'll handle it with the shared funds. Sure. I was planning to visit Commelby anyway. Incidentally, the team name was also decided during this meeting. I thought Team Bjorn would suffice, but there was another person besides Einar who had a romantic notion about team names. I've been thinking about a name. What about Narek? Narek? It means those who walk in darkness in ancient language. Isn't it pretty cool? I honestly wasn't sure if it was cool. Those who walk in darkness. You also have quite unique tastes. Are you making fun of me now? Anyway, I was about to choose the party's name based on Raven's claim that her suggestion was a lot better than the nonsensical name Bjorn. Oh no! I decided on a team name too. Einar, who had been dozing off, urgently joined the conversation. Huh? Oh, do you have something good? Our team name will be Apple Pie. Apple pie? Like the dessert? Raven asked with a half-baffled expression, and Einar replied without hesitation. Because it's her favorite thing, or something. That's ridiculous. What is ridiculous about it? Raven sighed at Einar's insistence. She suggested we put it to a vote, confident we wouldn't actually support such a name. However, whatever, it doesn't matter to me. You guys decide. Mr. Bear abstained. Unexpectedly, Misha cast a vote in favor. Niang, I think apple pie is not bad. It's sweet and tasty. Isn't it? Raven couldn't contain herself. Really? Hey, what about you, Mr. Jandel? Surely, you're not considering using that ridiculous name? Honestly, I was conflicted. If I sided with Raven, it would end up a tie. 2:2. Part of me wanted to just agree with Einar to quickly wrap up this issue, but as the team leader, showing favoritism could hurt the mage's feelings. I had no choice but to offer a compromise. Let us just combine the name to Apple Narek. Or maybe Narek Pie sounds better? I'll go with the first one. And Einar, what about you? I like that too. It sounds good to me. Thus, the official team name Apple Narek was decided, concluding the second meeting. Afterwards, peaceful days continued. Reading in the library, or the entire team gathering every morning for practice. Oh, and there was also the day when Hikarad came to visit. Long time no see. Einar, Miss Raven. It was on the day the team gathered for the third practice session. It seemed he had heard about us from Misha, and became interested enough to pay us a visit. We chatted about how things were going, and then parted ways. He told me that he has already hired out the work to convert the shop into a smithy, and was busy scouting for a blacksmith. Oh, your wife runs a tavern? I'll have to stop by sometime. Yes, do come by and try the honey wine. My wife brews it herself. It's a specialty of our place. Both being fans of alcohol, he surprisingly hit it off well with Mr. Bear. I wonder if they'll become the new best friends? Anyway, such peaceful times continued until the day arrived. We should start getting ready. Today was the day the labyrinth opened. Bjorn, are you all set? Just a moment. I was fully equipped for the first time in a while and slung the backpack I had packed the day before over my shoulder. Creak. As I opened the door and stepped out, Misha and Einar were waiting. Did you forget anything? No. Einar responded loudly to my question. Misha sighed deeply beside her. Niang, there won't be any. Everything important is in my backpack, anyway. That's good to know. Lately, I've been feeling particularly grateful for having them around. Things would have been much more tiring on my own. Niang, Bjorn, there is something in the mailbox? Huh? Just as we were about to leave, Misha pointed at the mailbox near the door. Opening it, I found a letter inside. The sender is Nilabins? A letter from the district head. How long had it been sitting there? I quickly tore it open and read through. Well, read might be overstating it for a single sentence. I will not ask for compensation. I could sense the district head's pride in that statement, but it felt like a gesture of reconciliation. If he had wanted to engage in any sort of power struggle, he would have sent a fine or a bill along with it. I did well to break it then. When he asked what I wanted, demanding money was an option. However, I didn't mention anything about money and just smashed the door like a thug. I wanted to imprint in his mind that making a mistake with me comes at a cost, and that the cost couldn't be settled with something like money. So, I guess I don't have to worry much about this anymore. I made it clear I had no intention of joining forces with his daughter, nor would I in the future, and I hinted that antagonizing me would lead to troublesome consequences. Yet, if he were blinded by rage to cause trouble, at least until the elections next year, it's safe to say that won't happen. What is the letter about, Niang? It's nothing to worry about. I tore the letter into pieces and threw it in the trash can as we left. Then, we headed to our meeting place, the central plaza of the 7th District. As a common gathering spot, it was bustling with explorers waiting for their companions. You're a minute late. As soon as we arrived at the direction of the entrance, Raven greeted us with a smirk. However, it didn't seem like she was upset about our tardiness. If anything, she appeared to be enjoying it. Pay up the fine. You promised, didn't you? All right. The fine. Interestingly, the fine was one of the 31 topics she had raised during our second meeting. So, how much was it again? 1,000 stones per minute. So, with 3 of you, that makes 3,000 stones. I readily opened my wallet and paid the fine for all 3 of us. If I hadn't wasted time reading the letter, we wouldn't have been late. But Raven, where is your bag? As I handed over the fines, I realized that Raven wasn't wearing anything on her back. Curious, I asked, and her response was intriguing. Oh, that? Raven smiled and tapped a ring on her finger twice. A small portal opened in the air, glowing brightly. Extra-dimensional space? Yep, I thought I'd need it for my stay in the labyrinth. I got rid of a bunch of stuff I didn't need, and used the money to make a big purchase. So, extra-dimensional space was something you could just buy if you were prepared to make the investment. Raven proudly dropped the fine into her extra-dimensional space and closed the portal. I felt a pang of deprivation. Was this what feeling deprived was like? She'd always complained about not having money. I had genuinely thought she was just short on funds. Anyway, admin is late, ISNT. Trying to suppress my envy, the topic of conversation had already changed. Right, he wouldn't just not show up, would he? I'm not worried. Maybe he just got a bit lost on the way here. Raven laughed at Einar's suggestion as if it was absurd. Can a scout get lost? Really? Well, it's not impossible, right? I heard his ability is useless in the city. But he lives around here, doesn't he? That's true. So, why is he late? Maybe he has got a stomachache? The trio began to chatter away about Mr. Bear's tardiness. I just kept quiet. Mr. Bear's lack of direction sense was something I planned to reveal once we were in the labyrinth. Anyway, after a while, when the bustling square had quieted down and we began to worry for real, Mr. Bear finally arrived. Sorry for being late. Did you wait long? First, pay the fine. You're exactly 45 minutes late. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Mr. Bear, about to enter the labyrinth, was fined 45,000 stones even before we started. But why were you late? It's my first time coming at night. Somehow, the atmosphere felt unfamiliar. What? What do you mean? Let us just go. We might be late if we dawdle. I quickly intervened to cut off the conversation and led the group toward the dimensional plaza, casting only the binding magic. By the time we arrived, it was well past midnight, and the portal was slowly shrinking in size. If we wait a bit longer, the timing for experience point duplication would come, but whether to tell them about this or not, I'll decide after we finish this exploration. We pushed our way into the portal. You have entered the first floor crystal caves. The now all too familiar scenery of the crystal caves greeted us. As soon as we opened our eyes, Einar's shout echoed, striking our eardrums. Bethel, Ray, Ack, you scared me. Raven asked why she suddenly did that, to which Einar replied. Just felt like it. Ah, I understand that feeling. I nodded as if to say I got where she was coming from. After all, it was her first return in 6 months. For a born barbarian like Einar, the sentiment must have been quite different. Niang, looks like we really did gain another barbarian. Misha, who had been looking between me and Einar, sighed heavily, while Mr. Bear, surprisingly, just let it go. Still, it's better than silence. Having spent a long time on his own, it seemed he didn't mind the lively atmosphere. Anyway, enough with the small talk. Admin, which way is closest? Mr. Bear pointed in a direction in response to my query. I checked it against the compass, and it was south. In other words, our starting point this time was the ghoul territory. Of course, we ended up on the opposite side again. Since we were going to the Goblin Forest, this way should take us there. I'll lead. Mr. Bear pocketed his compass and took the lead. I wondered if it might be better just to use his initial instructions and guide the party myself. Well, it will be good to know how bad he is. I needed to gauge the extent of Mr. Bear's direction sense to see if it's something that could be improved with effort or not. If there is no hope, I plan to use Mr. Bear as a living compass and navigate myself from now on. I've learned a thing or two watching Ron Miller after all. All right. Naturally, heading south from the north meant we crossed the central part of the first floor. The dark zone, where all 4 types of monsters appear. Without even needing to take out a torch, Raven lit up the area with her light sphere magic. Whoosh dash. Unlike the dreary red glow of the torches, the light was pure white and illuminated the surroundings. It's easy on the eyes like being in a city. But was there a concern? Niang, it's the first floor. Wouldn't it be better to conserve mana? This much is fine. It charges pretty fast. Ah, I'm right, Niang? Yep. And don't worry. Keeping this on 1 to interfere with casting other spells. Misha clamped her mouth shut right away. It seemed she was feeling the majesty of real mages, something Dwaki had dejectedly mentioned countless times. Faster recharge, that's interesting. The mage I was with in the past wasn't he capable of that. Hearing Mr. Bear mutter, Raven stood a bit prouder. I'm hesitant to boast, but I'm quite confident in my mana. It might be hard to find someone on par with me in my age group. Oh, is that so? Turns out you're quite a capable mage. That's an overstatement. You, Mr. Yurik Fried, is a rank 5 explorer and a scout after all. As they complimented each other, we continued through the cave until we came upon a cavern about 30 meters in diameter. Ah, this is where that rift. Einar. With a short call, Einar clamped her mouth shut with her hands. Her action made her look even more suspicious, but fortunately, everyone's attention was drawn to the monument erected at the center of the cavern. I've only heard about it, but seeing it for the first time, Raven, true to her nature as a mage, approached the monument with intellectual curiosity. Misha, like a seasoned 5th-year explorer, also showed understanding. Is this it? The monument the immortal king erected to commemorate the great mage who first discovered the labyrinth? Yes, that's the general belief. Generally, there is a hypothesis circulating in academia that the labyrinth wasn't discovered, but created. To put it simply, the theory suggests that the great sage didn't just observe another dimension's coordinates to construct a portal, but actually created this labyrinth dimension. Raven, ever the explainer, went on at length. Einar paid no mind, and Misha just absorbed it as interesting trivia. However, I found it intriguing. What's the basis for the mage to think that? The monument? Raven immediately continued her explanation upon my interjection. The labyrinth has a constancy. Even if the terrain is destroyed, it returns to its original state the next time the portal opens. This has led to speculation that dimensional travel might involve not just space but also time coordinates. My head. Einar appeared to be in pain from the barrage of complex terms. Raven, slightly pouting, offered a condensed explanation. This monument is evidence that space-time magic was much more advanced during the era when the labyrinth was first discovered than it is now. Perhaps creating space, which is impossible now, might have been possible back then. Even the summary was a bit lengthy, but I see. I got the gist of it. Essentially, mages thousands of years ago were proficient in dimensional magic. I should look into the Great Sage more. Maybe there's another way back to Earth besides the Abyssal Gate. Are we done with the discussion? Yes, let us get moving. Mr. Bear, seemingly indifferent to such topics, urged us on from a distance, and we resumed our exploration. And then, hey, back at the monument. In about 15 minutes, we somehow ended up back where we started. Even after closely observing the process, I couldn't understand how Mr. Bear was finding his way. It was baffling. What happened, Jörg Fried? I immediately abandoned my plan to train Mr. Bear into a scout. A mistake. I thought it might be faster going this way. This was not something that could be fixed. See you on Monday. Surviving the Game as a Barbarian, episode 163. Small in stature, just over 150 centimeters. With a slender figure to boot, she might seem like a child at first glance, but when she gets serious, she is scary as hell. Just like now. Did you know about this, Mr. Jandel? I didn't know it would be this bad. Raven-esque glare intensified in my honest words. However, in true barbarian fashion, I scratched my neck. We're already inside the labyrinth. What can she do? I'll find the way forward. Admin, you just keep telling me where the portal is. All right then. Apparently intimidated by Raven-esque glare as well, Mr. Bear quickly handed over the lead to me. Seriously? I can tell from her expression that she has realized she has been scammed. But Raven decides to watch and see, holding back her words for now. So, this exploration must clearly demonstrate that having a directionally challenged scout doesn't significantly hinder the exploration. Before a string of curses flies out of that tiny mouth. Let us set off then. Using Mr. Bear as a compass, we quickly find our way. I can feel Raven's icy gaze behind me, but I'm not too worried. After all, knowing the basic directions is enough to reach the second floor from the first. At intersections, just choose the wider passage and you'll make it more than half the time. Avoid uphill paths, as they're likely to lead to dead ends. From the outskirts, always choose the darker paths with fewer crystals. Several tips I learned from observing the pure effort pathfinder, Rod Miller. I use his tips to minimize wasted journeys, such as backtracking because of dead ends. And as a result, we got here quicker than I thought. We reached the outermost dark zone earlier than expected. And from here on, it was much easier. Normally, we would have to rely less on a compass and more on searching the surroundings to find a portal, but it's that way. We have a scout who can sense the portal's location without needing to do anything special. So, we just have to follow that direction to reach our destination. Of course, the portal had been opened by another explorer a while ago. You have entered the second floor, Goblin Forest. After reaching the second floor, Raven's expression had softened somewhat. 12 hours to the second floor, not bad. Yeah, it seems we're safe. After all, during the planning phase of the exploration, we allocated 13 hours to get through the first floor, so there is no room for complaint. I'm surprised you were so lenient with your scout. Despite Raven's accusatory look, she surprisingly didn't hold a grudge. Could it be that she is the type who is okay as long as the results are good? Reasonable. In that sense, we made efforts to ensure that the schedule we had set up for the second floor did not go awry. Though we did set a tight plan to clear it within 24 hours. Admin, which direction? This way. There are 8 portal stones in the Goblin Forest. However, once one is opened, the remaining stones turn into mere rocks. So it was common for later arriving teams to search for the portal by circling the outermost part of the forest. By the way, I heard it takes an average of 2 to 3 days, assuming the team doesn't have a scout. With a scout, a day is enough. There is no need to wander around unnecessarily. Without even needing to pull out a compass, We headed straight in the direction where the portal was activated. Raven, can you increase the number of light spheres? I can handle about 3 without any trouble. The absence of a professional scout wasn't an issue. A field littered with traps throughout the forest, with the surroundings lit up as if it were broad daylight. This was no threat at all. Well, the light did attract goblins continuously. GRK. Now, even if dozens of goblins attacked at once, I could handle them by myself. Let us rest here for the night. We prepared to camp around 9 p.m. The location was the outskirts of the goblin forest, where hobgoblins start to appear. Is this how explorers usually push through? It must have been a tough day for Raven, experiencing her first proper exploration, but it's a rule to adjust one's biological rhythm to the surplus of energy on the first day. We'll camp around this time if possible, so it'll be a bit easier from tomorrow. Well, it does feel like a real exploration, which is interesting. Stop talking and go to sleep already. We have to keep moving tomorrow. Okay, wake me up if anything happens. As usual, Raven was excluded from taking watch. Just setting up an alarm magic was enough to acknowledge her contribution. Bjorn about Einar. Is it okay to leave her on her own later, Niang? Misha, looking at Einar who was next in line for watch, cautiously expressed her concern, but I just smirked and assured her decisively. It's fine. She won't be dozing off in her watch. Einar is surprisingly reliable in such matters. She has a trait of distrusting humans, and the barbarians themselves consider it a disgrace to fail to keep their word. In fact, when it was just the two of us, she took her turns at watch without any problems. Even then, the watch shifts were 4 hours long, and we slept even less, yet she was still perfectly reliable. I see maybe I had some prejudice, Niang. After completing the 8-hour camp, with the 4 of us taking 2-hour shifts excluding Raven, we resumed our exploration in the early morning. And before noon, we found the portal. You have entered the 3rd floor, Pilgrim's Path. Even after reaching the 3rd floor, the exploration went smoothly. The battle was as easy as if actual combat practice was unnecessary, and finding the way was not a problem either. Even Mr. Bear didn't get lost in places without paths, like he did in the 1st floor or the city. Your character has entered a special area. Field effect which S-Forest is applied. The Witch S-Forest, which I had been inwardly worried about, turned out to be manageable as well. We simply tied ourselves together like a string of fish, with Mr. Bear leading, making it easy to clear. Now at this moment, wow, a tower. Bjorn, there really is a tower in the middle of the forest. See? I told you. There are many wonders in the labyrinth. Bethel, Raya, right? You felt like shouting, didn't you? We had reached the portal to the 4th floor, and that too by the afternoon of the 8th day. This pace is almost the same as when we had Rod Miller. While I was pleased with this fact, it also left a bittersweet feeling. Is it true that effort can't beat talent after all? What are you thinking about, Mr. Jandel? Oh, it's nothing. Then, can we quickly go inside? The entire forest is vibrating with an ominous magic power, making me feel nauseous. Perhaps due to her innate mana sensitivity? Raven didn't vomit, but she felt motion sickness worse than Dwaki. So, I wanted to make her comfortable soon, but wait a bit. We can enter once the portal changes color. Alright, I've heard about that. It's done to avoid misunderstandings with other teams that might have entered first, right? Not doing so could lead to being mistaken for plunderers and getting attacked. Raven patiently waited after hearing the logical reason. Soon after, the portal S color changed. Let's go in now. It's time for the real climb to begin. You have entered the 4th floor, Sky Tower. Sky Tower. A unique layer where mobs of monsters with random combinations appear on every stage. As it's usually nicknamed the Training Tower, I plan to properly synchronize our efforts here. But, with this level of power difference, it seems meaningless. After our first battle, I realized the level of combat power between Team Halfling and us was entirely different, to the extent that it was impossible to fully synchronize our efforts on the 4th floor. Your character has cast Gigantfication, a supergiant mace, not only increased in size, but also significantly enhanced in performance through Union, and when combined with the skill Swing, the level 7 monster felt like a goblin. The key here is that we have a separate main dealer. Admin, Urikfried is cast Hazardous Material. Beyond the one-shot kills, there is also the massive damage deal of Mr. Bear, a rank 5 archer who is capable of wiping out entire areas, and a high-level tank summon named Iron Bear. Oliva Raven has cast level 6 attack magic, Baptism of Fire, and Raven, an orthodox mage with insane utility, holding over 100 types of curse magic and support magic on top of the 4 elemental attack magics. The team's efficiency greatly increased, with level 6 or lower monsters. Regardless of the strange combinations in which they appear, we could strategize the most appropriate approach to combat within 3 minutes. Compared to us 3, Einar and Misha might be a bit lacking, but they're still carrying their weight properly. Looks like we won't have any trouble up to the 5th floor. Therefore, instead of focusing on synchronizing our actions through practice, I concentrated solely on ascending the sky tower. However, the progress wasn't as fast as expected for a very simple reason. The combat speed was incomparable to Team Halfling, but our team lacked a professional scout. It's all good, but it's regrettable that clearing the Trial of Wisdom is taking so long. The Trial of Wisdom serves as a kind of shortcut. Instead of passing through a maze filled with traps and monsters, it lets you skip 5 stages at a time. Moreover, unlike the Stairs of Courage, there was no 4-hour cooldown period to choose the next staircase. Rob Miller took about 1 hour to clear it. It took us about 5 times that long. Bjorn, can't we just fight monsters? I was just as frustrated as Einar, but we had no choice. To reach the 100th stage by selecting only Courage, it would take over 16 days. Therefore, it was impossible to break through the 4th floor before the labyrinth closed. It's getting late today. Let us rest and continue climbing tomorrow. We had only cleared the Trial of Wisdom once since entering the tower, but it was already past 10 p.m., so we prepared to camp. Of course, camping here was significantly different from usual. Without needing to assign watch shifts, everyone just chose their spot and laid out their sleeping bags. It's amazing we don't have to stand guard in the labyrinth. Misha, my head is spinning. Naihaha, I kinda know what you mean. When I first came here, it was hard to adapt, and I couldn't sleep well. Dash. Hey, I'm talking here. Einar passed out as soon as she lay down in her sleeping bag, and Misha sighed, started to wipe her body with a wet towel, and began to prepare for bed. Niang, Bjorn, why you keep glancing over here? I'm not looking. Come on, turn your head away. We're comrades, aren't we? It's too late for regrets now, Niang. I said I wasn't looking. I sighed and focused on cleaning the blood off my mace. But maybe she wasn't pleased with that? TCH. As if she wanted me to hear, Misha clicked her tongue. It's a change that came after we moved to our inn. She said before to act like it never happened, and now suddenly she frequently brings up that day as events in jest? Well, I'm not complaining. Maybe this is for the best. Misha had expressed her feelings, and I had clearly set boundaries. Even if we wanted to act as if it never happened, it couldn't be undone. So, she must have thought it over and made her decision. It's probably much less awkward this way than being constantly cautious about mentioning it. I'm gonna sleep now. All right. Soon, Misha also got in her sleeping bag and closed her eyes. Looking around, I saw that Mr. Bear had also laid out his sleeping bag in a corner and was preparing to sleep. Dash. While I was at it, I picked up Einar's greatsword and gave it a quick wipe. Then Raven quietly approached. Got something to say? Yes. Let us hear it. I did some calculations, and at today's pace, we won't have much time even when we reach the 5th floor. So, she did some calculations on that. Sigh. That's mages for you. Of course, I couldn't dismiss her concerns entirely. The time wasted here would indeed reduce the time we could spend on the 5th floor. Raven continued. That means we'll also fall behind other teams in terms of gains. This is your first exploration? Isn't it? It's taking us longer now because we don't have a professional scout, but it'll get faster over time. If you say so. With that, Raven didn't say anything more and returned to her sleeping bag. It wasn't that she accepted all my words. If it continues to take us 5 hours to overcome the Trial of Wisdom like today, she would likely come back to discuss this again, with a more drastic solution in hand. Anyway, let us just sleep for now. After placing the clean greatsword next to Einar, I lay down in my sleeping bag, and not long after I had closed my eyes, Jandel just listened quietly. I was awakened by Raven's voice echoing in my head. It was a telepathy spell, but why would she use magic to wake me up while I was sleeping? The reason was simple. When I was washing up, something fell off, so I used a detection spell. There is someone else here with us. So, please don't move at all. The situation was straightforward. How she managed to speak so calmly was beyond me. That person is right behind me right now. Our mage was in danger of being attacked. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 164. My head is cool when I wake up. It's like how the cooling fan starts spinning when you're about to do some overheating work. There's a fucking rat. My heart beats slowly, and my thoughts accelerate. The Sky Tower operates as an independent layer. Once the portal changes color, it's impossible for anyone to follow. No item or hidden piece I know of can break through it. Which means, did the rat enter before the portal changed color? From the beginning, the rat entered with us. Of course, we waited for a while to ensure that no one followed us in. And before we started, we even cast detection magic in case someone used stealth abilities. If it's a stealth skill of level 2 or higher, it could go undetected, because ordinary magic can't detect it. Of course, this was only assuming the worst-case scenario. It's unlikely that this creature is a big shot with a rank 2 essence. As a result, the rat was trapped by detection magic. it would be reasonable to assume that the rat used an item or skill to evade detection magic at the first entrance. From the fact that they've been tailing us quietly, it proves they're not confident in their combat abilities. Good. I suddenly felt a surge of courage. Raven doesn't seem too intimidated either, judging by the way she calmly explained the situation to me. Okay, so how do we deal with this? TL/N. I'm using they for the rat, cause identity is not revealed. They probably won't harm me right away. So, please take a moment to think it through and act wisely. My life is in your hands, Mr. Jandel Dash. The answer came quickly. Bethel, Ray. I quickly stood up, calling out the name of our ancestral god, and immediately ran towards where Raven was. Crazy. Raven screamed in horror directly into my head, but this is the best option. If I play tricks and she gets taken hostage, it will be a pain in the ass. Besides, they don't know we've even noticed them, right? Normally, when people are too surprised, it's hard to make rational decisions. Raven, are you okay? You appeared in my dream. I threw in a suitable line as I ran. Ha! I didn't get caught, did I? I made the rat think, if only for a moment, giving them a glimmer of hope. Of course, I couldn't be sure what decision they would make in a flash. Kayak. Until I reach Raven, they don't reveal themselves. Thankfully so. Niang, what is going on? Is there an enemy? What, I was sleeping well. The commotion in the dead of night also startled the trio awake. The second effect I hoped for when I shouted the name of the ancestral god. Now, even if the rat tries to surprise attack other companions or take them hostage, we can be prepared. However, did she accurately hear my shout in her sleep? Misha, making eye contact with me, bowed her head deeply, as if struck by an arrow in the heart. To appear in a dream were you two in such a relationship? I didn't know. So I didn't know, and I was nigh ha ha ha. What is she talking about now? I gave up and just shouted, prepare for battle. There is a rat among us. True to an explorer's nature, the phrase prepare for battle was absolute. The trio almost reflexively took out their weapons, formed a close formation, and guarded their surroundings. I quickly moved around them. Einar shouted, Bjorn a rat? Do rats also appear on the fourth floor? It means there is another explorer hiding among us. Oh, I see. I really thought it was a rat and got scared. Shouldn't we be more concerned about the hidden person among us rather than an actual rat? I had a lot to say, but held back. Now was not the time for that. Raven, where are they? They disappeared. The detection magic isn't picking them up. Right, so we can't detect them again. I'm not sure if it's an item or a skill. But if it's an activated ability rather than a passive, it must have a duration. Keep casting it until they show themselves. I sent Raven behind me and issued the order again. Since they have stealth abilities, stay alert. They have to reveal themselves when they attack. The team members, now fully grasping the situation, looked around seriously. Silence persisted for a few minutes in that state. They still hadn't shown themselves, but they couldn't plan on hiding forever. They just needed time to think. Jandel, don't be anxious. Time is on our side. All 4 doors in the stone chamber were firmly shut. There was no way to escape, unless there was a stairway of fate or something, but there wasn't. Just come out. I'll make it quick and painless. As I muttered into the void, that's when it happened. I got a detection. Where are they? Over there. By the door. Right, they were there. Can you disable it? Now that the target is identified, yes. How long will it take? Raven didn't answer. She just extended the wand she was holding forward. Oliva Raven cast level 8 support magic, detection. The gem at the end of the wand lit up. And then, whoosh, a blue light clung to something invisible, forming the shape of a person. When the glow vanished, the figure that had been in stealth finally revealed itself. Looks exactly like a rat in disguise. A masked stranger in a tight-fitting stealth suit. Bethel, Ray. The moment our eyes met, I dashed forward, kicking off the ground. Thud. As if they had made up their mind about something, they flung the door open and climbed up the stairs. Bjorn, it's running away. Don't panic. First gather our belongings. Instead of immediately giving chase, I started collecting the scattered belongings. If there is no one left, the door would close. Then we wouldn't be able to come back down to collect our things. Well, there was the option to leave one person behind and go. Why bother? There is no reason to hurry. The place they opened and ascended to was none other than the Stairs of Courage. No monsters will appear until we all ascend. In other words, it's already like a rat in a trap. We've got everything. Then let us go. After stuffing everything including the sleeping bags into our backpacks, we chased after the figure. As everyone entered, the stone door closed behind us with a bang. I led the way up the stairs, shielding the front with my shield. The look in their eyes didn't seem like they ran up here without thinking. I was a bit tense. What exactly was their aim? Since there was nothing immediate to grasp, I became even more cautious and continued upwards. Soon, the stairs ended, and beyond the open door, the next stage appeared empty. Or, is it not quite right to say it was empty? Shit, I didn't expect this. A stone chamber with about 40 square meters in size. At its center, a corpse was melting away. Boom! As the entire party entered the chamber, the door closed. And then, a horde of monsters was summoned. Nothing caught up on the detection spell? No. Fight thinking that the rat might be hiding nearby. We maintained a defensive formation and dealt with the monsters. It took about 6 minutes to finish the battle. When the fight was over, everyone's gaze naturally converged on one place. Bjorn, that corpse. Misha trailed off. I seemed to know what she was trying to say, so there was no problem. She must be questioning if it's real. I called over an expert. Raven, it doesn't seem fake. I can feel the remnants of magical power. Simply put, it means it's a freshly dead corpse. Could it be? It can't be someone else's corpse. The faint mana emanating matches perfectly. So, that's it. Damn it. The figure had committed suicide. Before we could even properly exchange words. The fact made me feel uneasy. It's like something out of a novel. Isn't it? A member of a secret organization consuming poison before becoming a prisoner. I didn't even consider this possibility. I've met many bastards before, but they all wanted to live until the end. This is the first time someone fled only to commit suicide, especially without a proper fight. I guess we need to check. I slowly approached and removed the mask. However, it was impossible to discern the gender or race. The muscles in their face had all melted and flowed away. This wasn't something out of a horror story about ghosts. Jandel, should we remove the clothes too? Following the mage's instruction, I removed the corpse's clothes. A more shocking sight was revealed. As expected, the entire body has melted. It's not acid or anything since the clothes are intact. Raven approached without hesitation and prodded the corpse here and there with something like a metal rod. The bones are still intact. The hair is normal too. It seems to be a substance that only dissolves proteins. Watching her handle the corpse without batting an eye, I couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" "Huh? With what?" "When you saw the corpse golem and vomited." "Ack, that was because the stench of decay suddenly hit me during the chant. I've seen much worse in experiments, so this doesn't bother me at all." "I see." It struck me how her personality didn't match her appearance. Even a 10-year veteran explorer like Mr. Bear had to turn his head. He then spoke from far. "Jandel, are you sure it's dead?" "It seems so for now. Then I'll go over there and rest. Cheese is my favorite food after all." "Cheese? If I keep looking, I want to be able to eat cheese." It was a valid reason, so I let him go, and Einar and Misha left for similar reasons. Cheese? I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. Bjorn? I don't think I'll be of much help either, Niang. Right, no need for everyone to suffer. Both of you go and rest. I focused on the conversation with Raven. Was it poison? Yes. I don't know which alchemist made it, but it's a very unique poison. As soon as you ingest it, the substance is expelled through the sweat glands, causing the skin to melt away. A perfect poison for suicide. Exactly. Especially if you need to hide your identity. My unease grew. What the hell was this person involved in? They definitely didn't seem like a simple plunderer. Click. I stripped the figure of its equipment. Not only as loot, but also on the off chance it might provide a clue to their identity. No identity badge. That is strange. It was more than strange. Without an identity badge, one couldn't pass through the checkpoints to enter the city. Could they really have been sent by Dragon Slayer? If they came from the underground city, the lack of an identity badge would make sense. With that thought, I thoroughly searched through the figure's expandable bag. There weren't many items. A few exploration tools and rations. And then, wow, was this person an expert? They have everything from sleep herbs to basilisk paralysis poison. The rest were all consumables for personal combat, some of which were rare enough to interest Raven. Truly a bastard with nothing but murder in mind. Even though I never got to exchange words with the masked figure, they somehow gave me the creeps. A cunning plundering method that utilized the uniqueness of the fourth floor. If it hadn't been for Raven, we might have really been in big trouble. But what were you doing at that time? I was just cleaning myself up. Alright, she did mention that. Why not do it when everyone else is awake? Well, this is only my second time entering the labyrinth. And I've only known Uruk-Fry for less than a month. Right, she was still adjusting. I hadn't even considered that because she always seemed so composed. Anyway, had she just become aware of her own appearance? Raven, who had been wearing something like a thin dress, frowned and then opened her pocket dimension to take out and put on some clothes. Next time, just tell me. I would have set up a tent or something. No need. I'm an explorer now. I don't plan to make a fuss over such things. If that's the case. After further discussing and examining the body with Raven, we didn't make any significant discoveries. So, we covered the liquefied masked figure with a cloth and all gathered in one corner to finish our sleep. Oh, and of course we decided to keep watch, just in case. I was the first to take watch. As I reviewed the events of the day in silence, I heard groaning sounds. It was coming from Raven's sleeping bag. Was she having a nightmare? Just as I was wondering whether to wake her up, Raven slowly opened her eyes. Mr. Jandel, you're awake? Don't worry and go back to sleep. I'm keeping watch. It's not that I have something to ask. After telling her to go ahead, Raven hesitated a bit before finally starting. If I hadn't used the detection magic then, what would have happened? Her tone was far from her usual confidence. I realized then, no matter how calmly she acted, and even if she managed her emotions well afterward, it was impossible for her not to have been affected in some way. Do you want an honest answer? Yes. If we were unlucky, we all could have died, or if lucky, only one or two of us would have. Silence lingered for a moment. Is this exploration always like this? I nodded with a bitter smile. Yes. Never knowing when or where you'll meet a fucked up person. The possibility of losing your life any day. That's exactly what exploration was. But don't worry, it's not always hard and terrible. I wasn't sure if it would be comforting, but I shared some past experiences from Team Halfling. How Dwaki was disheartened after encountering plunderers for the first time, and the beautiful scenery of the third floor that Rotten Miller showed to cheer him up. The seniors used to say it was just a meaningless magic saturation phenomenon. Raven chuckled softly and muttered. I wondered if this was a true mage-esque sentiment. I'd really like to see it next time too. Alright, next time I'll wake you up before midnight. Soon, a somewhat more relaxed breathing sound came from Raven's sleeping bag. Thus, the 8th day came to an end. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 165. An expandable backpack worth 2 million stones. A steel dagger and various other equipment. A bag of consumables that will be more effective against humans than monsters. And, what the hell was this guy doing? A spoonful of bitterness settled like a stone. These were the things the nameless masked figure left us with. No matter how much I think about it, he doesn't seem like just a common plunderer. Being alone, in that last act, the masked man chose to end his life as soon as the situation turned unfavorable. It was clear to anyone that this was far from a normal situation. However, stop worrying about it. There is nothing we can learn from wondering now. The truth is already buried in the dark. So, we can only take what we can and continue on our way. ISNT, that what explorers do? Bjorn, how many cotton candies is this worth? Einar asked with drooling eyes, and just as I was about to answer, Raven spoke up. Altogether, it would be about 3.5 million stones. You have knowledge in this area too? It's not exact until we sell it in the city, but the margin of error should be small. I received my general appraiser certification a while ago. There's such a thing. Upon asking more, it turned out to be different from a special appraiser. One must be able to determine value based solely on knowledge, not skills. Jandel, you should study it too when you have time. Just showing this certification can save you from unnecessary haggling. The broker's license might be a bit harder though. That's all right. I've never lost in haggling. I cut off the conversation before she turned into self-praise and resumed exploring. The approach was not much different from Team Halfling's time. We prioritized the stairs of wisdom first and the stairs of courage second, focusing solely on ascending the tower. Ugh, are we going to wander around the maze all day again? Without a professional scout, it can't be helped. Every time I took the stairs of wisdom, it was quite difficult to find the way, but I had to do my best to find the way. That is because my mother-in-law is right next to me. 4 hours, 34 minutes. 4 hours, 11 minutes. 3 hours, 59 minutes. Raven timed us at the end of each maze. Fortunately, as we ascended higher, our records gradually improved. Playing the role of a scout, I developed some know-how. Well, I still had a long way to catch up to Rob Miller. 4 hours, 35 minutes. It increased this time. It couldn't be helped because Einar stepped on a trap. Noted. Day 9, Day 10, Day 11. Time continued to pass quickly, and from Day 12, we started to sleep without keeping watches. Are we going to assign night watches today? It seems like a waste. Ugh, because of that damn bastard. Really, what was that all about? Ambushing us here of all places, it's crossing the line. I isn't it. Niang? Misha was outraged as if her sacred space had been violated. Honestly, I felt similarly. This was the only place where we could rest in peace. Shit. Despite various incidents, our exploration proceeded without major issues, and by day 16, we had reached stage 100. From now on, we start searching for the portal leading to the 5th floor. 2 hours and 41 minutes. That is really fast. Raven, who had been nagging like my mother-in-law, smiled with satisfaction. Incidentally, I felt the same way. Could it be that I'm actually a genius scout? I struggled to the point of death, but the 3-hour barrier remained impenetrable. But I had an epiphany that allowed me to overcome this demonic section and shorten the time. Destroying traps was easier and faster. "Oh right, Mr. Jandel. How long did it take for your team with the professional scout to get here?" "It took about 12 days. 4 days difference isn't bad, considering we're missing a scout. The 5th floor should be much easier since we're all combat-oriented." I agreed with that sentiment. Despite losing 4 days due to the absence of a scout, our team consisted entirely of combat characters. We could make up for it in battles. But, sigh, can I just get some praise? Just as I was sighing inwardly, Misha approached and tapped my shoulder. "Bjorn, you've worked hard. I really didn't think this would work. We must be the only team with a barbarian as a scout, Niang." "Indeed, Shiri the only one." Cough. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed by Misha's comment, Mr. Bear cleared his throat and stepped forward. It seemed he felt ashamed for having the barbarian take on the role of a scout. "Then it's time for me to step up." I gladly handed over the reins. To get to the 5th floor, it was necessary to open the doors in the correct order. Which door should we open? "That door over there." That's why having a guide is invaluable. Even if your sensory stats aren't exceptionally high, your innate talent is enough to detect the portal's magic. You have chosen the stairway of courage. You have chosen the stairway of wisdom. You have chosen the stairway of courage. Thus, using Mr. Bear as a compass, we advanced towards a portal hidden somewhere in the tower, opening doors and overcoming trials, one after another. After spending another night and opening a total of 10 more doors finally, the last door. We had reached the stage where the portal was. It was the end of the 17th day. Since it was almost time to camp, we considered resting and entering the door tomorrow. However, I think I'll be more focused now. Considering Raven's weakness in the morning, I decided to proceed today. The portal room is also a boss room. After all, the better the condition of the mage, the better. As I said before, we're bound to encounter a level 5 monster here. "You mean that vampire-like monster?" Einar gripped her great sword, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. She seemed eager to find out how much she had changed from her powerless past. I couldn't help but smile. Originally, I planned to remind everyone not to let their guard down, mentioning that the survival rate of aspirin explorers who made it this far is less than 50%. But then, hey, why did you stop talking? It probably doesn't matter. It wouldn't be like a barbarian. I forgot. What? Let us go and defeat it. I opened the door and climbed the stairs to the next stage, a chamber with a familiar obelisk embedded in the center. As all 5 of us entered, the door closed and a monster was summoned. I found myself laughing again. I wondered what kind of creature would appear. It's a troll, right? Only a creature like this would make it feel like we're truly graduating. Troll. The creature who made me smash my keyboard in my first year of playing Dungeon Stone, and the very bastard that once drove our team halfling to the brink of annihilation. Shall I start with the distortion magic? I've heard that troll byproducts are quite expensive. Level 5 should mean it's quite fierce. Let it be. The essence is just as expensive anyway. In that case, as Raven and I were exchanging a few words, boom, the troll roared and lunged forward. So, to fulfill my role as the tank, I stomped on the ground. The character has cast gigantification. The size difference shrank in an instant. As the distance closed, the troll swung its massive fist. Bang! I felt the heavy impact transmitted through the giant shield. But maybe it's because I've consumed the ogre's essence? It doesn't feel satisfying. The shield is still intact too. The latinium shield that used to deform with each punch now remained unscathed, thanks to the level 6 engraving effect, Unity. Now, the performance of the equipment I'm wearing is enhanced proportionally to the total sum of my stats. Yeah, I spent so much just to get this. Bethelrayu. After inflating my stats with Wild Burst, I swung down my mace with all my might. The character has cast Swinged. The destructive power of bludgeoning weapons greatly increases in proportion to strength. The target was the head. However, because the creature dodged, the giant mace ended up striking its shoulder. Crack! A pleasing sound of impact as the shoulder grotesquely caved in. Just one hit caused dislocation. Before, it took 6 hits just to crush the joint that had been completely skinned. Of course, true to its reputation for regenerative abilities, the troll's bone reattached itself in a few seconds. But this was enough to measure my combat power. Let us see. I dedicated myself to defense and observed my teammates. Starting with Misha, the original member. Though she hasn't absorbed any new essences since then, but swoosh. The sword slices cut through the troll's hide with ease. The power of money. I paid a whopping 12 million stones for this longsword. If it couldn't even do this much, I'd have to ask for a refund. Bethelrayu. It was Einar's shout. Perhaps envious of Misha's performance, she immediately joined the front line, swinging her greatsword. Whoosh! A strong wind followed the trajectory of the sword, creating afterimages. Well, Is it a bit much to call it an afterimage? Einar has cast, multi-slashed, an active skill of the grade, 4 essence inherited from the Elder. The effect is simple. When you slash once, it deals the damage of 2 slashes. Swoosh. Swoosh. Of course, against a troll, the effect was minimal. Even with Einar's considerable strength and the weight of the greatsword, it only penetrated about 3 centimeters into the troll. It's because Einar's skill is only multi-slash. It's a skill that is hard to fully utilize with just normal attacks. This thing's skin is tough hard. Einar was knocked back by the troll's fist. Though she quickly got up, blood dripped from her mouth. It seems her organs were damaged. Barbaria151-180. However, instead of resting and drinking a potion, Einar immediately re-engaged and swung her greatsword again. It was more of a rational choice than stubbornness. This time, her greatsword glowed with a red hue. An active skill from the Blood Knight, obtained at the Blood-Tinted Castle. Einar has cast life.Drained. When damaging a living creature, temporarily increases regeneration. Einar heals as she hits the enemy. An excellent quality for a sub-DPS/tank. Using life drain with multi-slash, Einar was quickly back to her original state after a few hits. Misha deals more damage, but Einar is much better at tanking. After watching them battle for a while, I took note of their strengths, weaknesses, and what they needed to work on. Einar needs a decent offensive ability. As for Misha, I need to feed her more beast blood to increase her spirit beast level. As I was thinking about this, I was casually dealing with the troll. Then Mr. Bear asked from behind, "Can I join in now?" "Ah, you were waiting for permission?" I was curious to see how well those 2 ladies would fight. "I'm not a lady." Regardless of Einar's protest, Mr. Bear joined the fray upon my approval. Admin Urikfried has summoned the Iron Guardian. Perhaps he judged the front line was already full? Mr. Bear summoned a spirit beast as a bodyguard behind him, then fired his crossbow in earnest. Whoosh! 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 Each arrow made a massive sound as it buried itself deep into the troll's body. The precision of the hits were evident, targeting joints like elbows or knees to restrict its movements. Swoosh! Misha and Einar combined their strengths to slice off the troll's arm. Then the troll's regeneration started. Raven had previously cast a deterioration spell, so the regeneration was slow. There's nothing more to see here. As I was about to smash the troll's head with my mace. "Stop!" Mr. Bear stopped me. "The third lady should have her moment too. Could you not call me a lady?" Raven grumbled and swung her wand. Like Dwaki, she didn't tell us to duck. It wasn't for lack of consideration, but rather she thought it was unnecessary. Oliva Raven has cast level 5 attack magic. Lightning Speared. The white lightning zigzagged past our positions. There was a flash before my eyes. The sound followed. Boom, boom, boom. By the time I realized the troll's head had flown off. Thud. The troll fell to the ground and disappeared into light. Of course, there was no essence this time either. We defeated the troll, and very easily, as if playing with it. Of course, this doesn't mean there won't be dangers on the 5th floor. It's a place where level 5 monsters appear in groups. Whoosh! With the troll's death, a portal opened. However, we didn't immediately ascend to the 5th floor, but camped instead. It was time to sleep anyway, so it made more sense to rest comfortably for one more day. Is the real challenge beginning now? I fell asleep amidst a mix of anxiety and anticipation. And the next morning, specifically, on the 18th day, around 7 a.m. Wow, I can't believe I'm going to see the 5th floor too. After packing up, we entered the portal. You have entered the 5th floor, the Grand Demon Realm. That's it for the first part. It's time for the real exploration. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 166. The 5th floor, the Great Demon Realm. A layer where team-based units start to reach their limits, and clan-scale hunting becomes smoothly operational. The moment I stepped into it, my chest swelled with emotion. Not metaphorically, but literally. Huh? Bjorn, did you feel it too? I feel like my spirit level has risen. Einar immediately made a fuss, but it wasn't a level up. Just an increase in spirit power. Achievement unlocked. Condition: reach the 5th floor. Reward: spirit level permanently increased by +20. But if this is possible, does it mean all other achievements that met their conditions have been unlocked as well? It seems likely, but I'm not certain. Well, I do need to see my stats for that. Mental strength ISN, exactly a stat you can feel tangibly. Calm down, Mississippi Einar. It's not a level increase, but a phenomenon known as a baptism. Anyway, Raven, who loves to explain, kindly informed Einar in place of me, and in a way that was easy to understand. It's a blessing the labyrinth bestows on explorers who reach this far. Baptism is commonly known as such. Mages think a bit differently, though. Oh, that is kind of romantic. Einar, being superstitious, didn't ask about the mage's view. Maybe Misha, who was listening, Got curious? Niang, does that mean the baptism is meaningless for mages who can't consume essences? No, our magical power increases. Now that I see it, the amount is considerable. I should have come here earlier, as the senior said. I see. Misha trailed off. However, it felt like I knew what she might be thinking. She probably remembered Dwaki, who always lacked magical power. I heard that priests gain increased divine power. And one more thing. Before Raven's explanation could go on endlessly, I cut her off. ISNT, there's something odd? Huh? Raven looked puzzled, not understanding what I meant. Meanwhile, Mr. Bear, who had been to the 5th floor often, nodded in agreement with my statement. There are a lot of people. It's usually not this crowded. Yeah, so it's not a typical situation. I glanced around and swallowed hard. The starting point of the 5th floor, the Great Demon Realm, is a safe zone. That's why it always looks like a campsite. But why are there so many tents? It's almost the size of a village at this point. Not only that, but looking at the flags planted here and there, more than half seem to belong to clan-affiliated explorers. What is going on? Why are they staying here? Explorers who use this place as a base are mostly team units. Is this some kind of loophole? Clans with a large number of members usually manage to camp among themselves even in the middle of the 5th floor. But, Bjorn, it seems like everyone is staring at us. Is that okay? 5th floor explorers. Explorers so good they belong to a clan. They were looking at us from a distance and murmuring among themselves. I don't think they're trying to be cocky. What is really going on? As I was pondering the reason, hey, a man from afar waved his hand and quickly approached us. Abum, that's you, right? Carol? Good to see you. Finally decided to form a team? I see. Just happened to connect by chance. And you? Still with him? A man has got to have loyalty. Where else would I bury my bones? Mr. Bear greeted the man as if he knew him well. Realizing my gaze, he added an explanation. This here is Carol Larviger. We were companions, until he left me to join a clan on his own. When did I abandon you? I begged you to come with me, but you were the one who ignored me. Judging by Mr. Bear's milder tone with him, he must be close. This was a good opportunity. I'm Jandel's son, Bjorn. Oh, is that you? Carol seemed intrigued, perhaps having heard my nickname Little Balkan. I heard you're not even a year old yet, and you're already here. Somehow, I feel quite small today. Just got lucky. But I have a question. I think I know what you're curious about. You want to know why we're still here when we should be on our way up? Well, to be fair, I was more curious about why they were looking at us from afar. But I nodded anyway. It's simple. Among those who agreed to join us, more than half couldn't make it. Essentially, the entire plan has come to a halt. More than half couldn't make it up? How could that happen? I instinctively sensed the seriousness of the situation. So, I have to ask. Carol asked cautiously. Then he brought up something completely unexpected. Did you guys also get attacked on the 4th floor? That masked bastard. So we weren't the only ones. After a moment's hesitation, I answered truthfully that we had been attacked. Carol then asked a few questions about the incident, and we provided honest answers, gaining the information we needed. So, you detected them with a detection spell. It was purely coincidental because when we first ran the detection spell, it said there was nothing there. When he added that the masked figure had chosen to take his own life after his identity was discovered, Carl's expression turned serious. Suicide, you say? Do you have any suspects in mind? Not yet, only that it was thoroughly planned, but I'm glad you told me. And if you find anything, pass the message through admin. After that, Carol left to report back to his clan. So, we also took some time to discuss. It wasn't just a simple plunderer. The figure in the mask wasn't alone. They were indiscriminate in their attacks on explorers above the 4th floor. We were the 3rd team to survive the attack. Certainly, it's not incomprehensible. There's no guard setting in the Sky Tower. In fact, even those who did survive mentioned losing team members or severely injured teammates before finally defeating the masked man. We were the first to find them before they did, and drive them to self-destruction. The stares we were receiving now made sense. At first, they must have looked at us expectantly, hoping we were one of their own. Then they wondered if we had been attacked too. Mr. Jandel, do you think what that man said earlier is true? That the attack resulted in at least 300 deaths? Well, we want to know for sure until we get back to the city. I'm sure there are some who survived but stayed on the 4th floor because their team members or scouts were killed. Right. Of course, that is what I said, but it doesn't matter much. It's certain that hundreds of explorers have died. And not just any explorers, but veterans who have climbed the tower for decades. Sigh. I was both terrified and a little relieved. At least they weren't sent by the Dragon Slayer. I had even fantasized that it might have been an assassin sent by the district head or the Dragon Tribe. What kind of big bastards would do such a senseless thing? I decided to hold my tongue at this point. The fact that the royal family was planning a purge against Norark was still undisclosed information. It seems this incident is like a declaration of war. I was internally convinced. The culprits behind this terrorism were explorers from Norark. This is going to escalate. A headache was starting to set in. A war between the royal family and Norark is going to happen. Or rather, it's fair to say it has already started. But the biggest issue here is, if the purge fails, if Norark locks its doors and the war drags on, then I'm screwed too. The next battlefield would undoubtedly be the Labyrinth. Norark or Rafdonia, both cities need magic stones to sustain themselves. Shit, why did I have to be dragged into the game at this time? If I had arrived just a year earlier, I would have had more time to prepare. Wait, but if I hadn't delivered the High Priestess letter to the temple, wouldn't the war not have happened? I brushed off the thought as soon as it occurred. How is this my fault? It's all the Dragon Slayer's fault. Originally, all three major religions were supposed to keep the royal family in check by maintaining neutrality. Who asked for the high priest to be kidnapped and enslaved? Bjorn? I was just thinking for a bit. So, what do we do now? When I snapped out of it, all the team members were looking at me. They still see it as a simple act of terrorism. They wouldn't be as troubled as I am. There's no change in plans. We resume exploring. I made the decision, and Raven cautiously expressed her concern. Is it really safe to continue exploring with those people in the labyrinth? It'll be fine. With so many clans gathered here, if the attackers had any plans, they wouldn't be able to execute them here. Now is probably the safest time. Next month, even the 5th floor might be overrun by those bastards. And it's possible that access to the labyrinth could be blocked. Let us stop worrying and go make some money. The 5th floor will be closed after the 30th day, so we need to earn as much as we can now. Who knows how long we'll have to rest for? The structure of the 5th floor, the Great Demon Realm, is simple. Imagine a large tray-shaped boulder, and then imagine 4 slides branching from it. The only problem is that these slides divide into dozens of paths, some ending abruptly and connecting to other paths in a confusing mess. As soon as we left the starting point, bathed in red light akin to a butcher's shop, we were greeted by the labyrinth's darkness and a sweltering heat. Not all 4 paths are like this. This is the nature of the path we chose. The character has entered a special area. Field effect Hellfire Gorge is applied. Status ailment Ash Brand is applied. All consumption values increase by 1.5 times, and fire resistance decreases by -30. All consumption values. Simply put, whether it's spirit power, magic power, sacred power, or stamina, it's consumed at 1.5 times the usual rate. But it's not too bad. Compared to other paths, this is manageable. Oliva Raven has cast level 8 enhancement magic, Cold Blood. Your character's resistance to fire is greatly increased. Cold magic seeps into my veins, chilling my heated body. We continued our exploration slowly. We hadn't encountered any monsters yet, but just walking was stressful enough. It's not even a bridge in the clouds. A path about 10 meters wide. The labyrinth's darkness obstructing our view. And a cliff that emitted intense heat. Einar, stop looking down. I was just wondering what's down there. I heard lava flows there. Lava? What's that? It's hard to explain. Raven answers Einar's curiosity again. Einar frowned at every difficult word, but listened intently. They seemed to get along well in this regard. As the team leader, it was a pleasant scene, but I couldn't just watch. Einar, stop bothering Raven and watch where you're going. Got it. Tightening up the loosening tension, I continued down the sloping path. Halfway down, we came to a fork, and I pulled out my notebook and drew a map that ignored any sense of scale. I have no intention of using the safe zone as a base and continuing my explorations, but I judged it necessary to be able to return in case of an emergency. 3 forks later, I was beginning to realize the greatness of Rod Miller when, Quang dash! A column of fire burst next to us, and then tiny embers scattered and fell forward, forming a dense cluster. A beast covered in flames. They're Ifrits, 2 level 5 monsters right from the start. Raven cast the spell Frost Enchantment at the start of the battle. Ifrit is a spirit creature, so it's immune to physical damage. Your weapon is imbued with frost damage. A frosty glow surrounds my mace. I charged in my gigantfication state and swung my mace at one of them. The feel was unsatisfying. Thud! But the mace that had easily shattered a troll's shoulder had no effect on the Ifrit. This is why I dislike spirit creatures. Unless it's a material conversion spell that changes physical force into a comparable type of spirit damage, Frost Enchantment can only provide so much extra damage. Iser Faust. Raven S level 6 Curse Magic Rapid Freeze. In Misha S. Ice Shatter combo. Eventually, the battle was carried by Misha and Raven while I held off the Ifrits. You have defeated the Ifrit. EXP +5. Mr. Bear summoned his Iron Guardian to assist in tanking, but Einar could only watch. Such is the fate of a physical warrior. Clatter. Magic stones dropped where the Ifrit vanished. As expected, no essence. But then, your character has leveled up. Spirit power increases by +10. Maximum essence absorption capacity increases by +1. Finally, I reached level 5. It would be more meaningful if an essence had appeared. Squeak! Now only one Ifrit remained. The beast of flames roared at us, mourning its fallen companion. At that moment, an Ifrit, a group of 5 explorers emerged from the opposite direction. They seemed to be heading back to the safe zone after finishing their hunt. What kind of manners had they learned? It looks like it'll take more than 5 minutes. I'm so tired. Let us just take it down, shall we? A massive water blob fell from the sky, drenching the Ifrit's body. The flames quickly died down. What is this? Before I could react, an arrow shot through Ifrit's head. Swoosh! The last one vanished into light. After confirming what the creature left behind, I sighed heavily. An essence. A level 5 monster essence had appeared. Damn it. I was dumbfounded. Why does it always happen like this? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 167. The moment the red essence floated up, the eyes of the opposite explorers group, who were all thinking of turning back and resting, sharpened. It was as if looking into a mirror. Our expressions wouldn't be much different now. A heavy silence lingered for a moment. It didn't last long, as the explorers were quick to judge. The first to speak was a hammer-wielding warrior from the other group. So the essence came from the monster we killed. Huh? No, noble. Stay out of this, mage. I'll handle it here. Okay, so this guy is the leader. He has already decided what position he is going to take in this situation, claiming ownership of the essence. I smirked inwardly. Honestly, I hadn't expected anything less. They were the kind of bastards who couldn't wait a few minutes and rudely interrupted the battle. I muttered softly, prepare for battle. A declaration of intent that if they tried to force their way in, there would be blood. Mr. Jandel. Raven voiced her concern, similar to the situation with their mage, who tried to intervene, Mr. Nelbo. Apparently, mages are not comfortable with this kind of thing. Maybe it's because they've all grown up in comfortable environments? Don't panic. It's just that 5 more humanoid monsters have appeared. With that, I summed up the situation. Did they realize I was the leader? The hammer warrior fixed his gaze on me and made a comment. You hear that guy? Do you know me? Instead of answering, the hammer warrior pulled up his helmet's visor. But the problem was I still had no idea who he was. Have I ever met him before? I couldn't forget such intensely thick eyebrows that were so burdensome. As I looked on in confusion, the hammer warrior, seemingly frustrated, removed his helmet completely. Flash! The bald scalp shone under the floating light sphere magic. Then I remembered. Baldy! It was that guy from the time I went to negotiate with the district head. He was trying to capture me to do some public farming. I hadn't expected him to be disguising himself with a helmet. For some reason, the members of the opposing team burst into laughter. The bald head turned beet red, perhaps in embarrassment. You want to die, barbarian? Baldy said, putting his helmet back on. It would be wise for you to watch your words. You don't have the district head to protect you here. What is he on about? If he knew anything about my relationship with the district head, he wouldn't dare speak like this. Well, it doesn't matter. You better leave while you can, unless you want to lose that head of yours too. Is that so? You think you can take me on? As I took a step forward, Baldy matched it with a step of his own. The distance between us closed, with the essence caught in the middle. The air grew heavy, a chill that even the canyon heat can't quench. The archer from Baldy's team pulled back his bowstring. Click! Behind me, Mr. Bear loaded his crossbow. The silence was so dense, we could hear each other's breathing. It was like a tightly drawn string. The moment that string snapped, a storm of blood would begin. Both I and Baldy knew this. Yet, Baldy, back off now, and I'll give you a magic stone. You barbarians are bad at math. We killed the monster. Naturally, both the magic stones and the essence belong to us. Neither side was willing to back down. Teams that have made it to the 5th floor, the top 30% of explorers. Knowing full well that gaining an essence, but losing even one team member in the process would be a greater loss. Still, we tightened our grip on our weapons and closed the distance. Sweat trickled down my spine. This bald bastard is too greedy. Traditionally, the ownership rights should be ours. Perhaps he intended to follow the convention at first. If a single gemstone appeared, maybe he was going to hand it over coolly. He may have even joined the battle in the first place because he just wanted to rest soon. But then, the essence appeared. Do we really have to fight this out? I began to shake off any reluctance and prepare for the worst. The current situation is akin to a game of chicken. The first to back down loses. If everyone wants to be a winner, catastrophe is the only outcome. Baldy, this is your last warning. I don't usually prefer to threaten with words, but this time, I give it one more try. Oh, I'm so scared I'm shaking. The answer was no. With that, I made up my mind. If that's what he wants, he'll have to see it through. Without even this level of resolve, one cannot survive in the merciless world of explorers. Given the situation, I'll have to consume the essence myself. Originally, the plan was to store the Ifrit essence in a test tube for sale. It wasn't particularly well suited for me, Misha, or Einar. However, an essence is always beneficial when consumed. It's better for me to use it than to give it to that guy. It doesn't cost much to erase the essence, so it's best to use it until it's no longer beneficial, and then discard it. Let us fight by shoving them off. We might not be able to take their gear, but winning is the priority right now. Okay, I've roughly finished planning. Now it's time to put it into action. The car was cautiously taking its foot off the gas, measuring the angle. Let us stop this, everyone. Right. Mr. Jandel, please put down your weapon. Suddenly, the mages from both sides stepped forward, and the situation entered a new phase. Mage, I thought I told you to leave us alone. Mr. Nelbo, can you stop at that tone? It doesn't make you look any better. Answer. If you keep acting like this, next time we want to enter the labyrinth together, okay? I'll stop. A single word from the mage, and Baldy, who appeared as a youthful boy, immediately tucked his tail. For some reason, the Baldy's dignified mage couldn't keep still. He had just been playing along with the act. I didn't hide my disgust. Baldy, acting all high and mighty. I don't even want to talk to him anymore. Anyway, after Baldy lowered his weapon and stepped back, the tension eased. That robe with that emblem. You're from the Altemian school, right? Yes. And you're from the Warden school? Correct. The Warden school was also known to me. It was a significant school, but it was particularly memorable for its specialization in water attribute magic. Evrain Beshaw, a Lover Raven. Mages from both sides exchanged names. It was a brief moment of civility, in contrast to the earlier tension between the armed explorers. How is Master Altemian? I saw him at a conference a year ago. Well, my master is as usual. And Master Warden? Still deep in that research? Of course. It's our secret project after all. Their conversation had the feel of we're all in this together. It felt like observing a high society. It was probably a recognition that everyone was just a few connections away from each other, so there was no need to complicate things. So, what are we going to do now? Raven brought us back to the issue at hand. You do realize that asking for the essence of the monster we're hunting is a bit of a pushy claim, don't you? It's not entirely unreasonable. But traditions are just that, traditions. Since we were involved, it's clear. The committee is likely to recognize it as a personal dispute between explorers. Unlike us, ready to fight like beasts, the mages aim to resolve the issue through dialogue. I know traditions are traditions, but it's hard to look favorably on someone who breaks them. And if you're going all the way to the council over a single essence, I think it would be more reasonable for your side to give up that S. The opposing mage hesitated. Our mage had won the argument. Yes, that's right. So we're going to forfeit it. I didn't like Mr. Nelbo's idea to begin with. This could have been resolved this way too. Maybe I'm just meant to be a barbarian after all. I lower my grip on the mace. Today wasn't the day, but a day when it would be useful was bound to come. The labyrinth is such a place. Mr. Bello, are you going to keep being a dick? Well, there's a certain way things are done in our industry. Baldy looked as if he was asking for reconsideration, but the mage's authority was firm. Then I must have misjudged you, Mr. Nelbo. This ISNT about defending our rights. It's just your greed, ISNT it? I thought I had shown you enough respect as a leader. But this makes you no different from plunderers, does it? Baldy could say nothing in response, just grimacing in frustration. It wasn't entirely satisfying. I was secretly curious about how it would feel to smash that gleaming head. Mr. Jandel, what will we do with the essence? While Baldy was being scolded by the mage, we discussed what to do with the essence. Cough. Einar gave me a look at me gaze, but the decision was the same as before. Store it in a test tube and sell it in the city. That sounds good. Clean and simple. I will give Einar a better essence later. After all, I don't have the money to give her an essence right now. Normally, when a team member claims an essence, they pay about half the selling price. Well, for me and Misha, it could go on our tab. Whether Mr. Bear or Raven would agree to that was another matter. Einar, cheer up. If we sell that, you could buy tens of thousands of cotton candies. Take tens of thousands. Overwhelmed by the sheer number, Einar staggered, but then seemed to regain her spirits. She seemed to find this an acceptable outcome, though she'd have to start by paying back the money I lent her. Anyway, after we finished discussing the disposal of the essence, Raven stored the Ifrit essence in a test tube, and we stepped aside to let them pass. But it wasn't going to end just by walking past. What's your name? Baldy stopped in front of me to ask. What is this? A warning to be careful on my way home? As I glanced down at him, he quickly added, indicating not to misunderstand. No, I mean, if this is a form of fate, shouldn't we at least know each other's names? Fate my foot. Still, I gave him my name. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. Jandel's son? Bjorn? Baldy tilted his head, as if the name sounded familiar. He also gave his name. I'm Melthison Nelbo. So, it wasn't Hans Nelbo after all. This somewhat eased my mind. Then be on your way. It would be ridiculous to shake hands and make up now, so I ended the conversation. Baldy walked away with a bitter smile. Starting with him, his companions passed by us one by one. The shield-bearer, the swordsman, the mage, and then the archer. The archer, passing in front of me, paused when he saw me. The reason was simple. I was glaring at him fiercely. I'm so tired. Let's just take them all down, shall we? If it hadn't been for this guy, we wouldn't have had to start this mess. In some ways, he was more infuriating than Baldy. Hans, what are you doing? Hurry up and come. Soon, the archer avoided my gaze and hurried away. I froze like a statue. There was Hans. Day 21 dawned. It had already been 4 days since we entered the 5th floor. During this time, we continually hunted monsters as we navigated further down. Meanwhile, Einar also reached level 4. So, she's entered the labyrinth 3 times and reached level 4? In some ways, she's experienced faster growth than even me. I wish someone would let me hop on their bus too. Anyway, we encountered a few challenging situations while fighting monsters, but the exploration itself went smoothly. I was worried something might happen because of Hans. Maybe the incident with the essence was the end of it. A hopeful speculation. When piecing everything together, it seems plausible. Though I luckily got through it this time, we nearly ended up in a 5 versus 5 brawl. So, simply put, the possibility that the essence drop was the end of the Hans effect is quite high. No, what am I even thinking? Damned bastards. I usually don't believe in jinxes. Really, that was the case until I met Hans. Mr. Jandel, isn't it time to stop that now? While I momentarily stopped to update the map, Raven cautiously approached me. Stop what? I understand you're working hard, but looking at that, we want to be able to find our way back anyway? A statement befitting a mage who values results over efforts. I couldn't argue back. In fact, I wasn't confident I could use the map to even return to where we started. The paths in the Great Demon Realm were that complicated. It wasn't just about facing multiple diverging paths. There were places where the path was broken, requiring us to use ropes to cross. But if I keep at it, I'll improve. Next time I come here, I'll be better. I'm the scout for Team Apple-Narek. Although I wanted to live as a barbarian warrior, harsh reality steered me towards this role. Therefore, I also need to practice. I'm sure Rottmiller wasn't that good the first time around. Well, if that's the case, I have nothing to say, but isn't it tiring? Well, it's bothersome, but there are fun aspects to it. The fun aspect. It wasn't just a casual remark. I meant it. Seeing it as part of building skills, there's a sense of growth. The saying preparation is key exists for a reason. If we ever find ourselves in a situation like the Witch's Forest, this skill I'm honing now will come to my aid. Above all, becoming a scout means I can naturally lead the team to places I want to go. So, are we just going to keep descending today? What other choice do we have? The Orc Settlement, the Witch's Forest, the Steel Rock Hills, and so on. Just as the 3rd floor is composed of various fields, the 5th floor also has fields with names. Among these maze-like narrow paths, there are wide disc-shaped terrains that appear similar to the starting point. Some are accessed through caves and cliffs. So far, we have discovered 3 such fields. Well, all 3 were occupied. It seems there are way more clan hunting grounds than in the game. As newcomers to the 5th floor, this is an incredibly frustrating aspect. It's not that we lack the ability to hunt monsters, but rather, our growth is slowed down because of those people. Fucking realism game. To hunt monsters exclusive to these fields, one must pay the controlling clans. And even after paying, you only get a one-time hunting right for experience gain. Perhaps capturing the true nature of humans in a game was too ambitious. The ladder kicking is many times worse than in the game. But, no matter how much they try to kick away the ladder, does that mean I want to be able to climb up here? I've been playing this one game for 10 years and have mastered all the tricks and hidden elements. I've once been stuck on the 5th floor for over a year, so I know every nook and cranny. Having come down this far, it's about time that it appeared. There are plenty of ways to get stronger. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 168. Explorer. A profession that enters labyrinths to hunt monsters and collect magic stones. Most people think that fighting monsters is the biggest challenge for this profession. But when you actually ask explorers, they give you a completely different set of challenges. The absence of light. Not being able to sleep when desired. Meals that feel like dog food and accumulating sexual frustration. Sweaty bodies and dirty beds. In the lower layers where exploration periods are shorter, it's somewhat less severe. But the higher-level explorers are more likely to say these things are harder than combat itself. I see. Yes, even the large clans say that from the 7th floor onwards, it's common for them to take 2 or 3 months off in the city after each expedition. As someone belonging to this profession, I found the content entirely relatable. But, so what? Day 22, afternoon. Precisely speaking, as I was about to take out some jerky from my bag for a meal, this was the topic brought up by my partner. There must be some hidden motive for bringing this up without any context. If you want something, just say it. I stare at her, expecting her to cut to the chase, and Raven replies with a certain determination in her voice. Let us eat something proper today. Not jerky, but something cooked with fire. Ah, so that was the goal. Typical of a mage to just say she wants to eat something tasty today. I thought briefly before responding. All right, let us do that. Even if Mr. Jandel is the leader, you should still ask the team members' opinions. What? What did you say? I said all right. Really? Expecting a rejection, Raven's eyes widened in surprise. She probably knew her request was a bit unreasonable. This isn't the 4th layer. There, we cooked and ate daily, sometimes even grilling meat preserved with magic spells. But the 5th layer, the Great Demon Realm, has an open world structure. Are you sure that that's okay? If the smell spreads, it might attract monsters, and we might not be able to eat properly. Well, what exactly do you want? Well, I was thinking, and it seems we might be able to handle the smell issue with magic to some extent. It seems she just wanted to share this piece of information. Once it was decided we could cook our meal, Einar, who had been anxiously listening in on the conversation, was amazed. Is this what being a mage is? He seemed impressed by how Raven managed to get my permission with just a few words. Now that we're on the 5th layer, it's time to make some improvements. Truth be told, I had been considering this already. Now that the total exploration period is almost a month, we need to be mindful of the team members' stress. When people become sensitive, even trivial things can lead to disputes. Then Karlstein, please take care of it. Let us know if you need anything like water or fire. Niang, could you light a fire for me? Is this enough? Soon, our team's official cook, Misha, started cooking with Raven's help. The menu was a tomato stew loaded with meat. It's so delicious today, too. Misha, can you marry me later? What are you talking about? Mississippi Einar, Mrs. Karlstein is going to live with me. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the meal, but both of you, that's a bit. Misha trailed off, glancing at me with a hesitant look. For the record, during the meal, Mr. Bear and I stood guard. Not a single monster appeared until the 3 had finished their bowls. It hardly smells at all? Is this some kind of magic? I used an air control spell and a combustion spell to collect the smell in one place and burn it away. I see. Mr. Bear was delighted that he could have a decent meal on the 5th floor. I felt the same way. Honestly, I was really sick of jerky by now. Come on, you two eat as well. We'll take over the guard duty now. Soon we were both sitting down and scooping stew into our bowls. As is typical of Barbarian and Black Bear macho men, 5 minutes was all it took, and once again, the monsters didn't show up until we were done eating. And it wasn't just because of the sin eliminating magic. It means the overall number of monsters has decreased. I felt it over the past few days. The number of monsters on the 5th floor is significantly less than in the game. Of course, I have a guess as to why. Damn clan bastards. In the Great Demon Realm, monsters regenerate from mirrors located in each field and are released into the gorge. But since the clans monopolize such hunting grounds and hunt as soon as the monsters regenerate, fewer monsters come out. Well, thanks to that, I found it early though. I glanced at the moss in the corner and smiled slyly. It was different from the other mosses I had passed by. It was a mix of red and green moss, half and half. And at the point where the two mosses met, there was a black moss the size of a marble. The problem is how to naturally lead to this. While I was pondering, a monster appeared in front of us. 8 hellhounds, level 6 monsters. It's easy. Imagine a 4-eyed wild dog the size of a tiger. Their entire bodies covered in black flames. Growl! Prepare for battle. Having caught these monsters annoyingly for several days, we entered the battle without the need for any briefing. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. Are we going down further now? Raven asked, and I thought for a moment. There was still a long time left until we had to camp. How could I keep us here without arousing suspicion? Bam! If it weren't for the scent removal spell, we'd be fighting monsters right now. I was thinking this when, the black moss in the corner had disappeared. As if something invisible had picked it up. Has that thing already come? I quickly gave an order. Raven, it feels like something is near us. What do you mean? Try using detection magic. Perhaps because of a major setback we experienced on the 4th floor with the figure in the mask, Raven didn't question my intuition-based instruction and cast the spell. Dire Tan of Karsachi. A wave of magical power spread out in a circle. Soon, Raven's expression became serious. There is something there ahead of us. Is it a person? I asked as if I didn't know, and instead of answering, Raven used a reveal spell. Whoosh! Clusters of light clung to the air like clay. Soon, as the light faded, the shape of the creature that had been hiding was revealed. It was a squirrel, about the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Crouched in front of the moss, it was nibbling on the black moss with its front teeth. Squeak! Noticing our gaze, the squirrel tilted its head. Eek! So cute. It looks tasty. Misha and Einar exclaimed in unison. Then Raven shouted excitedly right after. It's a Mylodon. We have to kill it now. You recognize it. How difficult it is to encounter one of these. Yes, it's a monster, after all. Misha raised her sword with a somewhat sad face. On the other hand, Mr. Bear loaded his crossbow faster than ever before. He wasn't the only one who recognized its value. We're lucky to meet a Mylodon on our first exploration. Wait. Distortion. We haven't used distortion magic yet. Raven stopped Mr. Bear and quickly chanted a magic spell. Not just any distortion, but advanced distortion magic. Now, when we kill this monster, there is a higher chance the corpse will remain intact. Squeak, squeak, dash. The Mylodon started convulsing as soon as it was hit by the distortion magic. It might have been an instinct engraved in its DNA. Most of its ancestors probably died after being hit by this. Abman. At my shout, the crossbow bolt was fired. However, true to its nature as one of the few herbivorous monsters in the labyrinth, it dodged with nimble movements. I immediately dashed forward and grabbed its tail. Squee, squee, squee. The creature struggled and let out a feeble scream. Being in this situation made me feel like I was harming an animal. But what can I do? This is the law of nature. Swoosh. Just as I was about to stretch my hand to crush its head and kill it. Wait a moment. Raven stopped me. Can we kill it in a way that keeps it as intact as possible? I heard its first cells for quite a bit. A mage's words, always seeking rationality. I readily agreed and restrained the Mylodon by grabbing its neck and tail. And then, Misha, Nienga, do I have to do it? Isn't your sword the thinnest? Einar uses a broadsword, and Mr. Bear's arrows are too big to be considered arrows. Not to mention my mace. Being a monster, it would be hard to cleanly stab and kill it with a regular knife. Stab it in the forehead. Ugh! Misha, looking somewhat reluctant, eventually drew her sword and granted it peace. Squeak! The Mylodon slumped down as if its power had been turned off. I swallowed hard and counted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. During that time, it would normally have disappeared in a flash of light, signifying its death. Bjorn, meat has appeared. The body didn't vanish. A level 7 Mylodon. A squirrel with a mirror on its back. It's classified as a rare species, similar to a mimic. They're incredibly hard to come across. Thanks to Mr. Jandel, we've caught a very rare monster. Mr. Yurik Fried, do you have experience with this? This is also my first time. That is how rare it is. Even Mr. Bear, who had been active on the 5th floor for a long time, said this was his first hunt for such a creature. Well, considering its habits, it's understandable. A non-aggressive monster with permanent stealth abilities. And if you're running detection magic, it won't even enter the area. Essentially, you need incredible luck to encounter one. Of course, assuming you don't know about the black moss. Just waiting here and casting a detection spell should guarantee a catch. Of course, easier said than done. I was also stuck on the 5th floor for over a year before I figured out this method. After all, it's a game full of hidden pieces. Thinking there might be a condition for the Mylodon's appearance, I reviewed all the recording files and discovered in one of them that the moss disappeared from the terrain. At that time, I wondered if it was a bug. A truly twisted game. It turned out not to be a bug, but a hidden element. Immediately after the moss disappeared, casting detection magic would result in a 100% appearance rate for the Mylodon. Of course, whether the distortion magic succeeded was another issue. Lucky for first-timer to succeed with the distortion magic on the first try. Advanced distortion, not just any distortion. Alright, advanced distortion. In the game, the success rate of distorting a Mylodon was 20%. Even with advanced distortion, it's less than 30%. I thought we would need to catch several to get one. Anyway, can I see it? Do you know how to butcher? I did it every day during my apprenticeship. The limp carcass was quickly dissected into skin, innards, and bones by Raven's butchering knife. Much faster and more precise than even a professional butcher. Wow, an expert is indeed a different realm. But why is this one so valuable? The skin is in demand due to its rarity, and the tendons are used for magical materials. However, the real value lies elsewhere. Raven then finished the butchering process by prying off the mirror attached to the creature's back skin with a knife. This mirror. Mirror? Yes. It can't be taken out of the city, but it's extremely useful inside. Raven then explained in detail the uses of the mirror. I watched, satisfied. Is this why you need a mage in the team? things are much smoother. Before, I had to explain everything from scratch. Can I now live like a normal barbarian? But Mr. Jandel seems to have a good intuition. You couldn't have felt the Milidon-s presence. Raven looked at me curiously, but didn't dwell on it further without suspicion. Having experienced something similar on the 4th floor, she probably doesn't think it's impossible. Okay, that has settled then. So, how do we use this? In the game, you just equip the mirror to a magician and click the button. But what about in reality? I'm not sure. It wasn't detailed in the book. Maybe pushing magic power into it will activate it? Try it. Oh, but first, let us form a binding magic pact. Just in case. Good idea. After forming the binding magic pact, Raven held the mirror and closed her eyes. She seemed to be channeling magic power into it. As a barbarian with no magical talent, I didn't feel anything. But then, after a while, flash! The mirror emitted a brilliant light, enveloping us. And when we came to, the character has entered the mirror of fire. We found ourselves standing on a vast wasteland, having left the dark labyrinth behind. It feels like we've entered a rift, suddenly being in a different space. Mr. Bear's impression. But this place is clearly different from a rift. There's no guardian, nor is it a dungeon form. Just an open-world structure teeming with monsters. In other words, go away, barbarian. This is our clan's territory. The world beyond the mirror where clans couldn't camp out to catch emerging monsters. I've always called this hidden field by a name. Bjorn. Monsters are converging from all around. Prepare for battle. The burning zone. Field effect the other world is applied. The drop rate of magic stones significantly increases. The drop rate of essences slightly increases. Let us just spawn 2 essences, no more, no less. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 169. A hidden field similar to Larkaz's maze. The difficulty level here is quite high right after entering. That's because monsters come pouring out of nowhere. Bjorn, here they come again. Just when we think we've fought them all, they come again. Their scale is completely different from before. 8 flame wolves, level 7 beast-type monsters. 5 salamanders, level 6 nature-type monsters. And 3 redwoods, level 5 plant-type monsters. Raven, how long till the magic? As I shout, a blue light bursts from Raven's wand. Barbaria151-180, level 5 area freezing magic. Ice rain, known in-game by its English name, blizzard. The gray clouds in the sky rain down sharpened ice spikes. Boom, boom, boom. More than half of the monsters are destroyed by a single spell. Of course, level 5 monsters were still unscathed by this wide area attack. Behelrera, combining Wild Burst and Gigantification. Thanks to my increased threat level, monsters gather around me without needing to do anything. This is why, in this place, a tank is as important as a mage. Gah! Blocking the whip-like branches of the redwood with my shield, I focused solely on defense. The so-called barbarian turtle mode. With swing, I could probably take out one of them on my own, but it's better to conserve soul power. Because the threat level drops once, Gigantification wears off. Take care of the salamanders first. While I was dealing with the 3 redwoods, our mage prepared magic for the next wave. So, it was time for the other dealers to shine. Roar! With Mr. Bear's range support, Einar and Misha began to seriously take down monsters. It took them less than 3 minutes to clear the lesser mobs. With 2 melee fighters, mob clearing is fast. Afterwards, the 5 of us joined forces to defeat the level 5 monsters. However, there was no time to rest. Here they come again. Monsters appeared right after finishing one battle, with a scary sound. We repeated this process over and over, fighting about 10 more battles. Mr. Jandel, I'm running low on magic power. Raven's magic was down to less than a third after using wide area magic spells liberally. Of course, it wasn't a big problem. The initial waves were almost over. Don't use offensive magic anymore. Just provide support. Understood? After that, Raven used her remaining magic power to either curse the enemy or buff the team. By that point, my Gigantification also ended. It seems that Mr. Bear, who had been firing a lot of explosive arrows, is also running out of soul power. Bethelrera. As it became harder for the 3 of us to perform, the importance of Einar and Misha, the melee sister duo, grew. Indeed, the consistent DPS is always melee. What? This is exactly the kind of battle I wanted. Einar's excitement reached a fever pitch as she faced down countless enemies. As a barbarian, a race of combatants, her excitement actually helped her. Did she always fight this well? Despite her rough handling of the greatsword, she dodged everything that needed dodging. It's like she's on some kind of stimulant. Well, she said she trained in swordsmanship there. Her combat sense seems to be even better than Misha's. Anyway, As the battle was nearing its end, we changed the formation. Admin, now send that guy over here. Our team S tank, the Iron Guardian, shortened to Ung. Even Ung, who had been protecting the rear range fighters, joined the front line, bolstering our strength. Really, it seemed like everyone was at their limit. The Mage's magic power has completely run out, cutting off even the support. Crack, crack, whoosh. Maces and swords and giant crossbow bolts. For the first time in a while, I'm pushed to my limits, clearing out the remaining monsters with mere physical attacks. No skills involved. It seems like it's finally over. I smashed a flaming skeleton with my mace, and the battle was over. Hundreds of magic stones scattered on the ground. But were the magic stones always this dark in color? It's due to the characteristics of this space. The density is about twice as high. In other words, a doubling event is in effect. It took Raven, with her dwindling magic power, several minutes just to collect them. Oh, and there was also an essence. I saw it. It came out from the place where the creature with human heads hanging all over it died. You mean the Headhunter? A level 7 undead monster of the flame type. So, we coolly discarded it, though consuming it might be somewhat useful. Now that we're hunting rank 5 monsters daily, there's really no need to consume this. Discard it? Einar looked at me, with eyes full of longing, like a child who just dropped their candy. Still, it's a no-go. Persistent. It's not good for you. So, even if it's disappointing, let it go. Alright, picking up just anything could lead to the need for removal later, unnecessarily costing more money. I wonder if she felt bad about throwing the loot away. But why don't we put it in a test tube and sell it? Einar, with a moment of eureka, suggested a new idea. Our mage had already sorted it out. That 1T work. Anything below level 6 wound T even cover the cost of the vial. Plus, I heard we can only take one item out of here. Only one item? What do you mean by that? I don't know why, but I heard that items obtained here can only be taken out using distortion magic, and only one item is allowed. If Raven hadn't known, I would have had to explain this characteristic of the field. We must be careful what we take with us. Not just the essence. I've heard there could be incredibly rare items here. Rare items. I'd already decided what to take with me, but my curiosity was piqued. Could there be someone who knew about that item? After inquiring further, Raven indicated that was all she knew, drawing a line there. Finding information like this is difficult through books, and that's what I was told in the first place. Well, after the 5th floor, it's classified as advanced information. Even minor achievements are treated as intellectual property and are not easily shared. Some clans, 1T, even let you mention your work in the labyrinth. No wonder she was so focused on the Rift Chronicle. Everyone rest for now. I'll keep watch. We took a break after the intense battle, assessing our current situation. Raven, how long will it take for your magic power to fully recover? If I meditate or sleep, 12 hours. Otherwise, it could take a whole day. I see. This is also why it's said that melee fighters are more favorable than mages on the 5th floor. Mages take a considerable amount of time to recover their magic power. From now on, save your magic power unless it's absolutely necessary. Are we continuing the exploration like this? It's not easy to get here. We should explore as much as possible. We might even find that rare item you mentioned. That does make sense. We don't know when we'll be able to come here again. With that, the matter was settled. After replenishing our stamina for 15 minutes, we resumed our exploration. It was a forced march, but no one complained. After all, we had already seen the deluge of magic stones and essences. I can finally hold my head high in front of my wife. Mr. Bear was beaming. Despite everything, he has quite the family man. Admin, do you detect any portals nearby? Over there, very faintly in the distance. In a field where compasses do not work. I used the Scout S ability to find our way. If you're going the opposite direction, why ask? Because the place I want to go is in that direction. Of course, I couldn't say that. That portal is likely to be an exit. Going in the opposite direction might lead us to something. I added a flimsy rationale. But since it wasn't incorrect, I quickly gained Raven's support. Ah, right. I read there's a portal inside the mirror. Ah, that is why it's good to have a character who is smart. Well, let us go then. Day 22, around 7 p.m. The day is almost over, and we have about a week left. If we want to make the most of it, we need to hurry. The Mirror of Fire. There is a unique feature in this field. It takes a day for monsters to respawn. As a result, places where hunting has been completed temporarily become safe zones. It's a fortunate aspect in many ways. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to sleep properly with hundreds of monsters swarming us constantly. Defeated the Hellguard. EXP plus 4. Defeated the Gremlin. EXP plus 2. Defeated the Doom Warrior. EXP plus 5. Defeated the Chaos Bug. EXP plus 2. Defeated the Doom Flame Fairy. After 3 days of battling various monsters that we couldn't hunt before due to the control of certain clans, we finally left the starting point, the wilderness. The progress was much slower than I expected. The map is large, but there are just too many monsters. Once a battle starts, its noise attracts nearby monsters. Of course, it's better than the very beginning when they swarmed us from all sides. Now, we only need to be mindful of enemies coming from the front, and we could retreat if necessary. However, as the forced march continued, both our stamina and MP ran low, and the speed of our hunt slowed down. There were a few times when we were in danger. Eventually, we had to take regular breaks. Still, the rate at which we're earning magic stones is insane. It's no wonder I called this place the Burning Zone. Large-scale battles utilizing magic. Plus, the double magic stone event. Now that I'm here, I'm starting to feel like I'm actually making money from the magic stones. Up until now, all the big gains I got were from looting equipment from plunderers. Hunting is really all about the mob hunts. Day 26 morning. After finishing camping, we officially entered a new field. The Burning Forest. True to its name, the trees are engulfed in black flames, burning 24/7. However, the damage from the flames is minimal. The trees are well spaced apart, and they're covered with cold blood, which increases their resistance to flames. There are 3 reasons why I chose this place. First, it has the lowest combat difficulty. There's not much here? Yeah, I was a bit worried, but this seems easier than the previous place. There aren't even any rank 5 monsters. While there are many monsters, they're all level 6 and 7. Of course, easier means less rewarding. But heading in other directions towards the Ashen Mountains and lava lakes would be too challenging for us. The Altar of the Dead, where the portal is, doesn't offer much either. In that sense. Secondly, we need something to make our future explorations easier. An item hidden in the center of the Burning Forest. With it, the next time we come here, it will allow us to tackle other fields, as well as enter the island on the 6th floor. Don't let your guard down too much. We don't know what might appear. I issued a warning out of habit, but once we entered the forest, I sped up too. Given we spent more time than expected, we weren't sure if we arrived in time. Niang, all the trees here are burnt. Let us rest here today. After a day of continuous combat and movement, we set up camp as the day ended. And the next morning, finally, it appeared. We encountered a monster. Alava, what is its name? That is, I don't know either. Even Raven, who had spent her life buried in books, didn't know the name or level of this monster. A monster that exists solely in the Burning Forest. A rare monster that even the clans controlling the 5th floor-esque connected fields might encounter once a year, if lucky. Growl Dash. A level 5 rare species, Bertus. The third reason I chose the Burning Forest. Bethelratua. This creature is a guaranteed drop for an essence. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 170. A giant mirror emitting a red glow. Beneath it, about 30 explorers are gathered. The blue wolf emblem engraved on each of their chests signified their affiliation with a single clan. It's time to switch. At the shout of a man, one of the teams positioned in front of the mirror swapped places with those who had finished resting. They began mechanically hunting the monsters that appeared through the mirror. A sight that any 5th floor explorer would have seen at least once. Let us go somewhere else. Explorers who had arrived by chance turned away powerlessly upon seeing them. It was already a familiar sight. The entire 5th floor was like this. Stop. From here on out, it's the territory of our Nevis Wolf clan. Please go elsewhere. Typical teams could not even protest. The large clans of the 5th floor were usually capable of operating on the 6th floor as well. The reason these powerhouses were squatting on the 5th floor was simple. The 6th floor was monopolized by even bigger clans. It was far more profitable here. Vice Captain, how much did we collect today? They hunt around the clock to collect gems, and if anyone complains, they drive them out by force. The essence of a doomed fire fairy has appeared. Is there anyone who wants to buy it? Grade 5 essences were sold in tubes in the city, while those of lower grades were sold at a cheap price to explorers nearby. What about an explorer seeking experience points? Even they were treated as customers to maximize profits. I will cast a binding spell on you, so do not engage in battle and stay back for a while. Thus, another day of reaping the fruits of the labyrinth through repetitive hunting went by. Captain, it's Bertus. What? The man who had been resting and overseeing the clan quickly stood up and approached the mirror. Through it, a monster could be seen. Dash. 2 horns protruding from its forehead. A muscular figure over 3 meters tall. A demonic monster named Bertus, covered in black wings and with 4 arms. Today is our lucky day. The corners of the man's mouth curled up long. It had been a year since they last encountered this creature. How much did we sell it for last time? Although it was only level 5, its rarity meant that it fetched a considerable price when sold to the Mage Tower. The income from magic stones during this exploration had been below standard, but this one alone would make up for the losses, and then some. Everyone, take your positions. For the first time in a while, the man drew his weapon and stood in front. He waited for Bertus to fully emerge from beyond the mirror. Here it comes. A giant foot slowly stepped through the door. The clan members' eyes gleamed with anticipation. No one was worried about the battle. The mages had completed their highest power spells. A monster that was rare, but ultimately only level 5. The battle would surely end the moment it appeared. Yes, that is how it should have been. Bethel Ray. A human's roar came from beyond the mirror. At the same time, the creature stepping outside turned back and swiftly retracted its foot. What is with those guys? He could not understand the situation at all. Bethel Ray. As soon as I unleashed my wild burst, the Bertus turned his head towards us. Shortly after, the mirror that had formed under his feet disappeared. Fortunately, it seems I had successfully drawn its aggro. Phew, I thought we lost it. Monsters from the other world enter the labyrinth through that mirror. In simple terms, had we been even slightly late, it might not have been us capturing this creature. Grrrr dash. As soon as I raised my shield, the creature charged. Boom dash. Its strength felt less than that of a troll. Truly, it's a monster that looks tough at first, but fails to live up to its appearance. Judging by its appearance alone, it appears to be a level 3 creature. Are you okay, Mr. Jandel? I can handle it. Don't worry about me. Everyone except Mr. Jandel, step back. We need to figure out what its abilities are first. Facing an unknown enemy for the first time, Raven issued orders in a panic. There is no need to be so cautious. But it'd be weird to act like I know everything here. Confident in holding it off 1:1 for hours if necessary, I chose to observe without comment. Honestly, I was a bit curious. What decisions will our mage make without any knowledge? Mark Garger. The first spell Raven used was magic detection. The very same one used at checkpoints for exchanging magic stones. Fortunately, it seems to be around level 5. She measured the threat level of the monster. But that was all we knew so far. The rest would have to be deduced through combat. Boom! An explosion bloomed as its fist collided with my shield. Scars of explosion. There were no signs of energy movement. It might be a physical ability. It was a passive ability. Now, what would be the trigger condition? Boom! Bang! Boom! As explosions continued beyond my shield, Raven observed the battle from a safe distance. And then, she reached a conclusion. The same spot. It explodes when the same spot is hit. Correct. I hadn't expected her to figure it out so quickly. So, how long are you going to just watch? You seem to be doing fine on your own, but maybe we should observe a bit more? Miss Karlstein or Einar could get seriously hurt. So I'm not likely to get seriously hurt? I felt a mix of slight indignation and pride as a tank. If it gets dangerous, I'll throw you a potion right away. High grade? Yes, high grade. Well then, not sure if it's just me, but based on experience, high grade potions seem to cause the least pain. Even with resistance to pain, it doesn't mean it's not painful. Oh, it can use its feathers like arrows? It doesn't seem to involve any energy movement, so it's probably just a trait. Seemingly convinced it was a significant threat at our level, Raven's voice lightened. Mr. Jandel, want to try hitting it with your mace? There might be something that activates upon being hit. It seemed fun to analyze a new monster. Our mage seemed excited for the first time, so I complied with her instructions. Crack dash. When I struck one of its forearms with a swing, the joint grotesquely bit. Immediately, its wings unfurled. It's an ability, one of Bertus' 3 active skills. Wings of Greed. Whoosh dash. The surrounding air is sucked in like a drain whirlpool. After about 3 seconds of inhaling, the wings snapped shut and the broken arm healed. It's a regenerative ability. Not content to just watch, Raven immediately cast a deterioration spell on it. Please let this be it. Its real value was in its passive, but if we're catching it, it's best to get a useful active skill as well. Bertus has cast Legion of Hatred. Bertus has cast Destruction Beam. Whoosh dash. After easily dodging the Destruction Beam, which has a casting time of 3 seconds, I cast Gigantification. Now that I had permission, it seems we've identified all its abilities. So can I go fight now? The moment of finishing it off. Bethel, Ray. While Einar smashed the summoned demons with her great sword, Mr. Bear and Raven prepared their ultimate attacks. Admin Urikfried has cast Hazardous Material. Oliva Raven has cast level 5 attack spell, Lightning Spear. Our team's strongest damage dealer, who even the trolls, the epitome of survivability, couldn't stand up to. Boom dash. A massive explosion bloomed, and Bertus' body turned into a burst of light. Bertus has been defeated. EXP +5. Black smoke and scattering light particles. Curious about the result. Raven used a wind spell to clear the smoke. Then a white essence was revealed. There, in essence, the coveted wings of greed appeared. Just a 33.3% chance, but really got it in one go. Suddenly, I felt a bit anxious. A level 5 monster essence appeared. So, there were two options. Either encase it in a test tube for sale, or have one of the team members pay and absorb it. What will you do? I think Einar should keep this. Eh? Me? I neatly ignored all of Einar's rants. Although she's the party concerned in this matter, I am the man who will become a barbarian lord one day. In simple terms, I represent all barbarians. You're deciding even without fully checking what essence it is. I confirmed its skills through battle, but I can only know which skill this essence contains by consuming it. Moreover, the base stats that come with the essence are as important as the skill itself. I was hoping you'd consider that and give us a bit of a discount. How much? 16 million stones. When I made my offer, Einar almost fainted. Einar, please keep it down, will you? Bjorn is talking. Okay. Although the conversation was briefly interrupted, Raven continued to talk with a serious face, without even a hint of a smile. That would leave me with only 4 million stones if we divided by 4. As expected, that didn't work. That's why I suggested 16 million. That seems too low. It's a monster rare enough that even I didn't know about it. Besides, I get 40% if we sell it in a test tube. In exchange, I will allow you to conduct research on her. Einar was shocked. What? You're selling me to a mage? Like what Mr. Jandel did before. Raven seemed intrigued by the offer. As expected, for a mage, research trumps money. Seizing the momentum, I quickly played the cards I had prepared. Moreover, if you use distortion magic on it in a test tube, you won't be able to use it anymore. In other words, if we find a treasure, wouldn't she regret using distortion magic on it? Raven seemed tempted, nodding thoughtfully. We only have a few days left, but indeed, we can't rule out that possibility yet. Good, it seems Raven is convinced. Next was Mr. Barrett's turn. What do you want to do? Yurik fried. Even if I make up for the loss with research, it doesn't matter to me. Haven't we earned enough already? After all, we're here thanks to Bjorn finding this place. Well, yes, but are you sure? I don't even know how much this will sell for. That's why I said it doesn't matter. If the barbarian lady becomes stronger, it's good for us too. Alright, then it's settled. Now Einar has to go to the city and pay 4 million stones each to Mr. Bear and Raven. This meant she was going back to being penniless, despite having earned a lot this time. Here, consume it before it disappears. Seemingly pleased about acquiring a new essence, Einar took the essence without any resistance. Einar Phenoline's soul is permeated with essence of Bertus. The black luminescence seeped in as soon as it touched her skin. Raven watched with curiosity. So, how do you feel? What's the most noticeable change? I feel stronger, I think. It's vague. We'll need to research the abilities and stats once we return to the city. For now, would you like to try using the abilities? The abilities? It might be hard to imagine. Raven then recalled the 3 abilities Bertus had demonstrated and suggested using soul power. It's also good to say the commands out loud. That's how you usually start learning magic. Alright, I'll try. Following Raven's instructions, Einar began to attempt each of Bertus's active skills in order. Come out, you demons. Summoning Legion of Hatred. Ranged attack, destruction beam. And then, wings. Wings of greed. Whoosh dash. Wings of light unfolded behind her. Thus named Barbarian Female, Valkyrie mode. Am I a Valkyrie now? Einar looked over her appearance, then exclaimed with unparalleled joy. Bethel, Rhea, it's good to see she is pleased with the outcome. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 171. Burning 3. After Einar obtained Wings of Greed, Raven used Einar like a puppet, testing the essence's performance. First and foremost, I can't fly. Flight using the wings was impossible. Moreover, since the wings were made of light, it was impossible to use them for attack or defense, or even to move them at will. Just wings that moved according to Einar's mood. Flutter, flutter. Oh no, I'm in a bad mood. It's all about balance. If these could fly, wouldn't it be a total cheat? But it does suit you very well. Niang, you look really, really strong. Really? The wings begin to flap once again at the mention of looking strong. Flutter. Well, this must be something that feels good to look at. Indeed, even I have to admit the wings have a certain cool factor. The effect of absorbing the surrounding air each time it healed was quite spectacular too. If we had known it had these abilities, Mr. Jandel could have taken it. Aren't you regretting it? Well, you've lost your vampire essence, so you don't have any health regeneration abilities. That's what she meant. But it's not the right essence for me. The passive ability doesn't suit a tank. After all, I could somewhat manage regeneration with stats alone, and there were far better options available, so why bother? Above all, it suits Einar well. The effect of Scars of Explosion is simple. Explosion upon striking the same spot twice. In the game, it felt similar to a critical hit. It increased accuracy or was slightly more likely to explode when facing slow monsters. But with repeated slash, it's a different story. Let's continue moving then. Not long after resuming our exploration, a group of monsters appeared, and everyone could clearly see Einar's growth with their own eyes. Boom! An explosion occurred as soon as she used repeated slash. The head of a level 7 monster burst instantly and vanished into light. Even Raven, who was watching, was taken aback by its power. Did you really feed Mississippi Einar the essence with this in mind? Because of my assumption that it explodes from repeated strikes. Well, it wasn't an assumption for me. Of course, I couldn't say that, so I vaguely danced around the question. You are our team's mage. Of course, I trust your judgment. Ah, thanks for that. Raven couldn't say anything in response and just shut her mouth. Meanwhile, Einar couldn't contain her excitement and continued to mow down monsters. Bethel, explosions blossomed with every swing of her sword. Boom, boom. Thanks to the twin stats, strength and agility, attached to Bertus Essence, her movements were much smoother and more powerful than before. Of course, since I wasn't pulling aggro, she kept accumulating injuries. Wings, casting Life Drain and Wings of Greed, together quickly healed the wounds. I think I got her character concept down. Named the Berserker Barbarian. I watched Einar's battle with unabashed satisfaction. There was a bit of envy in my heart. Before I knew about shield barbarians, I always developed characters in such a manner. Thrilling battles are truly a man's romance. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to increase her strength stat so that she can wield a great sword in each hand. I considered it for a moment. A barbarian warrior swirling through the battlefield like a whirlwind, wielding massive great swords in each hand. And behind her, wings of light as well. Oh shit, that would be cool. Maybe it could fulfill a vicarious satisfaction. Bjorn, got it? I'll help now. However, her character wasn't quite finished enough to overcome the numerical disadvantage, so I gradually joined in and finished the battle. Was that alone impressive enough? Niang, to think that just one essence can make her so much stronger. Misha looked on with a bit of envy. Well, she doesn't have an essence higher than level 5 yet. Seeing Einar, who had both level 5 and level 4 essence, might make her feel deprived. Especially since Einar was also a rookie explorer, like me. Don't worry, you'll become stronger too. Nah, Misha suddenly looked dejected, but there was nothing else I could immediately say to cheer her up. After all, I was planning to get that essence only after we had taken everything we could from the Hellfire Gorge. Would it take about half a year? To acquire the core of the Ice Dual Swords Master, it might take several years. Getting to the 5th floor has piled up tasks like a mountain. After collecting the magic stones, we continued our exploration. The forest was huge, with trees burning and spewing devastation. As we advanced, killing monsters, time quickly passed, and soon the 30th day dawned. 8:10. Only 16 hours left until the labyrinth closes. We finally arrived. Just in time, a giant tombstone revealed itself between the trees. Everyone stop. Is it a trap? I don't know, but it could be. Raven immediately went on alert upon seeing the artificial structure. It's a commendable attitude, but it's just a tombstone. In the game, this steel had no function. By the way, if we went in a different direction in the field, we'd find an identical tombstone, serving as a kind of landmark. A sign indicating this was the center. Well, there might be hidden elements I haven't discovered, but that's unlikely. I've tried all sorts of things out of suspicion, but nothing came out. So, what do? Let's prepare for battle first. Something might be summoned if we enter its radius. Alright then. Not wanting to disregard the mage's opinion in such a situation, I obediently followed her instructions. Fortunately, Raven wasn't the type to cautiously waste time without reason. I don't feel any magic, but just in case, I'll approach it slowly. She then slowly closed the distance and stood in front of the tombstone. Naturally, no monsters popped out. Mr. Jandel, want to touch the tombstone? Yeah, she always makes me do these things, don't she? Knowing it was safe, I just touched it. As expected, the tombstone didn't react at all. Can we stay a bit longer to check things out? If you want. I agreed to Raven's request. Considering this was the real version, not the game, there might be clues we didn't discover in the game. So, 30 minutes passed. Raven, let's move on now. Oh no! A man-made structure standing tall in such a forest must have a story behind it. It seemed she had fallen into the same trap as me. How many months had I wasted thinking the same thing? Just a little more, and I feel like I might discover something. Just a little more? How much is just a little? We don't have much time left. If you're really curious, we can look up related records after we get out. I decisively drew a line, and Raven reluctantly gave up and followed my lead. After all, she doesn't like to be a burden to others. She's easy to manage. Let's go then. We then explored the area around the tombstone. The reason being, there might be something nearby. Since we couldn't go far with the remaining day, everyone agreed without complaint. After searching this much, something should turn up by now. That's when, after about 2 hours of thorough searching, Bjorn, look over there, Niang. Misha pointed and shouted. A house. In the middle of the burning, monster-infested forest, a 2-story brick house stood boldly. Phew, looks like I won't need to come back here again. This was exactly the place I had been looking for. The blackened wooden door opened feebly. Creak. That sound was somewhat annoying, so I just tore it off and threw it on the ground. Niang, can you not destroy everything you see? Stop nagging. It's not nagging, it's just... Got it. I'll be careful. Complaining about breaking just one door? This place feels eerie. The building was almost a ruin. Even though we confirmed there were no monsters using magic, we cautiously searched inside in case of traps. Still, it didn't take long. Everything from the sofas to the outer walls was burned down to its skeleton. We quickly finished searching the first floor and moved up to the second floor. In what seemed to be a bedroom, we found a book. Raven, it's the kind of book you like. The book was relatively intact, possibly because it was inside a drawer. Though the exterior was completely charred, there were still quite a few intact pages inside. Was this here before? An item that couldn't be found in the game. Raven's eyes lit up as she took the book from Einar and carefully opened it. It's written in ancient language. Can you read it? Yes. This is my specialty. Anyway, it looks like a diary. Raven then began reading aloud, showcasing her knowledge. The content was quite interesting. Day 192, the rescue team didn't come today either. Now, only 3 of us remained from the exploration. Tarbian suggested building a house, and I agreed. Demon meat tasted disgustingly bad today as well. Day 271, a decent house has been completed. We drank the wine we had saved. When was the last time we laughed and talked like this? Shit, if Zephyros hadn't gotten drunk and started talking nonsense, my mood would still be great. What's the point of living in a world that's been destroyed? Even if everything is burnt to ashes, there is still hope. As evidence, we are still alive. Day 467, Tarvian is pregnant. Whose child could it be? Neither Zephyros nor I asked. Ah, Tarvian, the wisest yet most pitiable woman. Today, I desperately crave alcohol. Day 672. Or is it 673? I'm not sure, but a crisis has occurred. The fire orb has started to lose its power. The outer walls are already being scorched by flames. Only Tarvian, the mage, can fix it. But what's the point if extending its life costs her own? Day 711, for the first time in a long while, Zephyros and I agreed on something. Today we die. If the world hasn't been destroyed by the witch's hand, and someday someone finds this place, please use the item in the basement to save the world. A diary without even the speaker's name. Only 4 intact pages were found. Yet, Raven was shocked as she recited the last entry. A witch? Why are you so surprised? The diary is written in ancient language. The person who wrote this diary is from our dimension. Misha gave us so what? Look. But Raven was too preoccupied to explain kindly. What? Is it because this is in another dimension? So, records from that time are left here? No, how did these people come here? Raven mumbled to herself, trying to piece together her thoughts. However, that contemplation didn't last long. The basement. Let's check the basement first. If what's written here is true, there must be something down there. That sounds like a good idea. We went back to the first floor and cleared away the rubble, revealing a path leading down. It was quite dark, so we used a light orb spell. Step by step, descending, we found a small space about 3 square meters in size, seemingly used as a storage room for food and supplies. There was a box that looked valuable at first glance. I'll open it. Oh, will you? Yes, all those times I took the lead on tasks like this were finally paying off. Did I play it cool? With that thought, I opened the box. Inside was a single orb. Before Raven could say anything, I reached out and touched it. You have been registered as the user of the fire orb. This was a bound item. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 172. When the user was registered, the fireball emitted light. However, after that it didn't react to anything. So after trying to fiddle with it in various ways, even Raven gave up. We should return to the city and consult a specialist appraiser. Are we taking this with us? What? What do you mean by that? Well, that S. I said bluntly. Actually, I thought you might say that we should take the book, that it's of immense historical value or something. Oh, I definitely am interested in the book. Raven agreed easily rather than getting angry. what the person who wrote the diary said, right? To take it and use it. It must be more valuable than the diary itself. Besides, I've already memorized the contents of the diary. And just in case, I've also made a video recording. Oh, I see. Yes. So don't worry about that. Raven then applied distortion magic to the fire orb. This meant that even if ownership was discovered, it couldn't be cancelled. It would be more natural to use this after returning to the city. That seemed like a better idea. I didn't know anything. So, this is strictly an accident. Although my conscience felt a bit prickly, it's not like I obtained this item just for my own benefit. The fire orb is an item for the whole team. Therefore, the benefits can be shared by everyone. That is, until I leave the team. It seems like that is pretty much it. After searching every nook and cranny of the house for another 30 minutes, there was no significant finding. What should we do now? What kind of question is that? We continue hunting. Of course. I knew you'd say that. Being the money-hungry explorers that we are, we spent the remaining time efficiently hunting monsters. True to the nature of a treasure hunter obsessed with money, we spent the remaining time efficiently hunting monsters. And before we knew it, the character is moving to Rafdonia. The time for return had come. The first sunshine in a month. I basked in the warmth for a while, as if photosynthesizing, and then moved on. A checkpoint for mid-level explorers of rank 6 and above. After waiting for a bit, everyone had gathered except for Mr. Bear. Why isn't Barbaria coming? Well, did she really need to ask that? Having just been hunting, I didn't have the energy to answer. After a little while, Mr. Bear arrived. Beside him was a nameless explorer. Over here. Ah, thank you. It was easy to find thanks to you. Thanks to you, I'm having quite the peculiar experience. With such a semi-impressed remark, the explorer coolly headed towards their own team. Mr. Bear awkwardly smiled as he joined us. Haha, the line is quite long, isn't it? Well, of course, it's because you were late. I sighed, but didn't verbally complain. After all, I am not the leader of this team for nothing. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. One should try to embrace even the flaws. I had also developed some immunity from Team Halfling. After all, Mr. Bear is pretty good at fighting. Anyway, as we were all waiting in line, Misha chatted with Mr. Bear. Niang, being here together like this, it really feels like we've made it. That might be so. Team level are recognized starting from rank 6 onwards. Niang, I feel like I'm a full-fledged explorer now. It's quite peculiar. In fact, I felt the same way. Before, we had to gather outside, using specific entry points designated for our ranks. Anyway, the queue disappeared quickly, as it was only for rank 6. There were far fewer people passing through here than at the rank 9 checkpoint, but there were more than twice the number of staff members. Even the checkpoints were in the form of rooms, preserving privacy. Team Appleneric, is that correct? The administrative staff checked our team registration card and managed to keep a straight face. After going through some simple administrative procedures, we handed over the magic stones we all bundled up. About 7 of them. All of them were heavy. The staff's eyes widened as they opened the bundle and saw it filled with magic stones. Of course, that moment was brief. Before long, they gave a thin, meaningful smile. For some reason, it reminded me of being dragged to the guild's prison, giving me a sense of PTSD. But Raven, the conversationalist, handled the situation. These are all magic stones rightfully obtained by defeating monsters. We have video evidence to prove it. Well, if you check, you might need to compensate us appropriately for disclosing our achievements. That won't be necessary. Then, could you proceed with the exchange? Perhaps because I was tired, or maybe because I found the officer's gaze bothersome. My tone was crisper than usual. Did the staff send something off? They moved quickly and soon finished the exchange. 25.19 million stones. An amount that one would usually expect from a clan-level operation. Divided among the 5 of us, that's 5,038,000 stones each. If we earn like this every month, that's an annual salary of 60,456,000 stones. Indeed, fitting for the burning zone. Even if we fought and caught dozens of monsters in a single battle, it would have been impossible to earn this much without the double magic stone event. An involuntary sigh of amazement escaped me. It was such a peculiar feeling. It feels like just yesterday when I exchanged 180,000 stones upon my first entry and received admiration from my peers. So, how many cotton candies is that exactly? You could eat 10 a day and never run out. It's very encouraging that this income came purely from magic stones, not from plunderers' equipment or anything like that. Well, it might be difficult to earn this much every time. We did find the black moss quite early this time, and the Milodon appeared without much waiting. Moreover, the distortion magic worked on the first try. It would be hard to expect things to go this smoothly in the next exploration. You're going to do the accounting tomorrow, right? As soon as we left the checkpoint, Raven asked. By the look in her eyes, the answer was already decided. Let us just do it the day after tomorrow. I was planning to do it today anyway. I had been hunting without enough sleep, and on the last day, I stayed up until 12 a.m. Considering our camping routine is around 9 to 10 p.m., I've already overstayed my sleeping time. The day after tomorrow? Yeah, we also need to sell the equipment and byproducts. That can't Mr. Jandel take care of it for me? I really want to be able to wake up tomorrow. You have the Appraiser S certification, right? So it's okay for you to handle it. Raven clenched her mouth shut. She probably never dreamed that the words she once bragged about would come back to hit her like a boomerang. If it was just the equipment, maybe, but there are also magical materials involved. That has something only a mage like you can handle. Then Mr. Jandel is coming with me. A barbarian can carry things too, right? Pour to my foot. She had a spatial ring, so it was a preposterous suggestion. But I just agreed to it. I was also curious about the mage's selling routes. Then, let us meet then. After setting a meeting time, we dispersed ahead to our accommodations. Jan, I'll go ahead. Raven to his personal lab in the mage tower. Abum, can you find your way properly? Don't worry. I know the way from the checkpoint to home. So you could find your way home after all? Mr. Bear went to the tavern where his wife was waiting. All right, now let us head back. Misha, can't we eat something before that? I'm so hungry. Let us all eat together after washing up. Go try to hold out. We went to our temporary home. The next day, 1 p.m., while Misha and Einar continued to sleep in at the lodging, I prepared to go out. I had to go with Raven to sell the loot. Then please drop my equipment off at the repair shop. Can I ask you to do the same for me? For the record, I had also packed the equipment of the 2 people in my backpack. It was a bit disappointing that not a single person wanted to come along. But, as the team leader, it seemed right to endure this much for the team. You're 1 minute late. Should I pay a late fee? Do I look like a beggar to you? Why is she so cranky? It's because she couldn't sleep anymore. I decided to be generous in my understanding. She isn't the team leader, just a mage dragged out for this reason, so she must have complaints. Wonder if she likes sweet things? Maybe I should treat her to one later. Recalling the people skills I learned from my ex-girlfriend, we boarded the carriage headed to Commelby District. There was no chit-chat during the ride. Both of us passed out asleep. Jan, that was a good sleep. When I opened my eyes in the carriage, we had already arrived. Since we didn't meet early in the morning, we moved a bit hurriedly. First to treat her to something sweet. Sweets are acceptable. Focus your eyes before you talk, will you? That hurts my pride. Anyway, today's schedule was simple. Sell the Milodon byproducts at a magic shop. Stop by the blacksmith for weapon repairs, and to liquidate the masked man's equipment. Register the expanded backpack and Ifrit's essence at the exchange. And, while at the exchange, call a specialist appraiser to finally appraise the fire orb. This is you've acquired quite a valuable item. I've heard that even among large clans, there are almost none who possess this. So, what is it exactly? It's a fire orb. When activated, it consumes soul energy, but reduces fire damage within a 15-meter radius. What are the activation conditions? There's an activation word. I'll write it down for you, so make sure not to forget it. By the way, the special appraisal fee was a whopping 300,000 stones. Just hearing that made my stomach ache. These guys really raking money just by sitting down. So, how much is the appraisal value? I forgot to mention. The fire orb can only be used by the person who first acquired it. What? What did you say? Raven's gaze shifted to me. But what now, after all this time? It was an accident. Sigh. A sigh that seemed to contain many emotions. As we were about to leave after finishing our business, the appraiser made a proposal. Could you possibly tell me where you obtained it? No. We have no intention of sharing our achievements. If you change your mind, please let me know. Everyone who has acquired a fire orb has been tight-lipped. We're willing to pay a fair price. Sure, we'll do. After leaving the exchange, today's schedule was concluded. Due to our systematic movement, there was quite some time left until the last carriage. We had a simple meal near the platform. Raven, just to be clear, I didn't know about this. Who's blaming you? What? Did you think I'd ask for compensation and money? I definitely thought that was coming. It's okay. Like the appraiser said earlier, right? It's less a personal item and more a tool to be used for the team. Yeah, I'll only use it for the team. The worry I had internally was easily resolved. So, I could comfortably inquire about something that had been on my mind during the meal. But why did you reject that offer? The one about telling where we got it? Yeah, it sounded like they would VE paid well. They would VE. But if we told them, they'd make several times more than what they VE paid us, right? I can't accept that. Seems like middlemen making a sweet profit is universal. More importantly, if the source is revealed, more people would know about the book, right? That's not good. I plan to delve into it properly and turn the academic world upside down. The real reason lay elsewhere. All for that elusive fame. It's a motivation I find hard to relate to, but I guess everyone has their own pursuits. Anyway, Please continue to count on me. Suddenly, I have a feeling that the secrets of an ancient which are hidden in a labyrinth waiting to be discovered. I've decided to search for it. So? What do you mean so? It means I'm continuing as an explorer, alongside Mr. Jandel. I didn't understand why she emphasized being beside me. As I looked at her intently, Raven gave a bright smile. I felt it since the blood-tinted castle. But Mr. Jandel, you have a knack for this. It feels like we'll often encounter unusual events like this one, right? Being beside me means encountering unusual events. I couldn't help but chuckle. You can trust me. A mage's intuition tends to be quite accurate. That mage's intuition sure is something. Tips here. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 173. The day after Raven and I traveled to the Comleby district. The whole team gathered in the pub for the final accounting. Wow, we made a lot of money. Magic stones income, 25.19 million. Expandable backpacks and miscellaneous equipment, 3.01 million. The essence of Ifrit, excluding the test tube value, 9 million. The byproducts of Milodon, 0.75 million. So, in total 37.95 million stones. Of course, dividing it equally by 5 is not the case. For magic stones, it was agreed that Einar would take 15% and Mr. Bear 25%. The essence and Milodon's byproducts are special loot, so Raven takes 40%. Let us see, then my share is 7.1 million and an additional 2,500 stones. Coincidentally, my amount is exactly the same as Misha's. What about the value of the essence? The essence? How much was that again? Einar momentarily expressed confusion amidst the joy from the astronomical settlement. I'll pay for that together. I took out 2.157 million stones from my share and handed it to Raven. What about Miss Karlstein's share? Niang, I'll collect that from Einar later. Then Miss Einar, you don't get paid anything today? I feel sad for her. Worked hard in the labyrinth only to increase her debt. She owed 4 million to Misha. 7.5 million to me, including the equipment cost from last month. A total of 11.5 million stones. How could this be? I had money, but now it's gone. Something is wrong here. Niang, the world is just like that. But you've become stronger by consuming the essence. Haven to you? Unlike Misha, who comforted her with words, I decided to give her a tangible reward. By the way, it's about time we increased Einar's share. She consumed a grade 5 essence. It's hard to say that Einar's combat power is below average now. I don't mind. From now on, I'll only take 20%. Mr. Bear agreed without complaint, and Einar's share of magic stone increased to 20%. Now it's fairly distributed. Phew, I'd like to adjust the special loot ratio as well, but Raven will surely throw a fit, so let us do that later. Actually, it feels a bit unfair. Tank, leader, and even a scout without asking. And I spoon-feed them all the hidden pieces, right? Shunti, I get at least 30%? Then everyone just needs to contribute their team funds, and we're done for today. How much was the team fund again? 300,000 stones per person. Taking away again. Einar's debt increased by another 300,000 stones. Well, since I'm feeding and housing her anyway, what does debt matter? 3 days after the final settlement. While Misha went out with Einar to apply for her rank 6 promotion application, I lay in bed and collected my thoughts. I've already saved up another 10 million stones. Excluding the money I lent to Einar and the money in the joint account with Misha, my growth rate has accelerated since reaching the 5th floor. Now that I could play proactively, it allowed me to fully utilize my knowledge within the game. 1 year. I roughly set a plan. I will take 1 year on the 5th floor to lay the foundation and then move on to the 6th floor. Of course, from the 6th floor onwards, it will be difficult to grow as fast as I am now. It's a layer that can't be cleared by combat power alone. From the 6th floor, it will be a long battle. But then again, I can consume that essence when I reach the 6th floor. As long as the formidable enemy, the Dragon Slayer, is targeting me, I need to become stronger as soon as possible. Even if not for that, considering the current situation of the world, I don't think I am good enough. The city's atmosphere has been very heavy recently. The explorer industry, to be precise. Everyone seems on edge and tense. It's understandable, given that such an incident occurred. 471 people. That many people died on the 4th floor. And only this time, this was a much more serious issue compared to the last Tier 3 Layer Lord incident. Not monsters, but plunderers. A large-scale terror attack by a massive group targeting veteran explorers who have been navigating the labyrinth for nearly a decade. Bjorn! When my thoughts reached that point, Misha returned from the guild, hastily holding a piece of paper. Look at this. The royal family has issued a notice to explorers, Niang. I quickly took the paper and read through it. The royal family had set up a subjugation plan. and the notice was about rewarding those adventurers of rank 6 and above who participated. The target of subjugation, Norark. This is going to be a mess. The underground city was an open secret, a group that everyone in the know knew about, but 99% of the population didn't even know it existed. Yet, through a royal decree, that group was mentioned. Bjorn, what are you going to do, Niang? Well, the rewards were quite tempting. Not only the measured amount per person, but also a 3-year exemption from taxes and exchange fees. In addition, the royal family would even give away essences they owned, depending on merit, which attracted a number of participants. It seems the invitations to the mega clans are already finished. The notice also listed the names of the clans that had agreed to participate. They must have been promised much larger rewards. A kind of publicity recruitment, perhaps? The mere presence of the big clans would significantly boost the confidence of ordinary explorers. No, rather, they might consider it foolish not to participate in such a golden opportunity for subjugation. However, anyway, what I want to say is, do not participate at any cost. Recalling life.Ho's advice, I steady my mind. We will not participate. I don't want to get caught in a whale fight and get my ass kicked. Besides, we're doing well enough as it is. There hardly seems any merit to participating in the subjugation. That is good. Niang, I had a bad feeling about it. Anyway, just in case, I should meet with Raven and Abin to discuss. By the way, how did Einar react? She is looking forward to it as an opportunity to gain fame. But don't worry. I'll talk to her properly, Niang. Then I'll leave that to you. After ending the conversation with Misha, I headed towards the Mage Tower. What would a Mage's perspective be? The answer was surprisingly simple. Then notice I heard about it last evening too. I was actually going to ask you, but it's good to hear you're not participating. Do you also oppose it? Yes. Although I'm curious about the underground city, it's called a subjugation, but it's actually a war, right? I don't want to get involved in such disputes over interests. Regardless of the rewards offered by the royal family, Raven wasn't much interested. A relief in many ways. I got a similar response from Mr. Bear's tavern. Everyone at the tavern has been talking about it all day, but something doesn't sit right with me. Well, the rewards are tempting though. Mr. Bear mentioned that he might have participated in the subjugation if he were solo playing. Well, Mr. Bear is nearly 40 years old. A 3-year tax exemption is huge, especially since he is almost single-handedly managing the taxes for his wife's portion too. Haha. And next year, a child will be born. With the childbirth benefits, taxes will be reduced for 20 years, so there's no rush. I see. If you guys aren't participating, then I'm not interested either. Okay, that settles it. We're passing on the subjugation. I'll look into more detailed information once the community is open. For now, there's nothing immediately actionable. So, as I was about to return to the lodge to find out about things to do in the city this month, Mr. Bear made an unexpected suggestion. Mr. Jandel, how about a drink later? Drink? You're the leader of a team now, and apparently, you don't have any connections. And there's a gathering of 5th floor explorers this evening. How about we go together? Networking. Honestly, I'm not too keen on it. However, it's common among explorers here to meet with fellow explorers, hang out, and exchange information. Maybe experiencing it once wouldn't be too bad? After all, only high-level information is available from the Watchers of the Round Table, making it difficult to know about these aspects. Okay, so what time and where should we meet? After receiving the time and place, I spent some time at the library. Ragna greeted me in her usual brusque manner. However, I wondered if she had heard this news being cooped up in the library. Only I was in the library, I wondered if she'd heard the news. Do you have something to tell me? Are you participating in the subjugation? No, our team has decided not to participate. Ragna's expression brightened when I decided not to participate in the subjugation. Curious about her reaction, I asked directly. Relieved? Do you know something about Norark? I don't know much about them, but I do know what kind of people the royal family are. There will definitely be tremendous sacrifices. Ragna answered in a voice as quiet as the crawl of an ant. The royal family? Please pretend you didn't hear that. Ragna quickly retracted her statement, looking as if she made a mistake. I didn't press further, knowing how dangerous it can be to speak ill of the royal family. Thanks for worrying. Worrying. Ragna mumbled the word over and over again. However, her reaction was a little unexpected. Usually, she would insist she wasn't worried, but this time she said yes. I was worried, but I'm really glad. That left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. But after saying it, Ragna's neck turned a slight red, apparently feeling ashamed of herself. So, I pretended not to notice. Will you cast that spell for me? I'm about to read some books. Ah yes, the spell. Of course. I don't want to make things more awkward here. 10 p.m. Normally, I would be getting ready for bed at this time, but here I was in a bar I'd never been to before. Not in the 7th district where I live, but in a bar located in the 8th district. Admin, it's been a while. How have you been? I'm doing as well as I can. And you? Living every day like I'm not dying. Upon entering the private room, about a dozen explorers were gathered. The organizer appeared to be a man with a welcoming face. "And who is this friend with you?" He asked the team leader of our team. I wondered who had snagged that lucky spot. "And it's you?" After entering the room, the organizer led a brief introduction session. "I'm Perpy Derbs. Call me whatever you're comfortable with. Pepe for short, a nickname only close friends use. Pepe, a nickname too cute for a bearded man. Let us stick with Derbs. That works for me. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. May I call you Bjorn?" "As you wish." Names were swiftly settled in true explorer fashion. "Wait, Bjorn Jandel? That sounds familiar." One of the explorers cocked his head, then seemed to remember where he had heard it. "Ah, the little Balkan, the barbarian who made a name for himself during the Tier 3 layer lord of it. Right?" "Correct." As I readily admitted, Derb's look towards me changed a bit, a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Oh, so you're not even a year into this? Don't worry about that part. We've just returned from the 5th floor. With Admin's assist, the doubts are erased, leaving only admiration. Advancing to the 5th floor in less than a year is truly remarkable." Derbs then introduced everyone in the room. Famous as the Little Balkan and known for explosive growth, the reactions were mostly friendly. Except for one, Jack Johnsonville of the 5th tier clan, Nevis Wolf. A blonde, tan man introduced himself with a confrontational gaze. Why is he staring like that? Is he looking to get fucked? Although my barbarian mindset was itching for action, I held back with superhuman patience. I'm one of the few modern people in this world. Yes, I should be understanding. Let us just drink. Perhaps sensing the tense atmosphere, Derbs called for a toast to lighten the mood. The gathering began. People naturally drank and shared both everyday and industry chatter. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Admin whispered in my ear, and I chuckled and nodded. I was worried the meeting would be filled with nothing but trash talk, but it was quite pleasant. Well, except for one troublemaker. "Why don't we meet somewhere other than this old bar next time?" Jack Johnsonville. "There's a tavern under our clan's control with excellent drinks. Of course, it's much more expensive than here." Subjugation? Of course, we're participating. "Oh, you might be a bit scared since you're in a team. Still, give it your best. Who knows? You might catch a scout's eye and join a clan." The only one affiliated with a clan in this meeting, boasting about it under the guise of casual conversation. Especially, he'd interrupt whenever attention was drawn to me. Now I have to ask, Jandel, what is your secret? How did you climb so fast? It's obvious. Isn't it? He formed a good team. Having good comrades is also a talent. Derbs tried his best to ease the tension whenever silence fell. "So, Bjorn, how about you? What are your thoughts on your first meeting with us?" Should I be honest? After a brief hesitation, my decision was clear. "I like it." "Of course you would. You're just a fledgling who has reached the 5th floor. I am a K-barbarian, combining the spirit of a modern person with Confucian ideals and the audacity of a barbarian. I endure when I must, confident I can bear even greater insults with a smile. But, what is with that bullshit, you fucking idiot? What? You talking to me? Who else but you would be the idiot here? When there is no need to endure, I don't." Exactly, because that is what being a K-barbarian is all about. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 174. The order of the young and the old. One of the 3 pillars of Confucianism, meaning there is an order between elders and youngsters. However, there is a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is a world where age means nothing. Rafdonia is a city of survival of the fittest, where the order is determined by the strength each individual possesses. Simply put, strength and weakness dictate the order, Chanyo. And according to that law, there is zero reason for me to hold back now. A chick doesn't know its place and is acting up. Do you want to be beaten by a chick? As I slowly stood up, the atmosphere instantly turned tense. What? The blonde tan guy is confused, as if this is the first time he has ever been outed like this. Mr. Bear gently placed his hand on my arm. Jandel. A gesture that it was time to stop. At this, the blonde tan guy regained his smug smile. "How about you listen to your colleague? If it's now, I'll let it slide by just kneeling and apologizing." "What, this guy again? I've just challenged him to a fight. Enough, let us just duel. The only personal dispute method allowed in the city. If it's agreed upon and done in the presence of a notary, it's not classified as violence. Though killing would make things complicated. But that is a matter of controlling one's strength properly. A duel. Do you even know what that means? What do you mean? I just want to smash your head. A madman. Looks like this is his first time encountering a barbarian explorer. The blonde tan guy couldn't seem to grasp the situation. Well, at a meeting designed to show off, he probably didn't expect to be challenged to a duel. What are you thinking? Scared you'll get beaten by a chick? There is no need to deal with a madman. The blonde tan guy sneered and stood up from his place. Yeah, that was his tactic. A mental victory of refusing to associate with a madman. The method to counter this was simple. You chicken out. With just one sentence. Veins bulged on the forehead of the blonde-tan guy. But he didn't want to engage with me, did he? He unfairly took out his frustration on Derbs, who was nearby. Pepe, you should be more selective with your company. Associating with such barbarians will only lower your own standards. Derbs didn't respond. Or more accurately, he didn't have the time to respond. Having said his piece, the blonde-tan guy swiftly turned and walked towards the exit. Step, step. His back was straight, and his stride was confident. However, I noticed that the blonde-tan guy felt shame and humiliation in this situation. Admin, see? His face is turning red. Seems like he knows what shame is. Even Mr. Bear, who initially tried to stop me, didn't hesitate to join in mocking him. If you can't avoid it, might as well enjoy it. A very commendable mindset for my teammate. However, it must have been hard to endure this insult. Step. The blonde-tan guy stopped in front of the exit. Oh, he stopped. Is he going to accept the duel? As if. Just by looking, it's clear he has nothing without his clan's name to back him up. The blonde-tan guy turned his head sharply to look at me. He then clenched his teeth and muttered. Barbarian, getting lucky and earning some cheap fame. You don't know how high the sky is. Yeah, and that attitude will not get you above the 5th floor. I genuinely laughed without realizing it. Does he think he has something? Talking nonsense. I slowly walked out saying, I don't know how many years you've been at this, but you're a moron scared of someone who hasn't even been here a year. Without a clan, you can't hunt above the 5th floor, and you'll spend your life picking up scraps on the 5th floor like it's your salary. And then, I reached the 5th floor in just 8 months. Unlike others, I have a reputation, and I'm forming my own team to go even higher. Within the barbarian tribe, I'm already being considered as a successor due to my potential. Standing in front of him, I casually tapped him on the shoulder. So, who do you think will be on a higher floor a few years from now? The blonde-tan guy couldn't say a word. Just like a typical human male with an average height of 170 centimeters, he could only look up at me. I leaned down to his face. Then hurry up and get lost. Whether you go back to your clan is up to you. As I opened the door for him, the blonde-tan guy walked out dumbfounded. Slam! I immediately closed the door. Turning around, I found everyone looking at me. I went back to my seat and casually remarked, well, I've dealt with the problem, so let us continue drinking. Strangely, no one answered. Awkward silence. Was this the first time they saw a barbarian resolve a situation through conversation? The silence was short-lived. As the shock from the sudden incident subsided, we clinked our glasses together and shared stories. Naturally, the main topic was about Jack Johnsonville. About the guy who chickened out and ran away. Ha ha ha. Did you see the expression on his face when I challenged him to a duel? He'll probably never forget that for the rest of his life. Surprisingly, no one criticized me. After all, even to me who saw him for the first time, he was annoying. So, how much more to them? But why did you keep including him? Despite his arrogance, he blabbered about information that could only be known to clan members. So he was somewhat useful because he was talkative. Then I feel somewhat sorry. Don't worry too much about it. Recently, we haven't been welcoming him as much, so he has been coming less often. He'll probably move on to somewhere else before long. Then that's that. And one more thing. You don't need to worry about him at all. He has just a low-ranking member in his clan, so he couldn't dream of retaliating against you. Pepe. Since when has being low-ranking been the issue? With his personality, he is probably too embarrassed to say anything and just suffers in silence. Well, that could be the case. After all, talking about it would just get him treated as a fool by the clan. It was a clean resolution. Not holding back was indeed the right answer. Even if the clan tried to retaliate, what could they possibly do? Ambush us in a labyrinth? If a large clan did something like that and got caught, they'd be severely punished. They wouldn't cross that line just for a low-ranking member. At most, they could control the experience points. A form of harassment by preventing us from gaining experience points in certain areas. If it were just one area, it might not matter, but the 5th floor clans have close relationships with each other. Thus, being blacklisted could impose significant restrictions on leveling. Of course, that doesn't apply to me. I never intended to pay for experience points in the first place. Why pay money when you can hunt in the mirror? Come on, then let us drink. As the drinking session continued, the talk about the blonde-tan guy gradually faded. Replacing him as the main topic was the subject of the Norark subjugation. Bjorn, your team isn't participating? That is right, I have a bad feeling about it. Derbs, what about you? We've already decided to take part. The labyrinth is just as dangerous anyway. I see. Most of us here will probably participate. The rewards are quite attractive. It's almost like the money one would earn from over a year of exploring. Here as to a safe return. Thanks. I didn't add anything to that decision. There wasn't anyone here with less experience as an explorer than me. It would be impolite and out of place for a newcomer like me to give advice, as it wouldn't change their decision. Even barbarians have their codes to follow. Well, it's getting late. Let us call it a night. Admin, you should go too, or your wife might scold you. I'm going with Jandel, so it's fine. Oh, your wife thinks highly of Jandel, doesn't she? The gathering ended after 2 in the morning. Though some had started to leave one by one for various reasons before that, I stayed till the end. Will you come again? If I'm invited, then I'll pass the word through admin. I didn't gain any immediately useful information. I could glimpse the mindsets and common knowledge of ordinary explorers, but that was it. However, I plan to participate again next time, assuming they return alive from the subjugation, because I'm curious about how it will turn out. I had a good drink for the first time in a while. I step out into the street and feel the chill of the night air on my skin. When I first came here, it was early spring, and now autumn is nearly over. Let us go. Yes, we should. Mr. Bear was in a much more upbeat mood than usual, probably because he had been drinking, almost as if he was guzzling the liquor. Despite the amount he drank, he seemed perfectly sober. But that doesn't mean he could find his way home. I feel like I've gotten a bit closer to this Ajusi. Since the carriages had stopped running, I walked him all the way to his home in District 7. Thanks for walking him home. Want to rest a bit? I've got something perfect for hangovers. Thanks to Mr. Bear's recent exploration earnings, his wife was endlessly kind, offering warm honey water before I headed home. Home. It's become natural for me to call it that. Creak. As I unlocked the door and entered, the door to the room at the back opened. Room 207. Misha's room. Niang, you're back? You were awake? Why are you so late? What with the smell of alcohol, Niang? I stood in the hallway for a moment, telling Misha about joining the gathering with Mr. Bear. That is great, you really seem like a team leader now, Niang. Such exchanges are part of an explorer's job in this world. Misha patted my shoulder, acknowledging my hard work. But what is in that paper bag, Niang? I saw a night market on the way back and bought some apple skewers. You don't usually like that kind of stuff, do you, Niang? You too like them, don't you? Misha chuckled at my words. That is so like you, almost like a dad, Niang. Then Misha took a skewer from the bag, bit into it, and went into her room. I'll give the remaining ones to Einar tomorrow. Thud. I put the bag on the table and quickly washed up. The buzz from the alcohol somewhat flew away with the cool night air coming through the window. Not bad. It was one of those days where such thoughts increasingly crossed my mind. After the day of the explorers' gathering, a somewhat busy routine followed. With money in hand, upgrades were necessary. Einar, go to the sanctuary and get the engraving. I don't have the money. I'll lend you some. Really? Initially, Einar acted as if she had received free money when I offered to lend her some, but as the amount increased, she began to feel the weight of her debt. When will I be able to earn my own money? Well, probably not for a year. In fact, I plan to dictate how to spend the big money thereafter. Anyway, it took her 3 days to get the 3rd level engraving. You seem all right. Wasn't it painful? It hurt, but it's natural to endure pain to become stronger. Yes, that is the mentality. Barbarians indeed have a mindset different from ordinary people. For the record, Einar received the Massacre engraving, a typical warrior-esque engraving that provides adjustments to various combat stats. For her 3rd level engraving skill, she chose Devour, a passive skill with a good performance that recovers a certain amount of soul energy upon defeating monsters. Let's stick to the 3rd level for now and upgrade directly to the 6th level once we have the money. And there was progress with Misha too. Seeing Einar growing at a terrifying rate, maybe Misha felt a bit rushed. This time, she spent most of her money earned on Beast's blood. And the result? Bjorn! I finally did it, Niang. She achieved the first awakening of her spirit beast. The newly acquired power was Blessing of the Glacier, a cheat-like ability that reduces the resource consumption of cold-related skills or items by half. I never thought this power would come before that sword. Was it the reward for our past struggles? Things started to go smoothly after reaching the 5th floor. But are you going to keep using that equipment, Niang? It's enough for the 5th floor. I also spent money, not just on others. I sold the expandable backpack I had been using and spent almost all my money on a subspace ring. Human desires are peculiar. Even the expandable backpack began to feel inconvenient. Better to buy it early if I'm going to change it anyway. A personal backpack is essential in the labyrinth. You never know when you'll be separated from your team. Moreover, fresh products can also be kept in the subspace. Really, there's nothing money can't do in this world. With a resolve to earn a lot more in the future, I prepared to go out. It was because of a meeting with Rod Miller. Fortunately, you arrived on time today. Now that I'm a scout too. I like that attitude. I've been meeting with Rob Miller daily for a few days now, receiving scout training. Of course, it wasn't for free. As with medieval craftsmen, asking to be taught these skills for free was tantamount to daylight robbery. I was paying a significant fee for lessons every day. I haven't been to the 5th floor myself, so I can't tell you about it. But I've studied a lot about it, so I can at least give advice. You should also learn map making. It will be a great help. Basic knowledge that a scout must have, and a few skills and practical know-how that only practitioners can teach, including special training to improve the sense of direction, and so on. I gradually learned everything Miller had established through years of effort. Teaching you like this makes me think that opening a training center wouldn't be a bad idea. That is a good thought. If it's you, surely many will come to learn. Flattery. After the lesson with Miller, I returned to the dormitory and had dinner together. Erwin joined us today. How do you always know where to find us here? We could have been out. Somehow. I can tell. Should I call it a fairy-s intuition? Niang, intuition my foot. You just keep looking until you find us. Misha is right. You bluffer. Both of you stop it. Whenever Erwin came, both of them became sullen. It wasn't incomprehensible. Barbarians naturally dislike fairies, and Misha just dislikes fairies in general. I wish they could get along, considering they might become comrades. Am I expecting too much? Maybe reconsidering Erwin as a comrade is necessary. While dining, we also caught up with Erwin's recent activities. This time, her sister knew a clan that decided to hire her as a mercenary for a few months. She said she would be hunting on the 5th floor next time. The life of a silver spoon. I'll be going then. See you next week. After dinner, I went up to my room to wash up and rest. Although it was late, I didn't really sleep. The character's soul resonates and is drawn to a specific world. Today was the day for that. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 175. A double-sized bed and a wardrobe. And a computer desk placed in Lee Han-soo's room. Long live Korean independence, 0 people are connected. First, I turned on the computer and entered the chat room. The last time I entered the chat room a few minutes late, he thought I was dead. Above all, we can only be together for an hour. This time, I have a big event, so I'm going to get as much information out of life.Ho as I can. I'm the first one here today. A spacious room with antique furniture. I barely had time to sit down on the sofa before life.Ho followed and logged in. So far, there were no problems. Hyung, but what is this? His expression is obviously very urgent. I'm currently in a battle, you see, so I need to go right now. But you have heard about the Nork subjugation, right? Never take part in it, even afterwards. That's why I came to tell you. What do you mean? See you next month? That was the entirety of our conversation. Within seconds of meeting face to face, he was gone. What? My mind went blank. However, if I calmly organized the situation, he said yes in a battle? An hour in the community is equivalent to 1 second in reality. But to leave in such a hurry? It means he is fighting against a formidable enemy. Being here for about a minute, only about 0.02 seconds would have passed outside. Proof that the enemy is so formidable that not even 1 full second time can be wasted. What exactly is he fighting against? I don't know. Only one thing is certain. He is closely related to the Nork expedition. This bastard. Is he really related to the underground city? The dead of night. He is not in the labyrinth, and he is fighting the enemy. I can't think of any other reason for him to be fighting other than Nork. The expedition had set out just yesterday. The King's army, the alliance of explorers, and even the Knights of the Temple sent as reinforcements. The sight of them lining up and entering the sewers was spectacular. His last words. He thinks the expedition will fail? Don't participate, not even afterwards. Interpreting this, it means that the first expedition will fail, and a second expedition force will be formed. It's really frustrating. Since staying here yields nothing, I returned to my room. There were still 3 hours left until the Watchers of the Round Table would open. First, I checked the exchanges, then the unrestricted chat rooms. It was all the same. Everyone was only talking about the Nork expedition. It seems chaos has already erupted in the underground. The number of players who participated in the expedition was significant. In listening to them, I was at the back, so I don't know much, but the atmosphere was seriously not normal. There were constant explosions up front, but the commanders just shut up and didn't explain anything. Why are there so few participants today? Don't tell me they all died. Even at this moment, a fierce battle seems to be unfolding underground. Honestly, I couldn't even begin to imagine the intensity of it. This was even more evident when I came across a post on the forum. I'm about to die. Ask me anything. I got stabbed in the neck, and when I opened my eyes, I was here. I guess I'll live for another 12 seconds? Fuck. Edward Blessed 77. I hope it's not an eternal dream. I hope you wake up in your home. OP. I really hope so. Gotta Flizo. You've suffered enough. Rest now. OP. Thanks for the consolation. Stephen Castle. You must have been in the front lines. I heard it's a living hell there. Did you meet Orcules? OP. Don't know. Heard someone shouting that they arrived, but I can't remember. Maybe they saw wrong. Couldn't see 1M ahead because of those damn dark mages. Tech Monkey. What do you want to do the most? Ope. Reproduce. Tech Monkey. Well, I'll stop there. Tunaboot. Where are you from? OP. Not sure what you're asking. If it's Earth, then Canada. If you mean here, then a Riveton clan. I was a sort of officer. Tunaboot. I'm at your hometown, of course. But you were an officer of the Riveton clan? Huh. You were a big deal. One spring. So what? You're dying now? Goodbye. Ion Boy. Wow. To come out like this here, you must not be trolling, huh? Sincerely, rest in peace. You did well. And ignore the nonsense above. Dozens of comments were posted below. Even as the number of comments increased in real time, OP responded to each one. As if enchanted, I read through from the top and posted a comment. Elf Nunna, why give up so soon? Instead of doing this, you should immediately log out and try to survive. If you don't give up, there is a possibility. It may be infinitely close to zero, but it's not zero. I am proof of that. However, after posting, it seemed too presumptuous, so I added an explanation. Elf Nunna, I've been stabbed in the neck before. I've also entered a state similar to a countdown in the game. But my body moved. In the end, I killed the enemy, drank a potion, and barely survived. So, how about you try? The experience in the land of the dead and the blood-tinted castle. I hope this would bring hope to someone whose name and face I did not know. But, OP, I get what you're saying. But I'm an archer, so your method won't work for me. The response was one of complete resignation. Elf Nunna, but you could still try, couldn't you? I was compelled to post another comment. And soon a response came. OP, sorry, if I'm going to die anyway, I want to die as myself. Not as this cursed body, but as the person my parents gave birth to. Upon reading it, my mind went blank. I took my hands off the keyboard. What could possibly be said in this situation? That it's not your real body, anyway? That it's just a manifestation of your identity as you perceive it? Well, no one has the right to criticize OP's choice. And they shouldn't. Without realizing it, I found myself looking at the wardrobe. More precisely, at the mirror next to it. I saw Lee Han-soo. Tap, tap, tap. I started typing on the keyboard again, and I repeatedly wrote and erased countless words of comfort, hoping he could rest in peace or wake up in his original world. But I couldn't easily press the enter key. Tap, tap, tap. As I hesitated, tapping on the keyboard, unable to do anything, the players' comments continued to be posted. OP responded to each one. Bramber_helmet. This game is trash. OP, tell me about it, this fucking trash game. After that comment, no more comments were posted. I refreshed the page. Suddenly, OP's username at the very top was blurred out. It meant he had died. I don't know why. I've never seen his face or had a conversation with him. But my heart kept beating wildly. Thump thump. Deaths I've seen countless times in this world. Today, the weight of those deaths feels particularly heavy. What could be the reason? Scrolling up as if to find an answer. And then, reading from the top down again. Thanks to many people asking about his real identity, I could glimpse a lifetime's worth of stories just from that. He was from Canada. Born into a farming family, his real name was Mac Davis. His first kiss was at 17, with his girlfriend's best friend. Was it? Sounds like a troublemaker, but he hadn't lived a life deserving death. He dreamed of becoming a vet. Witnessing his childhood dog choke to death on vomit was the catalyst. But he wasn't good at studying and failed. In the end, he helped with his parents' farm work and occasionally enjoyed playing games. Yes, he was an ordinary person, fairly kind, and sometimes seen as a bad person due to some mistakes. Just an ordinary person in every way. Then I stopped scrolling at one point. There was a new comment under the one I had left. OP, your words keep coming back to me. Somehow, I think you were a strong person. I hope you can clear this game and return. Of course, it's your choice. The words of encouragement he left for me when I was repeatedly writing and erasing a few sentences of consolation. From the word choice, I could feel how thoughtful he was. Tap, tap, tap. As if it were already too late for anyone to see, I typed a new comment. Elf Nunna, if you do get back, I'll make sure to write a letter to the address you've posted above. Elf Nunna, you've worked hard. Leaving a seemingly pointless comment, I left the post. Then, I lay down on my bed, blankly continuing with my thoughts. How much time had passed? 3:07. There were only 3 minutes left until the Watchers of the Round Table signups closed. But what is this now? Creak. The room was empty as I rushed in. No crescent moon, no goblin, no fox, no deerhorn, and no clown. Just me in the round table room. Could it be that everyone participated in the expedition? That seemed to be the only explanation. 3 hours in the community. Outside, it equates to merely 3 seconds. What other reason would they have to come here if they didn't have those 3 seconds? No way, I didn't think I'd get dumped here too. The wind hit me one after another after life.Ho. My eyes flashed in front of me, and when I came to my senses, I was back in Lee Han-Su's room. The minimum number of participants was not met. This session of the gathering is closed. The message displayed on the monitor. Yes, this is what happens when no one shows up and the entry time expires. It's as if the essence of community activity was completely hollowed out. I guess I'll just keep browsing around before I go. In the end, I had no choice but to spend the time web surfing, checking up on minor news. Time passed, and it was time to log out. Your character will move to Rafdonia, the familiar room of Bjorn and Bjorn's body. But somehow, today it felt a bit unfamiliar. Or perhaps I'm just tired? Time to get some sleep. I clear my mind and lay down on the bed. Creak. The bed, as always, made a groaning sound as my body sank in. Another day had come to an end, and 3 days later. Bjorn, come out quick. The expedition that went underground has returned. The army that headed towards Nork had come back. Only about a third of them survived. The army passed by in silence, their shoulders slumped. That alone made the outcome obvious. They really failed. Things had become complicated. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 176. A tattoo engraved under her eye. Just over 170 centimeters tall, with a lean, muscular build. Standing in front of the mirror, Amelia tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a scar on her half-cut ear. A scar that would surely be a flaw if she ever hoped to lead a woman's life. Back then, she hadn't had the money to buy a bottle of potion, so she had left it alone. Of course, now she could easily treat it, but she deliberately chose not to. Almost there. This scar always serves as a reminder of who her enemy was. Amelia Rainwiles, the Lord has summoned you. She shouldered her pre-packed bag and stepped outside. An unexpected figure was waiting for her. A member of Orcules, the most infamous evil spirit both above and below the surface, and a criminal mastermind known to the world as the Corpse Collector. The situation is quite urgent. How bad is it? The royal family has made a drastic move. I never imagined they would release that madman from prison. You mean he is out? Even Amelia, usually expressionless, couldn't hide her astonishment this time. If the Corpse Collector was known to the public, that man was the opposite. Hardly anyone knew his name, but to those who knew even a bit about his identity, he was an entity to be feared more than anyone else. Yeah, that guy is here. Thanks to him, things have gotten complicated. Our side is suffering heavy losses right now. The man with glasses smiled and patted Amelia's back. Let us go. Everyone is already gathered, and with you here, we can begin. Understood. Let us move quickly. They proceeded down the silent corridor. Only their footsteps echoed. Is the Dragon Slayer also participating in the battle? Huh. Oh, that guy he has become an armed cripple. What could he do? He is probably resting in his room right now. I see. Amelia cautiously asked another question. Is there any improvement? Why are you interested in that? The man stopped walking and turned around. Famous for his intelligence, he may be able to link Amelia to the incident where the Dragon Slayer's equipment appeared on the black market. I made a mistake. Though she realized her haste too late, Amelia responded as calmly as she could. If he is useless now, I thought of killing him. What? Do you have a grudge against him? I don't like his eyes. There was a brief silence following Amelia's response. It didn't last long. The man burst into laughter as if he had heard a funny story. True. Those snake-like eyes are annoying, especially since he doesn't know his place. The man's steps resumed. Still, bear with it. I heard his body should recover in about 6 months to a year. What about the Dragon Slayer sword? Without it, he is practically useless, right? That. We'll have to look for it. The old alchemist said it wasn't impossible to restore his memories. I see. Restoring memories. She wanted to ask more, but restrained herself. After all, she wasn't usually interested in others. The sharp guy in front of her would surely sense something off. I'll have to inquire about this later. After about 3 minutes of walking, they reached a large door. The white door leading to the Lord's hall. As they entered, they saw the Lord sitting on his throne. It's been a while. Good to see you, Amelia Rainwiles. After a brief salute, Amelia observed the other 4 figures in the hall. 3 were familiar faces, and 1 was new. He's an explorer from the Orcule side. However, since we're short on time, let us save the introduction for later and move on to the main topic. She suppressed her curiosity and listened to the Lord's words. As you can see from my summoning you all, the situation isn't good. I heard, that madman has come down here, right? A woman asked. That's right. Miss Carmilla. The captain is currently confronting him, but it's unlikely he'll hold out for long. The Lord smiled bitterly as he continued. Eventually, he mentioned that the city would be sealed. Thus, for the next 2 years, no one could leave or enter. As soon as you all exit through the secret passage, I will activate the sealing magic circle. Any questions? No, sir. See you in 2 years. Handsome lord. Carmilla, is that how you speak to the lord? What did you say? Smelly old man. After a short conversation, Amelia and her 4 companions moved to a secret passage in the floor. Soon, they reached a spot marked with a red flag. We've arrived. Good luck. A huge blast of mana shot out in the direction of the city as she touched the message stone. Wow, amazing. We really can't go back, can we? A giant barrier made of blue magical light. I never thought I'd leave the city like this. Suppressing her strange emotions, Amelia recalled their mission. Sister, you're the commander, right? What do we do now? Carmilla asked. The mission was simple. Collect information in Rafdonia. This was the main task, and if possible, I finally made it, killing a single explorer. A long smile was drawn on her lips as she recalled the second mission assigned by the Lord. All sorts of rumors were swirling around the city. From conspiracy theories claiming the subjugation failure was orchestrated by the royal family, to apocalyptic predictions that the city would be destroyed in the war against Norak. This side of the world, ISN-T, much different from Earth. I spent days hopping from tavern to tavern, incessantly listening to these baseless stories. A tedious and stressful task, but it was a necessary choice. Unless I had the disguise of the Round Table's Mr. Lion, what could a simple barbarian do? I had to run around on my own 2 feet. Bjorn, going out to drink again tonight, Niang? Yeah, it's going to be late, so go to sleep first. With less than a week left before entering the labyrinth. As night fell, I went out into the streets and tilted my cup alone as usual. Just by doing so, information naturally came my way. They say the compensation for death will be delayed until next month. Indeed, with that many dead, even the royal family must be overwhelmed. It's the opposite. They have enough money, but there are so many casualties that it's taking time to tally them all. In a way, it was similar to the early days. Well, back then, I couldn't afford to come to taverns and had to keep my ears open during meals. Nothing much today either. Following the failure of the subjugation, the royal family's lack of a proper statement led to rumors being infinitely regenerated, as if they were being copied word for word. But if I were to sort out the facts that come closest to reality, they would be as follows. Norak also suffered significant damage and barely managed to survive by imposing a blockade at the last moment. This is certain because there are many witnesses. No matter how much they try to keep people quiet, how can they hide something when so many were involved? There exists an incredibly powerful explorer unknown to the royal family. I heard it from a drunken survivor who told me how Mr. Dervs, whom I met at that gathering, came back alive, or how he fought on par with the leader of Orcules. Well, it's not strange for the royal family to have such a master among them. Anyway, moving on, 3.3 of the top 10 clans were disbanded in this extermination. It's not so much a disbandment as annihilation. There are so few survivors that recovery is practically impossible. Not just the top 10 clans, but also medium-sized clans on the 5th and 6th levels were more than half wiped out. At least this should reduce hunting ground control. The only positive aspect of the current situation, though the issue it brings is far too grave to be happy about. If it comes to a prolonged battle, it will inevitably come down to fighting in the labyrinth. This is something I've been worried about since the first signs of war. Honestly, it makes me laugh. An endless PK content. ISNT this something I didn't even experience in the original? If the labyrinth turns into a battlefield, who needs to earn money and grow, will have no choice but to get involved. If the supply of magic stones decreases, inflation will definitely start. Unfortunately, such concerns were too complex to be discussed in cheap taverns. Well, if an explorer is worried about inflation, I have to suspect evil spirits. It has time for me to make a decision, whether to stop exploring until things calm down, or to enter the labyrinth as usual. The answer was clear. I guess I should enter. There's no telling when this chaos will end. A break is more like a bad move. My feud with the Dragon Slayer isn't over yet. I need to become as strong as possible before the Vine Ring breaks. That's the only way to survive. Eventually, if there's a forced draft, I'll have to participate in the war anyway. Above all, Norak has suffered considerable damage this time. Simply put, they also need time to regroup. Even if that's not the case, we are in a better situation than other explorers. After all, we can bug through the first floor. The 4th floor is a separate dimension, and entering the 5th floor through a mirror allows for PK-free hunting. The problem is how to persuade the two. The Mage Raven and the 10-year veteran Mr. Bear. Whether they agree to enter the labyrinth is still uncertain. I have no choice but to confront them directly. After making the decision, I emptied my glass and left the tavern. Barbarians have their own way of doing things. I'm sorry, but we're closed for today, Mr. Jandel. What brings you here? Is it because of him? Is Admin here? He has probably passed out drunk. Just wait a moment. I'll wake him up and bring him over. Maybe it's because he received proper financial treatment this time? Mrs. Bear seemed several times more friendly than before. I sat down at a not yet cleared table and waited for a while, and before long, Mr. Bear came over, rubbing his eyes. Jandel, what's the matter at this hour? I have something urgent to discuss. Is that so? Let me sober up a bit. Honey? When Mr. Bear called, Mrs. Bear promptly provided honey water as if she had been waiting. Drink it all. Seeing the lavish treatment, it seems he has regained his authority as the head of the family. Ah, that's it. So, what did you want to talk about? I'll ask you straight. Will you join the exploration this time? Seeing you ask that way, you've already made up your mind? I'm going in? After nodding without hesitation, Mr. Bear chuckled. Is that so? Then I'll join. Your decision is quick. Do you know something? Not really, but we're a team, aren't we? If the leader has decided, I trust and follow. An unexpected kind of response. To think he would respect the authority of the leader. This Juicy, in fact, is quite conservative in this aspect. Then that settles it. How about a drink before you go? I'm good. Your wife needs to rest. Since you're up, you should help clean up and then go to bed. I quickly finished the conversation and left the tavern. I think I scored some points with Mrs. Bear with that last comment, and the look in her eyes just got a little softer. 3:24. It was past 3 in the morning, but I headed to the Mage Tower without hesitation. For them, this time might as well be daytime. Indeed, Raven was busy experimenting in the laboratory. Huh? Mr. Jandel? What brings you here at this hour? I came to ask you something. Is that so? Let me just finish what I'm doing. Please sit anywhere and wait for a bit. I thought I might get scolded for being rude at this hour, but surprisingly, she didn't fuss. Maybe because we're teammates now? At least, she doesn't treat me like a stranger anymore. So, what did you want to ask? After waiting a while, Raven cleaned up the area and sat down in front of me, and I just laid it out. Are you going into the labyrinth? Oh, we had to talk about it at some point. What did the others say? The way she spoke made it clear she expected to be the last one I'd ask. It hurt my pride a bit, but since it was true, I had no argument there. Everyone else has agreed to go in. Is that so? Then I'll join too. Quick decision. Do you know something? I repeated the same question I had asked Mr. Bear, but received a different answer this time. Yes. What? It's nothing major, just that the royal family didn't send a formal document to the Mage Tower this time. A document? Normally, if there's any dangerous situation, the Mage Tower is the first to be notified, like warnings not to enter this time. My mind went blank for a moment, but it made sense. Some kind of VIP treatment, perhaps? As mages are considered top-tier personnel, the royal family is directly concerned about their safety. So don't worry too much. If the royal family, who led the subjugation, hasn't sent such a document by now, it essentially means the royal family doesn't consider it dangerous. I see. Next time, give me a heads up about such things. If the leader wishes so. With her teasing smile, I left the Mage Tower and headed home. Then I woke up Misha and Einar, who were sleeping. What? I was sleeping. Ugh, the smell of alcohol. Did you go drinking without me again, Niang? Never mind that. Eat this. I gave them each a wrapped chicken leg I had brought with me and informed them of the decision. We're going into the labyrinth. Einar reacted as if it was obvious, while Misha sighed deeply. Niang, I knew it. This brainless barbarian. If only all team members were like them. So that's it? Yes, that's it. Now go back to sleep. Niang, really? You could just told me this tomorrow. Misha grumbled as she went back to her room, and Einar did the same. Good night, Bjorn. I took out my keys and inserted them into the lock. But just as I was about to turn it and unlock the door, click-clack, click-clack, I heard the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. Considering it was an inn, it wasn't a particularly strange background noise. Yet for some reason, today, that sound seemed to prick my ears more sharply. Click-clack. Eventually, without thinking, I turned around to check the stairs, and that's when I locked eyes with the person coming up. For a moment, I wondered if I was mistaken because of the skirt. But no, that couldn't be it. Why is she here? I met her once in the land of the dead, and once in the sewers. A total of 2 times, she made me feel like I hit a wall, the 8th floor explorer from the underground city, commonly known as the psychopath. Gulp. As soon as I saw that face imprinted in my memory, I involuntarily swallowed hard. But was she also taken aback to see me? To think I'd meet someone who knows me here. This is somewhat troublesome. The woman frowned at me, then took a step back, assuming a stance. It seemed she already thought of a solution. Well, like before, I could just beat you up and erase your memory. Damn it. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 177. The advice I gave Einar on her first day here. Even then, it wasn't just empty words. In fact, this motto has saved my life countless times through various adversities. So, in that sense, shit. With a brief mumble, I focused on the current situation. To think, I'd meet someone who knows me here. For her first line, one thing is clear. She didn't come looking for me with hostile intent. This is somewhat troublesome. Second piece of information. She finds the situation as awkward as I do. However, the nuance feels somewhat different from before. There seems to be another reason why she cannot reveal her identity. Norark has been sealed. So, is she a spy? Did she sneak out before it was sealed? Well, it's hard to tell yet. There could be some hidden circumstances. There is only one thing I know for sure right now. Well, I'll just have to beat him up and erase his memory like I did then. Even in this situation, she has no intention of killing me. Simply put, I can at least be at ease about that. As long as I don't accidentally step on a landmine. That the memory erasing pill doesn't work. I just need to be careful not to let that get exposed. Then it won't come to the worst case scenario. Thus, my basic stance on what to do next is decided. I have no intention of just taking the pill and being neutralized, but it doesn't hurt to have insurance. What did I say to her in the sewer? It was a few months ago, but I remembered it quickly. Why do you want to kill me now? I kept my promise, didn't I? When we accidentally reunited in the sewer, I definitely asked this question first. A necessary question if my last memory was in the land of the dead. It's the same words as that time. That time, when I looked puzzled, the woman shook her head and continued her sentence. But you look much more relaxed now. I couldn't help but chuckle. Relax, huh? I didn't expect it to be so obvious. I spoke bluntly. The oath is still valid. Can't you pretend that you did not see me and just leave? Then take this. She pulled a pill from her pocket and tossed it to me. The pill was overall grimy, and its shell seemed somewhat damp. It's a pill to erase your memories. If you take it, you'll never remember what happened today. Suddenly, it occurred to me that taking a pill might be the cleanest way to deal with the current situation. But how can I trust you? That's the last line of defense. Because if I take the pill, I'll lose consciousness. And what if she is lusting after my equipment? What if she, out of curiosity, opens it and happens to find the Dragon Slayer sword in my subspace ring? In the end, it's the same as stepping on a mine. You have no other option, do you? Why do you say I have no options? Compared to when we met in the land of the dead, I'm hundreds of times stronger. Even compared to my sewer days, I have become several times stronger. Most importantly, this is not the dark underground sewers with no one to help. This is an above-ground city where law and society function. If I just scream once, my companions will wake up. You alone won't be able to handle it. There is no reason for me to concede to this woman. Now I see, you're not relaxed, you're just being cocky. See for yourself. Despite my confident words, the woman remained silent. Though she accused me of being arrogant, she must know how different the situation is now compared to before. An unusual heavy silence settled in the empty corridor at dawn. The first to speak was her. Barbarian. She called me, taking a step forward. Instead of responding, I turned my back. And sure enough, thud, I saw the woman's clone, her number having doubled. The doppelganger's ability, self-replication. Amelia Rainwiles has cast Azura Strike. Without a sound, the doppelganger jumps from behind and swings her feet with her weight. The same move that had sent my head flying last time. I immediately raised my arms to protect my face. Bang! A tingling shock traveled through my wrist. But that was all, considering my current physical resistance. Well, it feels like maybe my bones have cracked a bit, but I can't really say for sure. I don't feel pain because of my pain resistance. Bethel Raya. I shouted the name of my ancestral god and slammed my fist, the size of a watermelon, into the doppelganger's face. Boom! The instant the blow landed, the doppelganger disappeared in a cloud of smoke like a firecracker. I quickly turned towards where the original was, preparing for a combined attack. But the woman was just standing there. How did you know? She must have not imagined I could block it. I simply answered. Sound. At some point, all noise had ceased. Even on a quiet night, this was clearly an unnatural phenomenon. Ainar's snoring could easily pass through a wooden door. The moment the sound stopped, I realized she was attempting a surprise attack, and upon seeing her take a step, I guessed her method. The self-replication I had experienced before. The summoning range for the clone is 5m. If she had tried to summon it behind me, the distance wouldn't have been right. Having fought her twice before, I was able to counter like this. My offer still stands. Pretend you didn't see me, and just disappear to whatever you were doing. I repeated what I had said before. As expected, a different answer came back this time. How can I trust you? I smirked and returned the question. Do you have another choice? I don't know what skill she used, but it was short-lived, and within seconds I started to hear Einar snoring again. Now I could practically scream, and my mates would come out dash. Creak. That's when the door opened. Bjorn? Who are you talking to, Niang? Misha appeared through the door gap, rubbing her sleepy eyes. I'll explain later, just go back inside. Ack. I reached out and closed the door before it fully opened. Hey, you lunatic. Misha was furious after getting her head bumped, but it couldn't be helped. That's not what's important right now. Hey, open up. It's a girl outside. Erwin? Is it her again, Yang? I blocked the door with my body and quietly stared at the woman. The message in my eyes was very simple. Now, what are you going to do? Her answer came after a brief pause. If I say I'll leave, will you trust me? Essentially asking if I wasn't worried about retaliation. Without any hesitation, I replied, I trust you. After all, this was the woman who had spared my life before on just an oath. In reality, I didn't report this woman. I even blocked Misha with my whole body, just now. By now, you should know. I don't care what you're up to. I just don't want to get involved with you. Right? The woman murmured in a somewhat bitter voice. However, that wasn't the answer I was looking for. So, your answer is? I'll leave. I'd appreciate it if you also promised not to come looking for me again. I didn't come looking for you. But if you want, I'll promise that too. At her words, I somewhat relaxed my guard. It's a world where promises don't mean much, but not everyone holds them lightly. I would prefer not to kill a barbarian with my own hands. After all, that was the promise. She was the woman who had spared me in the land of the dead, all because of someone else's promise. The weight of a promise to her must be different. I used to call her a psychopathic bitch, but it turns out she wasn't exactly that. Then go, human woman. At my words, the woman quietly nodded her head. Then, turning her back, she began descending the stairs. Tap, tap. As her footsteps faded, a sense of relief blossomed within me. It was a relief that the confrontation ended without a fight. My setting wasn't fully complete to withstand her aura yet. City, colleagues, or whatever, if it had come down to a real fight, I too would have to shed blood. Sigh. I felt I could only properly sleep after seeing her leave, so I headed to the stairs. Tap. The woman was stepping onto the last stair, descending to the first floor. But then, perhaps sensing my presence? I'm not a human woman. The woman quickly turned around to look at me. And then, Amelia Rainwiles. She left those words behind and vanished like smoke. At that moment, my mind went blank. No, what the? This makes it seem like we might meet again. Knock, knock. I knocked on Ainar's door. Only snoring came through, with no answer, unlike Misha's door which opened almost immediately. Niang, who was that woman outside? A peddler. What? Let us just sleep. I'm tired. Huh? Sleep? Here? Why? I laid a pillow on the floor and laid down on the bare floor. I really didn't want to do this, but Niang, right? If you're tired, it can't be helped. Come up and sleep. Don't do this. That's a bit, I'll just sleep here. Huh? Then why did you come here? Because it seemed like it might be scary to sleep alone tonight. Time passed, and the day to enter the labyrinth arrived. 10:30. With 1 hour and 30 minutes left until the portal opened. Raven arrived just in time for the appointment. With that, everyone was gathered. Fortunately, no one is late this time. We casted the bonding magic and moved together. The starting place was Mr. Bear's Tavern. It was deemed more comfortable to take everyone from here than to wait nearly an hour elsewhere. It's definitely less crowded than usual. The path to the dimensional square was eerily quiet. Not that it was incomprehensible. Given the state of affairs, everyone was probably taking a break to observe the situation. But what is this? Upon arriving at the dimensional square, I froze in place. The scene unfolding before me was entirely different from the deserted paths I had traversed. Everyone, please form a line. There were dozens of times more officials than usual, and even the military was present. Hundreds of groups formed by one knight, and 4 soldiers each were positioned all around. Could they be planning to control entry into the labyrinth? The thought crossed my mind, but fortunately, that wasn't the case. Here, take these. As I reached the end of the long line, an official quickly approached and handed me 2 items. One was a recording orb, and the other. Honestly, I had no idea. What is this necklace for? It's an identification tag for explorers on our side. Identification tag? Yes. The official explained a few precautions, emphasizing that losing it was absolutely not an option. Though the bureaucratic speech was lengthy, the translation was simple. Losing it means you're screwed. Without this tag, you become a target for elimination. Conversely, killing someone without a tag incurs no penalty. It was quiet because they were planning this. They only informed us right before the labyrinth opened, ensuring maximum secrecy. As a resident of Rafdonia, this wasn't bad news for me. BJ? Bjorn, are we okay? Why wouldn't we be? It means the army will protect us in the labyrinth. Oh, is that so? But one thing is for sure now. The rumors about a portal in the underground city are true. As we chatted and waited, the portal opened after about 5 minutes. The military entered first, followed by the explorers who had been waiting in line. At this rate, we might not even get in. Oh, come on, Yurik fried. As if that would happen. Raven said it was unlikely, but as time passed, her expression hardened. The portal shrank in proportion to the diminishing line. I was actually pleased by the situation. Well, no need to mention it now, right? I had planned to confess about past incidents and use the experience copy bug. After observing Mr. Bear for a month, I knew he valued trust highly, and Raven was reliable in a different sense. The incident with the special appraiser was the deciding factor. They would VE, but if we told them, they D make several times more than what they VE paid us, right? I can't accept that. She would never do something that benefited others. So, I intended to share this method and accumulate free experience from this entry onwards. But, what are you doing? Hurry up and get in. If you're not going in, move aside. Given the current situation, it seemed I could naturally lead to that outcome. Especially since the prospect of the military seemed to have scared some explorers, who hesitated and blocked the way. That said, everyone, please step back. What? I've been waiting for over an hour. Entry was closed with about 10 people left in line. Are we really going back home like this? I never thought we'd actually not get in. Fried was the one talking nonsense. You're blaming me? Let us just go back, everyone. Everyone seemed resigned to reality. Gee, what a letdown, Barbarian. To give up over something like this? Bjorn, what are you doing? Just staring ahead. Now is the time. As the light from the portal began to fade, usually, there would be announcements like the gate will close soon. Everyone hop on. With no time to explain, I activated gigantification. My body grew instantaneously. What are you doing? It's illegal to use abilities in unauthorized areas. A fine is just a fine. It's not that much. As long as no one is injured, it's around 300,000 stones. This can come out of the group funds. I quickly scooped up the 4 people with my arms, and then I started running towards the portal. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right now. Ignoring the officials' verbal protests, I continued my run. After all, at most, I'd face a small fine. There truly was no reason not to enter. Just one day of hunting on the 5th floor would more than cover any penalty. Kaya, are you really just going to barge in? Bethel Raya. Perhaps my shouts served as an answer? Einar, clinging to my left arm, burst into laughter. Ha, that's Bjorn for you. A great warrior. Yes, this is how a true barbarian acts. Kwong. With a satisfied smile, I sprinted across the empty square at a breakneck pace. Swoosh. The light from the portal, now reduced to about the size of a person and wavering uncertainly, enveloped us in a flash. You have entered the 1st floor crystal cave. Safe. Your character's fame score has increased by +1. 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 Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 178. In the darkness, where not a single ray of light enters, Raven casts a light sphere spell. Leet. I reflexively closed my eyes before I could be blinded. Turning to me, Raven asked, Mr. Jandel, what are you doing right now? As I hesitantly opened my eyes, I saw a light sphere that, unlike usual, emitted a faint and soft glow. Oh, so it's dimmable. It's nothing. I awkwardly brushed it off, and Raven scolded me. By the way, if you're going to do something like that, at least tell me in advance. You freaked me out. What if we got caught by the guards outside? We could just pay a fine? Don't tell me you're thinking of using the team funds. It is for the team. When I cut her off, Raven sighs deeply. However, she didn't say anything more. Not that what I said was wrong, because that's not what's important right now. Doesn't this seem strange? Starting off in a dark zone. It's not just any dark zone. Do you see that? Following Mr. Bear's murmurs, Raven pointed at a tombstone placed against one wall. Now, it's time to get to the main point. It's a layered tombstone. Do you know what is going on with this? It seems like a dimensional instability phenomenon. What is that? Portals are a type of dimensional magic, right? I heard that sometimes these things happen. There is an error in the starting coordinate input. So, it's just a coincidence? Well, there are observations that the possibility of dimensional instability increases right before a portal disappears. Oh, that sounds like a book I've read before. I felt like chiming in, but I kept quiet. After all, she is going to explain everything. Why bother raising doubts? Niang Bjorn that when. After I gave her a look, Misha shut her mouth tightly. And to avoid any possible slips of the tongue, she moved next to Einar. Okay, that part is over. So the fact that we entered at the end was the cause? The corners of Mr. Bear's mouth lifted slightly. As an explorer, he must have realized the potentially deceptive nature of the experience copy bug. Raven, however, shook her head. That is a bit ambiguous. What the hell? I couldn't help but join in the conversation. Ambiguous, what do you mean? Even if there was an error in the coordinate input, falling to the very outer edges like this shouldn't happen. If this were to happen every time, why would anyone bother entering early? That is true. Actually, I also had doubts about this part. Dimensional instability is a surprisingly well-known phenomenon. Then, why aren't people exploiting this sweet bug? Dimensional instability was first recognized 130 years ago when there was a major problem with dimensional magic circles causing the frequency to increase exponentially. And then, the Mage Tower received a request from the royal family to repair the dimensional magic circle. After the stabilization work was completed, the instability phenomenon almost ceased to occur. To put it simply, for 100 years, a late entry wound have allowed anyone to use the experience copy bug. So what is happening now? Perhaps it's time for another repair? Raven cautiously added one more suggestion after making a plausible guess. So, let us keep today's incident a secret. Explain further. Right now, it seems that no one knows there is a problem with the dimensional magic circle. But as time goes on and the phenomenon worsens, other explorers will begin to experience it. Mr. Bear quietly listened and then nodded in agreement. So, you're suggesting we use this to our advantage until then? Yes. It will reduce our exploration time and increase our experience points. How great is that? I intervened. Wait, aren't experience points meaningless for a mage? Mages can't consume essences. So, even if they gain experience points, it's of no use. Then why is she so proactive? Raven smiled mischievously and replied, "It's my personal interest. The same goes for that untouched layer tombstone. With that said, may I open it?" "Go ahead." With my permission, Raven touched the tombstone. Whoosh! A portal opened, emitting a plethora of lights. Raven closed her eyes as if to concentrate on the sensation at her fingertips and the flow of magic in the air. Then she murmured briefly, "This feels quite extraordinary. As a barbarian with zero magic talent, it's a sensation I'll never understand. But there is one thing I could feel for sure. You have opened a portal for the first time. EXP +2. This sensation of gaining something effortlessly. You have entered the second floor, Beast S. Denver. You have entered the first floor, Crystal Cave. We went up to take a look and then immediately came back down to the first floor. After all, the Beast S Den is hopeless for us. That place has too many forks in the road, making it a waste of time unless you have a scout like Rottmiller. Rottmiller himself said it's better to just give up on the Beast S Den. Having a scout means we completely lose our way. But there is no point in going through there if there is a faster route. Let us start moving then. I took out a compass and found our direction. Once we were out of the darkness, we headed northwest. We didn't get lost too much. After all, I had properly learned how to find my way on the first floor from Rottmiller. Of course, I'm still inexperienced. Abram, where's the portal? Over there. Then from now on, we just need to head north. Having a scout in the team means we can navigate optimally with just a compass. It's like compensating for our lack of skills with a cheat key. About 3 hours after entering the labyrinth, it happened. Stop. For the first time since moving from the outskirts, we encountered people. A knight with the royal crest on his chest and a group of 4 soldiers. "Do you have your identification?" The knight who stopped us asked briefly. They seemed to have been in several fights already, as their weapons and armor were stained with blood. Not monster blood. There are no monsters on the first floor that bleed red. I'll ask one last time. Your identification? Here it is. You guys too. Hurry up and show yours. Intimidated by the knight's presence, we all hurriedly took out our identification received from the city and showed it. Then, the knight stepped aside to let us pass. He even offered a piece of advice. Be careful not to lose it. It seems some quick-witted ones are already targeting identifications. Right? Of course. They're not fools. They must have realized it's the only way to survive. As I passed by, I asked something that had been on my mind. Is there a way to distinguish stolen identifications? No. Then why aren't we suspected? Maybe my question felt a bit annoying? The knight frowned slightly, but answered my question. Blood. If it was stolen, there would be human blood on it. Besides, I know your face. I am a knight of the Count of Ferthilt. He recognized me from the banquet. What exactly the Count is up to, I can't figure out. Back then, he made some significant remarks about calling me when ready, but I haven't heard from him since. Well, for me, no news is good news. Then Raven chided, it feels good to have a celebrity in the team? Don't tease me. I'm not teasing. Did she think I was a real barbarian or something? Why don't you lower your smile? Jeez. Anyway, let us pick up the pace from now on. If you're tired, just say so. What will you do if I say I'm tired? Einar will carry you. Me? Both Einar and Raven seemed reluctant, but it can't be helped. The faster we move, the fewer people we'll encounter. Einar, please carry me. After increasing our pace for about 30 minutes, our mage Raven chose to abandon her dignity and get carried on the back. Thanks to that, our speed increased significantly. Being carried seemed to bore Raven as she began to fiddle with Einar's body. Stop touching me? Wow. Einar, your body is softer than I expected? Are you teasing me? If so, get down. Einar trembled with displeasure, obviously not enjoying the attention. Just when I thought about warning Raven, I spotted something blocking our path and stopped. Bjorn, why stop? Bodies. There were 5 corpses, 4 men and 1 woman. Almost naked due to being stripped of their equipment, and judging by the blood, it seemed they had been dead for some time. Einar, could you let me down? Raven dismounted and inspected the corpses. It doesn't seem like they were killed by the night. What makes you say that? The wounds. One was by a blunt instrument, one by an arrow, and the rest by fire. It doesn't seem like magic, probably a special ability. Knights use swords. They are considered the best weapon for utilizing aura. But not a single sword wound. Niang, could they have been explorers from Nork? The lack of identification tags suggests they were killed by other explorers. Raven grimaced at Misha's suggestion. It could be the opposite. The opposite? The answer came from Mr. Bear. Remember what the knight we met earlier said. There is also the possibility they were targeting other explorers for their identification tags. And their faces were made unrecognizable. Normally, there wouldn't be a need for that, right? Of course, the truth of the matter is unknown. But these bodies serve as a warning to us all. They must have been explorers who reached the first floor's outskirts early. They must have been explorers capable of a speed run. Yet, just a few hours after the labyrinth opened, they died on the first floor like this. We really need to be on our guard, don't we? Mr. Jandel, it looks like these guys were also heading to the Goblin Forest. Wouldn't it be better to go somewhere else? Going somewhere else wouldn't make much of a difference. That is true too. Ultimately, we continued on our path to the Goblin Forest without changing our plans. After a while, we reached the second floor portal. 6:47, an incredibly fast time, incomparable to our previous explorations. Even compared to when I did a speed run with Rottmiller, it's only a 30-minute difference. Mr. Jandel, at this rate, you could really switch to being a full-time scout, couldn't you? Nyaha, barbarian scout, that would be something. Even if I told anyone, they wouldn't believe it. Bjorn is the hope of all barbarians. Everyone showered me with praise after checking the time, but truthfully, I couldn't really credit my abilities for it. This exploration started off on a different footing, after all. Moving from the outskirts to the outskirts undoubtedly saved a lot of time. Let us just go up already. I quickly dismissed the compliments and stood in front of the portal. You were just shy. Yeah, that is it, Niang. What are they even talking about? You have entered the second floor, Goblin Forest. You have entered the third floor, Pilgrim's Path. You have entered the fourth floor, Sky Tower. Day 7 morning. We reached the 4th floor a day earlier than when Rottmiller was with us. This puts us in the lead among explorers, doesn't it? The result of combining my rapidly improved scouting skills with Mr. Bear's Navigator-S ability. In fact, we hardly encountered any other explorers during our journey. A couple of large clans, and maybe about 10 teams of 5. Every group we encountered, we only verified each other's identification tags from a distance, weapons drawn. The atmosphere in the labyrinth has truly become tense. Raven, any results? None. Right after clearing the first stage, mindful of the last incident with the masked man, we ran detection magic continuously for about an hour. Really, because of those bastards, we have to do all this. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. But what can we do? Given the current situation, we just have to be cautious. You have chosen the stairway of wisdom. Naturally, we chose the staircase of wisdom first. A maze filled with traps and monsters. Thanks to the extensive training I received from Rottmiller in this part, our clear time was reduced by about 40 minutes. Raven, how long did it take? 1 hour 58 minutes. Considering it initially took us 5 hours, the improvement was indeed incredible. You have chosen the stairway of wisdom. You have chosen the stairway of wisdom. You have chosen the stairway of wisdom. You have chosen the stairway of courage. You have chosen the stairway of wisdom. You have chosen the stairway of courage. From then on, I continued to focus on overcoming the trials and gaining floors. And as day 7 was coming to an end, 27 stages on the first day, we achieved clearing a quarter of the tower in just 1 day. A pace that would have been impossible without consecutive stairways of wisdom. It's a bit early, but let us rest for today. The last stairway of courage we cleared required a 4-hour wait for the next door to open, so we set up camp. How will we handle the night watch? We probably don't need to bother. We decided not to set a night watch. Throughout the day's exploration, we periodically used detection magic, but we didn't detect any other explorers. Indeed, even if someone was hiding, a night watch wouldn't make much sense. If detection magic can't find them, what difference would it make? Exactly my thought. Then, how about we have a meal before bed? Sounds good. After preparing a simple meal together, Everyone went to their respective spots to lie down. The fourth floor usually offers a comfortable rest, or at least it should have. Damn it. Maybe it's because of the masked man incident, but I couldn't fall asleep easily. Eventually, after tossing and turning for a while, I managed to drift off, only to wake up again shortly after. Dash. A vibration transmitted from the ground I was lying on. The entire tower was trembling slightly. I quickly got up. There is only one reason for such a phenomenon to occur in the labyrinth. Mr. Jandel, this phenomenon, could it be? Yes, just as you were thinking. A rift opened on the fourth floor. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 179. Rift. Instant dungeons that exist in each layer, like the blood-tinted castle and the glacier cave. There are two main features of the rifts. The first is the exponential increase in essence drop rates. The second are the guardians, special monsters that offer unique rewards that are not available in regular fields. Admin, where's the rift? At my question, Mr. Bear momentarily closed his eyes in concentration and then opened them. Over there. Doesn't T seem too far? Yes, that's right. I smiled slyly. Our chances of making it had increased. Thanks to the 5 steps of wisdom on the first day, we've already reached stage 27. 23:45. We're not even halfway through day 7 yet. So, it's safe to say that there are very few competitors. The fourth floor rift only appears above stage 25. And it happened to have appeared nearby. Mr. Jandel, of course you're going to look for it, right? Of course. The rift is the flower of the labyrinth. An opportunity no explorer should miss. We woke up and unanimously agreed to quickly pack up the camp. Then we stood in front of the door admin had pointed to. Whoosh dash. After waiting a few minutes, the engraved pattern on the stone door lit up. The 4-hour waiting time had ended, and now the door could be opened. Niang, I don't like this. I just hope it's not a hallucination type. Misha and Mr. Bear groaned together, having experienced this trial before. In contrast, Raven and Einar seemed motivated. I'd actually prefer it if it were a hallucination type. I heard it doesn't really affect people with strong mental strength. Huh, then I'll be fine too. It seems this is their first time. I became a bit curious. A rational mage armed with reason and a fearless barbarian warrior. Will these two have any special reaction? If I know that, I might be able to tell whether my case is unusual or not. The character has chosen the path of patience. Just a corridor that stretched out for about 100 meters. As soon as I stepped inside, my companions disappeared, and a new setting appeared. The pediatric ward where I spent most of my childhood. Outside the window, the sky was clear, and so was the face of a child lying in bed. It's a hallucination type. As I took a step towards a room with the child, the surroundings changed. Beyond the window, the sun is beginning to set. A young student had brought a chair and sat down in front of the bed. At one time, he was someone I trusted and followed more than my parents. Starting with this again? I smirked and took another step forward. Then a conversation between the child and the college student began. The child, who was playing a game, asked if he could play a little longer, and the college student declined. It might have ended there, but the child was young. As he continued to insist, eventually, the college student's expression hardened. Then, suddenly standing up, he burst out with harsh words. Those words hurt more than any hospital treatment at the time. Thud. I shrugged it off and took another step forward. I'm now an adult. Even if I hear the same words, they no longer hurt me. Something bad must have happened to him that day. I thought, not blaming myself. It was something that could happen in life. It could be anyone's fault, but it could also be no one's fault. Just that and nothing more. Thud. In the car, just before the accident. An apartment blazing red with fire. An amusement park left alone. The studio apartment I moved into when I became a working adult. Thud. With each step I took, the surroundings changed, and so did the people appearing. Thud. Mother, father, uncle, and an ex-girlfriend. In each place, new people appeared, throwing words at me that left deep scars. But so what? Still easy. Even without the hallucinations, I can vividly imagine these scenes in my mind. It's not even surprising anymore. There is such a thing as developing a tolerance to pain. What is this? As I continued, figures began to appear that had never appeared before. Nie, Bjorn, you're here. Why are you so late? Misha and Dwaki, arms crossed, wearing happy smiles. They were welcoming at first, but as I took another step closer, their expressions grotesquely twisted. Niang, if only you weren't here, everyone could have been happy. I'm glad you survived instead of me. It's a pattern I've seen a lot in comics and films. ISNT, there's something more original? Yeah, it's not my fault. Blame God. I continued walking, not avoiding their gazes. The great warrior Jandel, son Bjorn. Give me back my friend's body. In addition to Einar, who appeared next, connections I had made as Bjorn Jandel kept appearing, throwing strange words at me. All of them were things I don't remember, but they weren't unfamiliar. I had thought about them at least once. Yep, still doesn't work. I continued moving forward without stopping, not covering my ears or closing my eyes. The trial has been completed. Soon, the hallucination ended. Before I knew it, I had reached the end of the corridor and was standing in front of the stairs. The same was true for my companions. Niang Bjorn, if you cry again, I'll really leave you behind. Sob. I turned away from the tearful Misha to check on the others. Mr. Bear had an indifferent expression. He looked displeased, but that was all. Einar was surprisingly all right. Are you okay? Well, it was just a bit of an unpleasant experience. Indeed, when you think about it, barbarians are all mentally strong. Their race learns to overcome by fighting rather than fleeing. What about the mage, then? The last one I checked on, Raven, was staring into space with a blank expression on her face. Even from a distance, I could feel her body shaking like a leaf. What exactly did she see? I was curious but decided not to ask. It seemed unlikely she would answer anyway. It's all over now. Oh yeah, right. I approached and patted Raven on the shoulder, snapping her back to reality. Her forehead was dotted with cold sweat. Let us go up and rest for a bit. Hang in there. Yes. I managed to rally my companions, and we climbed the stairs. We then took about a 10-minute break. In fact, I usually avoided choosing the path of patience in the game for this reason. It significantly drains stamina. Although I didn't realize that was the reason. Admin, which way do we go from here? That way. After the break, we resumed our exploration, deciding that the rift was the priority. Next, we chose the path of wisdom and cleared the maze over the next 2 hours. We reached the next stage. It's a portal. In the empty stone chamber, a rift had opened. By the way, the portal flickered vigorously in green. The doppelganger forest. After the blood-tinted castle and the glacier cave, this was the third rift I was going to explore. The character has entered the rift on the 4th floor. There are 2 types of rifts on the 4th floor. The Golden Ruins, where money pours forth, and the doppelganger forest. It's not the Golden Ruins. I tried to hide my disappointment and called the mage. Raven, lead. As soon as the light sphere appeared in the air, our new surroundings came into view. We were trapped inside a huge cage. Beyond the bars, the outside was covered in the darkness of the labyrinth, invisible to us. Bjorn, what is going on, Niang? Should I explain? As I was pondering, Raven spoke up. Don't be alarmed. It will open when it's time. Niang, what? What does that mean? Explain more. We're just waiting for the full number of participants to arrive. This place can hold up to 3 teams. That's the difference from the first floor rifts. The doppelganger forest can accommodate up to 15 people through 3 portals. Unlike previous levels that involved individual cooperation, this one requires team collaboration. Is that also mentioned in the book? Yes. You're in luck. I don't know much about the Golden Ruins. Well, since she has read the Rift Compendium, I guess she can handle the hidden pieces. Should I just leave the entire strategy to her? The decision was quick. That's good. Then you give the orders this time. We'll all follow. You want me to take on the leader role? ISNT, there is saying that in places like this, we should follow the mage's lead? All right. Leave it to me this time. After a slight encouragement, Raven confidently took on the task, ready to handle all the burdensome duties. What an easy character to manage. If there's a problem later, I'll step in then. In this new team, I need to be careful to hide my uniqueness, as advised by Rod Miller. If I act like before, Raven or Mr. Bear might notice something is off. Then I'll start by telling you what to watch out for. Most of the monsters we'll meet here are likely doppelgangers. Raven's briefing continued from there. Everyone listened intently, except Einar. I knew all this, but I listened carefully in case there was something new or a correction needed. How much time had passed? That should be enough. What? I haven't even talked about the herbs that appear here. We can do that as we go along, but we need to take rest first. I cut off Raven's endlessly lengthy explanation, and we took a break. Considering the trial of patience we'd been through, and the fact we hadn't really slept because of the rift, conserving energy for the actual game was necessary. Rumble, rumble. Einar began to snore, as if she had been waiting, and Misha and Mr. Bear sat with their backs to the bars. And Raven. It's fascinating. To obtain a mirror on the first exploration and a rift on the second. For some reason, she came over to chatter beside me. It seemed the excitement of entering the rift hadn't worn off for her. When you think about it, I must be quite lucky. Remember when we entered the blood-tinted castle? Is that what she thinks? Sure, you're absolutely right. You're teasing me, aren't you? Of course not. Maybe keep a straight face when you say that. She is unnecessarily quick-witted. Enough of that. I'm going to rest. You should too. With that, I ended the conversation with Raven and closed my eyes. Time passed, and it was the morning of the 8th day. 7:11. In other words, about 5 hours since we entered the rift. Clang. The closed gate finally lifted. It meant that the entrance quota was full. Let us go then. I was the first to leave the cage, starting our real exploration. Leek. Raven increased the number of light orbs to 3 for better visibility, revealing the cave hidden in the darkness. Einar tilted her head. Didn't T you say it was a forest? I thought I explained that earlier. Oh, sorry. Didn't T catch that? Her honesty is too much. Raven couldn't even get angry. The forest comes after this cave ends. That's when all the teams that have entered converge. I see. Raven just clenched her fist and trembled slightly. I could empathize with her without trying, but right now, I'm just a normal barbarian following orders. Sometimes, it's good to have days like this. Let's just get going. Right. We should hurry. We're short on time. Following Raven's lead, we moved quickly along the path. The reason for the rush was simple. The first chapter of the Doppelganger Forest was the Shadow Cave. Teams start from different locations and meet in the center. We need to get to the center as quickly as possible. That way, we can also grab rewards from other routes. Otherwise, it'll be the other way around. In the end, the final boss would be a joint effort, but until then, it was virtually a competition. Who could collect more along the way? That was up to us to decide. There's something ahead. As we were running down the straight corridor, Mr. Bear sensed something and stopped the group. After waiting a moment, a figure emerged from the darkness. Thud. Unkempt brown hair. A scruffy beard. A muscular build over 2 meters tall, draped in a latinium breastplate. And he was armed with a massive shield and mace. It's Bjorn! Einar, looking back and forth between the two of me, fell into confusion. At this sight, Raven couldn't hold back and shouted. I told you there will be doppelganger. All doppelganger? Oh, come on, that's it. Get ready for battle. It seemed like the first time she had shouted like this. Perhaps there really is no being that can verbally defeat a barbarian? I smirked at that thought for a moment. Bethel Rea, the audacity of the doppelganger to invoke the name of our ancestral god. At the same time, its body swelled up like a balloon. It was time to be a bit tense. The doppelganger has cast gigantification. The doppelganger has cast wild burst. I'm quite powerful, you know, surviving the game as a barbarian episode 180. Boom, boom, boom. The doppelganger let out a battle cry and stomped the ground. I finally understood the feelings of the apprentice knight who had fled the arena, abandoning all dignity. So, this is what I look like. It makes sense why they would run away. The intimidation level, boosted by wild burst, was so high that it sent chills across the skin just by looking at it. Combined with its huge physique, it creates an intimidating feeling of violence. It was necessary to match sizes first. The character has cast gigantification. The character has cast wild burst. Finally, our eye levels aligned. I gathered all my strength at my core and shouted at the top of my lungs. Behel Leia! A battle cry the doppelganger could not hope to imitate. An original. Shielding myself with my shield, I dashed forward. Interestingly, the doppelganger did the same. Then, as our shields collided, there was a deafening noise like 2 dump trucks colliding. Crash. As expected of a doppelganger, the difference in power is 0. Its next action mirrored mine exactly. The character has cast swing. The doppelganger has cast swing. Our maces crossed, mirroring each other's movements perfectly. Crash dash. Another explosion, and the ground shook. It's not like this is a fight between large monsters. This battle could go on all day with no clear winner. But there was one crucial difference between the doppelganger and me. It was the allies. In games, teamwork is also a skill. Without needing to command my teammates, magical support soon followed. Mostly curses with relatively short casting times. Within seconds, the doppelganger's strength, agility, and physical immunity were slashed. The doppelganger, flustered, stuttered at me. Yes, your mom. What he is swearing at this moment. Caught off guard by the unexpected line, my mind went blank for a moment. Crash. When I regained my senses, the doppelganger's mace was against my shield. Had I reacted a moment slower, it would have been lodged in my head. This crazy son of a bit asterisk. I quickly regained my composure and retaliated. Apparently, it even has a habit of getting meaner when it's at a disadvantage. Much like me. It was indeed a formidable opponent. Whiz. Taking advantage of the moment when the doppelganger's shield blocked Mr. Bear's arrow, I brought my mace down on its shoulder. Blood spurted from its mouth. Did it bite its tongue? A classic move. I had anticipated this pattern, so avoiding it was no problem. It was the sort of thing I would have done, even more so in a disadvantageous situation. Sizzle. Its blood, now like boiling acid, spread hopelessly across the ground. Misha exclaimed in awe. Niang, how can you two act so alike? What nonsense. Don't just watch, come help. Got it. Soon, Misha and Einar joined the front lines. Thus, to save time, I grabbed the doppelganger's mace and hugged it from behind. Scream aim dash. The doppelganger let out a chalkboard scratching scream as it made a face at me. At this, Misha tensed up momentarily. It wasn't for long, though. Just as she was about to correct her stance and stab, a battle cry erupted from behind. Bethlehem! It was an Einar's cry. No matter how deep Einar's voice might be, it couldn't match the depth of a true man's voice. Bjorn! Bjorn is tripled. No, why is it only my doppelganger? The second doppelganger, who had already used gigantification, covered its upper body with a shield and charged like an animal, disrupting the formation. This move is called true shield charge. Forget blocking, dodge it. Misha and Einar took my urgent advice and retreated without a moment's hesitation. It's frustrating we couldn't finish it off immediately, but, well, what can you do? It must be the karma of becoming a deal tank after consuming the essence of an ogre. The doppelganger has cast swing. Einar, who blocked the mace with her great sword, was flung far back. Its momentum was akin to that of a warrior in a ferocious battle. I debated whether to intervene right then. Mr. Jandel, please take care of that one yourself. We'll manage here. I decided to follow Raven's orders. I certainly wouldn't lose a 1-4 battle. Thus, I focused solely on marking the doppelganger I was originally fighting. This sucks. Why is it so tough? The curse spell gave me a much better advantage, but it was hard to get a quick win and go help my team. I'm a tank. Even if I'm a DPS, I'm a tank. It's like parrying trolls against each other. The fight never ends. Might as well watch at this point. I resigned myself to spectator mode. Honestly, it was quite interesting. Niang, why won't the sword penetrate? Indeed, it's Bjorn, a great warrior. The second doppelganger single-handedly overwhelmed 2 close combat fighters. Mr. Bear's long-range support? Even arrows fired with the insane draw weight of a giant crossbow couldn't penetrate the shield. Raven's magic wasn't much different either. Whoosh dash. As the melee sisters retreated, a burst of flame erupted with such perfect timing that the doppelganger couldn't avoid it and was engulfed in flames. However, Bethel, the second doppelganger charged through the flames, swinging the mace. Raven had chosen the wrong magic. After physical resistance, the next highest was fire resistance, and I had already somewhat completed setting up my magic resistance. I never expected it to be this strong. Mr. Bear uttered a sigh that was not quite a sigh. Although we had been fighting together for a while, facing it directly seemed to bring a different feeling. Raven felt the same. Why is someone like this still ranked 6th? From rank 5 and up, you need to accumulate guild achievement points. Even though my allies were struggling, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swelling in me. I really have become stronger. Mr. Jandel, don't just watch, say something. Isn't there a weakness? While it's not exactly a weakness, there are certainly aspects to exploit. Should I call it Bjorn Jandel's countermeasures? I continued wrestling with the first doppelganger, pinpointing the essentials. Misha, Einar, don't slash, always stab. Iron Skin increases physical resistance to slashing attacks by 4 times. It's practically immune at similar levels. Abman, focus solely on the legs. The lower body is more vulnerable than the upper body. I hadn't yet equipped the lower gear. Although the arms were bare and exposed, the upper body could easily be shielded. Are you saying we should tie its feet first? It's like hunting a large monster. Yes, it doesn't regenerate, so don't think about killing it in one go, plan for a longer fight. Raven, use lightning magic instead of flame magic. Cold magic stops bleeding, while air and earth magic are often considered physical damage. Lightning, on the other hand, deals elemental damage focused on penetration and instant firepower, making it most suitable. To think I'm discussing how to counter myself with my allies. It felt strangely odd. Yet, whether the advice was effective or not, the battle gradually tilted in our favor, and the doppelganger knelt down. 7 crossbow bolts were lodged in its legs. Truly a monster. I agree. I never want to fight it again. Even with the tide turned, my companions shuddered as if chilled. It made me cringe. The doppelganger had inherited even my temperament. It fought like a madman. Look at that. It's trying to stand up again. What kind of person does this? If it bleeds, it sprays blood. If both hands are blocked, it bites. And if an opening appears, it catches and charges to trade bone for flesh. It did whatever it took to survive, and it was still doing so. Misha. The doppelganger looked at Misha with desperate eyes. Unable to win the fight, it was throwing its last-ditch effort to sway her. I couldn't help but snicker. Really, do you think that would work? Niang, what? I like you. Really, Niang? Well, it worked. A clever play exploiting Misha's emotions. I tightened my grip around the first doppelganger's neck and sighed deeply. Sigh. Why hesitate? Just kill it. Wait a minute. I have something to ask. Misha, flustered, waved her hands and then stared seriously at the doppelganger. Niang, why did you refuse before if you like me? Even as she asked, she blushed and looked at the ground. Oh my! Suddenly, a soap opera unfolded, and Raven's eyes lit up. Was it now attracting attention again? Instead of responding, the doppelganger looked at Raven. Raven, what me now? What do you want to say? I like you. Raven's expression twisted bizarrely at the second declaration of love. Mr. Jandel? A wave of self-loathing washed over me. How low could I possibly stoop? Ignore it. It's just saying anything to stay alive. So, Mr. Jandel, you confess to anyone when you want to live? That's not quite right. Or is it? I simply acknowledged it. Seems like it. Admitting it seemed better than fostering any misunderstandings. However, even during such a conversation, the doppelganger's gaze was drifting elsewhere. It was looking in the direction of Mr. Bear. Alban, tis crazy doppelganger? Joe like? Fortunately, the sentence was not completed. Mr. Bear had pierced its forehead with a crossbow bolt. Thwack! The final blow that preserved my last shred of dignity. Let us pretend that didn't happen. No, I didn't hear anything. My friendship with Mr. Bear would last forever. The first doppelganger fight had ended. After defeating one, we all ganged up to kill the remaining one. Oh, and for the record, Misha delivered the final blow. Misha. The cornered doppelganger tried the same trick again, but Misha's mental barrier, tainted with anger, remained solid. Die, damn barbarian! Misha, stabbing her sword into the face of the first doppelganger, wore an expression as if a burden of stress had been lifted. I just kept quiet. Technically, I hadn't done anything wrong, but when things feel weird, it's best to keep quiet. That way, at least you avoid stepping on landmines. One of the survival tactics I learned while dating my ex-girlfriend. Ugh, there's no magic stone. The doppelganger, along with its equipment, vanished into light and did not drop a magic stone. Only one doppelganger in the doppelganger forest, the final boss, would do so. The ones we had dealt with were merely inferior entities summoned by self-replication. Then let us keep moving. We continued hunting doppelgangers and exploring. Usually it was one or two at a time. Once, 3 appeared at the same time, but it was easier than the first time. It was because I was not duplicated among them. Finally, a crossroad. After traveling like that for half a day, the straight pathway pattern ended. A crossroad with 5 diverging paths. This meant that we had finally reached the central area. From now on, we might encounter other teams, so be cautious. To elaborate, from here on, we could encounter doppelgangers not only transformed into our likenesses but also those of other teams. It was safe to say that the difficulty had significantly increased. There is no trickier opponent than an unknown one. I just hope they're at our level. With that thought, we proceeded down the path chosen by Raven. How much time had passed? Sadly, the hidden peace room I was looking for was nowhere to be found. Instead, we encountered a lone, mysterious explorer. A man of a small stature, around 160 centimeters tall. Identify yourself. Otherwise, we will assume you are a doppelganger and act accordingly. Upon Raven's request, the man removed his hood. It was hard to make out his features clearly due to the distance and the dim surroundings, but I immediately felt a sense of déjà vu, and an inexplicable unease to boot. Why? As I pondered, the man spoke. S.C. Kreesun, the typical stuttering and broken speech of a doppelganger. Seeing him alone, I had suspected as much, but this confirmed his identity. Mr. Jandel, please handle this one alone. For analysis purposes? Yes. We don't really know what kind of people they are, do we? It's best to figure them out in advance. If it gets dangerous, we'll step in right away. Having similar thoughts, I followed Raven's instructions without objection. Meanwhile, the doppelganger continued to mutter like a broken tape. I am not a doppelganger. I approached slowly, shielding my upper body with my shield. K. Kreesun. He appeared to be unarmed. Not a priest, perhaps a support class with special abilities. Han. S.K. Kreesun. What? That is my name. Chills ran down my spine.